Have you ever wondered why your inbox is empty while others land interviews and clients left and right? You've got skills, passion, and dedication, but something's just not clicking. What if the one thing holding you back is your portfolio? There could be countless doors closing one by one simply because your portfolio isn't making the right impression. But what if I told you that in just a couple of hours, you could create a portfolio that transforms your weakest link into your strongest asset? A portfolio that doesn't just showcase your work, but opens doors, sparks interest, and lands you the opportunities you've been missing. That's exactly what you'll be building in this video. This is more than just a portfolio. This is a visual masterpiece that draws you in from the first moment, with smooth animations that bring your project to life and transitions that guide the viewer effortlessly from one section to the next. This will be a true reflection of your talent. Every detail is meticulously crafted to create an experience that not only showcases your work, but makes it unforgettable. This is a portfolio that commands attention, sparks curiosity, and leaves a lasting impression. But this tutorial isn't just about creating a pretty site. Not only will you be crafting a pixel-perfect page, you'll also be gaining hands-on experience with the same frameworks that power enterprise-grade applications. You'll dive into React and Next.js, learning how to build a fast, responsive, and highly interactive portfolio page that performs as beautifully as it looks. Tailwind CSS will enable you to style your site with precision and speed while keeping your code clean and manageable. And with Framer Motion, you'll master the art of animation, adding smooth transitions and dynamic effects that make your portfolio stand out. Plus, we'll go beyond the basics with custom CSS animations, giving you the tools to create a user experience that's not only stunning, but lightning fast. And the best part? I'm providing all the design files and starter code for free. You'll have everything you need to follow along and create your own unique portfolio. Don't let another day go by with a portfolio that's holding you back. Invest in yourself now and watch as the doors start to open. Now, before we start, I want to remind you that all of the design files, starter code, and resources I mentioned are all available for free. You can find the link to download these assets in the description below. Make sure to grab them so you can follow along step by step. Enough talk, let's build. Once you have your starter files downloaded, simply drag and drop them into your IDE, and that will allow you to get started in the code. After we have our project open, let's go ahead and install our dependencies. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal, and then I'm going to run npm install, and that will, after a couple of seconds, make sure that all of our dependencies are properly installed in this project. After that, let's go ahead and take a look at what's actually inside of our template. So you can see that this is set up as a Next.js template. So we have a Next config. If I go in that file, let me go ahead and close out my terminal for a second. I can see that I have not just a standard config, I'm actually adding in a separate Webpack config. And the specific reason I'm doing this is because we're going to be loading SVGs in this project. So I want to make sure that I have that Webpack configured correctly, but that should already be set up for you. We're going to be using SVGR, as you can see, that SVGR/Webpack loader in order to do that SVG transformation. Also in the root of my project, I have a post CSS config, and you can see that we're both loading Tailwind CSS and we're loading Auto Prefixer. And Auto Prefixer will essentially ensure that any browser that we use, if it has a specific prefix that needs to be added to any CSS rules, that those are properly added. So that Auto Prefixer is very important there, but of course we're using Tailwind CSS for our styles, so that plugin is installed there. Moving into the Tailwind config, let's take a look at that real quick. We have a pretty normal configuration here. I have added in a components folder in case we need to add any components that we can reuse. And we also have changed our breakpoints a little bit and our container default settings. So we have our 3 breakpoints, our 375, our 768, and our 1200. That's going to be our small, medium, and large screens. And then for our container, we're going ahead and setting the default padding on the left and right to 1 rem or 16 pixels. And then once we get to the medium size or the 768 size, we're going to increase that to 2 rems or 32 pixels left and right. And we want to make sure that that's always centered on the screen as well. So that takes care of that configuration. Other than that, we are going to be doing some different things in this Tailwind config, but I haven't added anything yet because I want to walk you through the process of how we'd set that up in our project. Moving into the source directory, let's take a look here. We have 4 different folders in here, and this is once again a pretty standard app router setup for Next.js. So inside of our app, we have our globals CSS, which right now is just loading our Tailwind. We also have our layout, which is the wrapper around all of our pages. And then we have our page.tsx, which right now is just has an H1 with homepage. We also have an assets directory that's going to hold all of our icons and images that we're going to use throughout the project. So all of those are available to us there. Inside components, there's nothing in there right now, but if we have a reusable component, we'll add it there. And then inside of our sections, we already have preloaded all of the sections that we are going to create. However, there's not any code in any of these right now because we are going to be the ones that are going to be creating that code as we walk through this project. In order to go ahead and see what this is looking like as it is right now, let's go ahead and open up our terminal one more time. And let's go ahead and run npm run dev, and that will allow us to pull up the browser window and start this project for the first time. Once we have our browser window open, let's go ahead. I'm going to pull this out. This is actually the Polypane browser that we're going to be using for this project. I'm going to show you how we want to configure this so that we can easily get our design and code something according to that design. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we have our project loaded here. And then I want to make sure that each of our panes are going to show a different responsive view in the right size. I can come up here and I can of course select a viewport size. For example, our smallest one is going to be an iPhone 12, 13 mini or mobile size. So I can select that because that already has that 375 width. And then I could just call this mobile and I'll say 375 pixels, and that will set up my mobile view for me. After that, I can add a new pane, and this is going to be my tablet. So let's see if we can find one that's around that 768 size, and it looks like this iPad Pro one is the right size for that. And I'm going to call this tablet 768 pixels. And then for my desktop size, I can also set that up by adding a new pane. And let's see if it has any that are the right size. It does not for our laptop size. So I'm just going to select the first laptop size here. And I'm going to go ahead and adjust the size over here to our 1200 pixels, the way that we're going to have it set up. And I'm just going to call this desktop. And I'm going to go ahead and say that it's going to be 1200 pixels wide. So that will allow us to have all 3 of our responsive views already set up and ready to go when we're ready to look at them. The other thing we want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a reference image to each of these views so that we can see our design as we're coding it up. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to click to select an image, and I'm going to select this from my designs. I'm going to go ahead and open up the mobile design from here, and I'm going to say open, and that's actually going to overlay the mobile design onto a screen that is the same size. And I have some different options of how I can see this. So I can see this side by side if I'd like to see this while I'm coding it up. I can see this overlaid on top, and I can even go and see what the differences are if I want to see that as my reference image is available. So that's something I'm definitely going to use for this because it's just going to make it so much easier for us to see if we're creating pixel perfect code, because of course we're going to have the design right there that we can overlay right on top. And then there's this other cool feature that allows us to actually drag it and go ahead and see our design versus the design itself. So that's going to allow us to be able to drag that back and forth and see if we've created it perfectly pixel perfect to the design. So I'm going to do the same thing for my tablet and desktop view. So I'm going to come up to reference image. I'm going to select that image. So I'm going to select the tablet image for that one. And then on my desktop, I'm going to go ahead and select the desktop reference image. So I'm going to click there and select the desktop image. Now you don't need this in order to create this page, but of course this is going to be super helpful for us, especially if you're learning this and you want to try this on your own, or you want to see if you can make something that's very close to the reference image. It just makes it so much easier for you to create this in a pixel perfect way. Now that we have all that set up, I'm going to focus on my mobile view. I'm going to come up to here and I'm going to say focus, and we're just going to be looking at the mobile view. So I'm going to slide this window over, and that'll allow us to go ahead and get started. Now, as we look at our mobile design, the first thing we're going to work on is our header. So let's go ahead and take a look. We can see that it has 4 navigation items: home, projects, about, and contact, and that the contact button is highlighted from the get-go. You can also see that it has a little bit of blur to what's going on in the background, has a little bit of light white opacity back there, and then it also has that border with a little bit of padding, and it's in the center screen. As we move over into the tablet design, it looks pretty much the same. So it's just centered on the screen, but it looks exactly the same as it did on mobile. And of course, on desktop, it also looks the same there. So we just basically need to build a header that stays in the center of the screen and make sure that it has the right colors and backgrounds and borders and all of that. That will get us to where we need to go here. Now that we've seen what we're after with our design, let's go ahead and start creating the header section. So coming into my app/page.tsx, I need to import my header section into here. So I'm going to come up to the top and say import header from @/section/header. I'm going to drop it in as a replacement for my h1. So now it's going to be header right here, just as a component with no props. And as soon as I save that, I should see my header section showing up over here under my half opacity design. And I do see that. I see the words header section, which means that my header section is properly linked to my page. So I'm going to go ahead and close that out. I'm going to open up my header.tsx section, and I'm going to go ahead and start putting in the content for this section. Of course, it doesn't say header section, so we need to put a semantic nav tag here. And inside our nav tag, we need 4 links. So I'm going to create those with a href equals hash for now, just to give them a dummy link. I'm going to copy and paste that 4 times. And then inside my first one, I know I need home. My second one, I need projects. My third one, I need it to say about. And my fourth, I need to say contact. After I save that, I should see those words showing up here on the right. And what I know about this is, of course, my entire design is based in a dark mode design, but everything I have right now is black text on a white background. So before I actually style this section, what I want to do is set some base styles for my page. So I'm going to come back into app, and I'm going to go to the layout, which has the body tag, and this will allow me to add some base styles to the page itself. So one of the things I'm going to add, I'm going to go ahead and say class name here, and I'm going to give it a base background color. That's going to be BG Gray 900 for that. And I also want by default all of my text to be white. So I'm going to say text white here, and that will make my text show up in white there. A couple of other things that I know I'm going to need, but isn't readily obvious, is my anti-alias rule. As you can see, what this does is it adds WebKit and Firefox font smoothing to make it match designs a lot more closely. It actually makes the text a little bit thinner is what it does. But if you put this into a design program, it's going to match your designs a lot more closely if you use this anti-alias rule at the top. The other thing I know I'm going to need to do inside my layout is go ahead and import my fonts. Now, I could use a direct Google font import, but one of the nice things about Next.js is they have optimized fonts that we can import. I'm going to be using 2 fonts in this case, so I'm going to import those from next/font/Google. They're both Google fonts. The first font is going to be Enter, so I need to import that helper, and I also need to import my Calistoga. So I'm going to say Calistoga, and those both come from that Next/font optimized bundle. I also need to tell those Next fonts how I want them to load. So I'm going to create a enter variable, and that's going to be where I'm going to instantiate my enter font here. I'm going to tell it that we need the Latin subset. So I'm going to say subsets Latin. And I'm also going to tell it that we want to use a variable to tell it when to show up. So I'm going to say variable font sans. So when we use the font sans variable, I can connect this through this option to Tailwind CSS, which I'm going to do here in a second. And that's going to be our sans font. Now for our serif font, we're going to use Calistoga. So I need to do the same thing here. I'm going to say const Calistoga. And that's going to be equal to this Calistoga function with the Latin subset. So subsets Latin. And I also want to say variable -- font serif, and that's going to allow me to hook that up. Now, for some reason, this only has a 400 weight, so I also need to go ahead and define that here. So I'm going to say weight 400, and that will make sure that it is properly defined and that TypeScript is happy with what's going on. So I have my inter and my Calistoga class names that I can add. So I'm going to come into my class name here and I add both of those fonts to the body. In order to do that, I'm going to use a Tailwind merge function. So I'm going to say TW merge, and I'm going to import that from Tailwind-merge, and that's going to allow me to add more classes to this dynamically using this Tailwind merge function. So I'm going to say inter.class name. So I want that class to be added. I want my Calistoga class name to be added. But of course, we need to hook this up to Tailwind CSS using our variables. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that right now. Coming into our Tailwind config, let's go ahead and extend our default theme with our font family. So I'm going to say font family here. And for sans, we're going to say that anytime we use that variable that we define, font sans, we want the sans serif font. And for serif, we're going to say anytime we use the variable font serif, we want to use the serif font family. So this is basically the connection between those hosted Google fonts and Tailwind CSS, where it's basically looking for the variable that the Next.js font optimized library is dropping in, and it's using that. Anytime we say font sans, we're going to use the default inter font, and anytime we say font serif, we're going to be using the Calistoga font. That's how that's going to all work. And then up in our layout, we just need to add one more thing, and that's by default, we want the sans font. So I'm going to say font sans here, and that's going to go ahead and drop that in there correctly. And that will all happen once we save our Tailwind config as well. So let me go ahead and refresh my page. Now, the reason this isn't working out quite like we want it to, and I'm seeing this like times font over here, is because we don't actually want to say class name here. We want to say variable. We want to give it the variable fonts up here in the class name, and that will hook up everything that we've done with our font variables or our font custom properties to Tailwind CSS. So I apologize for the confusion there, but that was the problem, is that we have to say the font name or the object that we've created dot variable, and that will allow us to hook those up correctly. So now we're seeing the inter font. If we were to switch this to font serif, we should see Calistoga, and that's exactly what happened. So that means everything is hooked up correctly. I'm going to switch that back to font sans. And then with all that hooked up correctly, we can go ahead and go back to our header.tsx. So I'm going to close out my layout, close out my page, and that will allow us to focus on the styles for our header. Inside of our header, we know that we were going to want to flex all these to the center. So I'm going to say class name equals flex and justify center. We're also going to want the items to be aligned center. So I'm going to say item center. And for now, we're going to make this relative. We're going to switch this to fixed in the future, but for now, we're going to make it relative just so we can offset it from the top. So I'm going to say top 3 to offset it by 12 pixels from the top, like our header over here. Inside there, we know we are going to need to add some padding to each of our links and make sure that they have the proper styles here as well. So I'm going to say class name on the first one, and I'm going to say px4 to give it 16 pixels of padding left and right. I'm going to say py 1.5 to give it 6 pixels of padding top and bottom. We want the outer border radius to be rounded full. I'm going to say rounded full there for 100% border radius there. And the text is going to be white with an opacity of 70. So I'm going to say text white /70, and that should make the text the proper color. The text should also be small. So I'm going to say text small here, and that will drop that down. We also want our font to be semi-bold. So I'm going to say font semi-bold, and that will make the font the right weight. And as we can see, we are between our design and our text right now, it looks like those are the same size and the same weight, which means I think we have the proper classes for these nav items. Now I could copy and paste all of these classes to all of these nav items, but I'm going to go to my globals. I'm going to set up a little helper to allow us to go ahead and have a class that we can use for all of these nav items. So I'm going to come into my globals. I'm going to say @layer base, and in that base, I'm going to say nav item. And for each of those nav items, we're going to apply the styles for our first one that we did. So I'm going to just copy and paste all of these. So I'm going to cut that out of there, paste that into our apply rule. And now whenever we use the nav item class, it's going to go ahead and apply all of the classes that we have, these Tailwind CSS classes. I'm going to say nav item here, and that should allow that to be applied. And as we can see, if we save, the same thing is true. So that means that instead of writing all those or copying and pasting all those, I can just come to each of my nav items and say class name equals nav item, and that will allow all of those styles to be correctly applied. Now that we have that done, let's focus on our nav itself. So I'm going to say class name here, and we know that this is going to be flexed as well. This is also going to allow us to control the spacing between them. So I'm going to say gap1 to add 1 unit or 4 pixels of spacing between them. We also want to have a little bit of padding here. So I'm going to say P0.5, and that's going to add a little bit of padding there. And as you can see right now, we're actually very close to having things set up the way that we need it to. We just need our border on here as well. So we need a border. That border is going to be white with 15% opacity, so border white /15. And we know we want that to be rounded with the same 100% border radius. So I'm going to say rounded full, and that's going to add the border radius that we need there. Now that we've gotten pretty close to what we want to see, I'm going to switch this back over to our horizontal layout because I want to switch the design out left and right so that we can really see what we're missing from our reference image versus what we're seeing. So I'm going to say side by side here, and that will allow us to see what we're missing in our design versus what we have right now in our code. So one of the things that we're missing is a background for this nav. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in. That's going to be BG white /10 for 10% opacity. We also want a blur, so I'm going to add that backdrop blur, but we're not going to see that right away, and that's fine. So I'm going to say backdrop blur, and that'll add the little bit of blur whenever we eventually scroll this down the page. And of course, our fourth nav item is going to be a little bit different than the other 3. So I see that has a white background instead of the normal transparent background. So I'm going to come down to my fourth nav item. I'm going to add some overrides here. So I'm going to say nav item, and then I'm going to say BG white for that fourth one. The text is going to be our text gray 900 so that the text shows up as the right color. And then from here, we can just add some nice hover effects that aren't obvious in the design, but are something we'll definitely want to add in here. So we can come back to our nav item class and go ahead and directly add those there. That way they're going to automatically apply to all of our nav items. And of course, we're going to override that right here. So I'm going to come back to my globals.css. I'm going to add some hover effects here. So I'm going to say hover. We're going to say BG white 10 to give it 10% opacity when we hover over those. We also want the text to be white when we hover. So I'm going to say hover text white. And then let's go ahead and hover those and see what actually happens when we do that. So, okay, we're getting some nice hover effects, but it's happening right away. We want a little bit of transition there. So I'm going to say transition to add a little bit of a transition effect, and duration 300 to set that transition duration to 300 milliseconds. So as soon as I save that, we should see a nice smooth effect on those hovers. What we know is that our last one is going to be a little strange because I don't think we want that much of a change to happen in our last nav item. So let's go ahead and add the overrides there. Coming back into our header.tsx, we're going to say that when we hover this one, our background is going to be white with 70% opacity. And of course, we're also going to need to set our text color here as well. So hover is going to stay the same, text gray 900. That should make sure that it doesn't change to white. So let's go ahead and hover that. And yeah, that just gives that a little bit of effect where you know that it's being hovered, but it's not changing all the way to white text or a white background. Now it's just going ahead and giving that little bit of a hover effect. Now that we've done that, I think our header looks good to the design. So I'm going to go ahead and overlay it again so that we can make sure that there's no differences, and I'm not seeing any differences. Let's go ahead and go back and forth. We do see a little bit of a difference just because we have a different background in our hero, but other than that, we have a pixel perfect design to the image, and that is working really, really well. Really happy with how our header turned out, which means it's time for us to move on to the next section. Really happy with how our header turned out in the mobile version, but of course we need to go ahead and make sure that it still looks good on the tablet and desktop. So coming over to those designs, let me go ahead and scoot my browser out a bit so we can get a better view of how this is looking on tablet. Now it should be exactly the same. We already know this. So let me go ahead and pull this over and make sure there aren't any differences to my tablet design, and that is looking perfect as well. Scooting over to my desktop design, let's go ahead and pull this over again and see if there are any differences. And I don't see any differences. It is pixel perfect to the design, which is exactly what we wanted. Now that our mobile, tablet, and desktop view are taken care of for the header, let's go ahead and move on to the hero section. Now that we have the header complete, let's talk about the design for the hero section. So what we can see is that we have a Memoji image above an availability little tagline here, and we have a title, description, and a couple of buttons that are stacked on top of each other in the mobile view. Over in the tablet view, we have essentially the same thing. It looks like our text size gets a little bit bigger in this particular section, and we start to really see the effect of the stars that we're eventually going to be animating and rotating around this section. And of course, over in the desktop view, we get an even better look at what those are going to look like. A couple of other things that I'm noticing is that you're going to see a slight fade of the rings that are in the hero section up here on the top and down on the bottom as we move to the next section. So we're going to have to make sure that that is being masked appropriately. And there's also a grain texture that you're going to see popping out in this background. It might be difficult to see, but as we zoom in, you can see it's definitely not just a static color. There is a grain texture that we're going to bring in here as well. And that's just going to make that stand out a little bit more from a regular static gradient color here in design. So that's about it for our hero design. Let's go ahead and jump into the code and see if we can create this. Now that we know what we're after for our hero section, let's go ahead and dive into the code and code section up. The first thing we'll need to go do is go into source/app/page and bring that hero section into our page.tsx by importing hero section from @section/hero, and then just dropping that into our page by just putting the component there. When we save, we should see that the hero section shows up, and indeed that does. But one thing I'm noticing is that the hero section should be below our header, and the reason that's not happening is because the header is currently position relative. It needs to be position fixed like it's going to be once this entire project is done. So I'm actually going to go into my header section and change relative to fixed. That should make sure that the hero section actually comes under our header, and that's exactly what we want to happen. So after I close out header and go into my hero.tsx, then we can just concentrate this code. So I'm going to close out my page, I'm going to close out my sidebar, and we're just going to have the code sitting here. To make this a little bit easier to see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring out my browser, and I'm going to push my reference image to a side-by-side view so we can see what we have on the left and what the reference image is actually showing on the right. That will allow us to work a little more easily without having the overlay there. Now in my section code, I'm going to go ahead and create a container first. So div class name equals container. And that is just basically making sure that our content doesn't touch the left and the right sides of the page. And then inside that, the first part of my content is my image. So I need to import that image. I'm going to import my Memoji image from @/assets/images/memoji-computer.png. And then in order to pull that in, I'm going to also use next/image. So if I start to use image from next/image here, I should be able to click that and import that automatically through most IDEs, including VS Code. And then I can just say that my source is my Memoji image, and I need to add an alt tag, otherwise TypeScript will be upset. So I'm going to say person peeking from behind laptop and add that there. Under that, we have this little available for new projects banner. So I'm going to wrap that in a div. I know I'm going to need a dot, so I'm going to go ahead and place a div for that. And then for my text content, I'm going to place a div. We're going to say available for new projects and save that. And we should see that on the screen, which we do. Under that, we have a semantic H1 tag where we're going to say building exceptional user experiences. And then under that, we have a paragraph where we're going to have some text description. I'm going to copy and paste that from the design that I have, and then I'm going to put the buttons below that. We know that the buttons are going to be top to bottom flexed, so I'm just going to wrap those in a div, and then I'm going to have two button tags. Each button does have some sort of icon or image beside it. So my text is going to need to go in a span tag, and then that is going to allow me to position the icons or whatever's beside it, the button text. So I'm going to say explore my work here. We know that we're going to need to bring in that icon, so I can do that now. I'm going to import my arrow down from @/assets/icon/arrow down.svg. And then that we'll use that as a component. Just going to say arrow there. And then my second button is going to be the Let's Connect button. So I'm going to wrap my text for that in a span tag, Let's Connect. And then within that, we're also going to have our emoji. So I'm going to wrap that in a span tag as well, just for positioning purpose, and go ahead and just select that with my emoji keyboard. On a Mac, that is Control-Command Spacebar to bring up that emoji selector. That's how I would select that. If you have to go online and copy and paste that, feel free to do that as well. Now that we have our content on the page, we can start to style up this section. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give a little bit of padding top and bottom to this section. So I'm going to start out with my padding. PY32 should give me 120 padding top and bottom. Now that looks a little strange. It looks like it actually pushed too much padding into the section. So let's see that after we change the size of our image. So the image, I believe, is going to be about 100 pixels. So I'm going to say class name here, and I'm going to go size. And I don't think Tailwind has a direct 100 pixels. So I'm going to just have to say 100 pixels here, and that should set that to the right size. We can also see that this banner is going to be moved towards the center of the page. So I'm going to have to wrap both the image and the banner itself in a div, and go ahead and set that to a flexed container with the class name of flex, and flex call should push it top to bottom. And then if I say items center, that should center the content of that flexed container. The next thing I'm going to work on is the outer part of this banner. So I'm going to have a class name here, and we're going to say BG gray 950 for the background. We also need a border. So I'm going to say border, and then border gray 800 should be the border color. For the padding left and right, we're going to say PY4, and for the padding top, PX4, and for the padding top and bottom, we're going to say PY 1.5 for 6 pixels of padding top and bottom. We also want this to be flexed as well, so I'm going to say flex right now, just so we make sure we take care of that. The text looks a little bigger than the design, as well as it's a little thin. So I'm going to say class name here, and I'm going to say text small. That should make it smaller. And we also want it to be font semi-bold. That looks a little thick, so I'm going to say font medium. That should thin it up. We also need to style our dots. I'm going to say class here, and that is going to have a green background. So I'm going to say BG green 500 to give it that green background. We need to give it a size. So I'm going to say size 2.5 to give it 10 pixels of size, and then border radius, we're going to set that with rounded full, and that should give that the border radius that we need. Now this does show us that we don't have anything aligned in our flex container. So I'm going to say items center in our flex container. That should align it to the center, and then we need some sort of gap in between here and the text. So I'm going to say gap 4, and that should give it the proper gap. I also need some border radius, so I'm going to say rounded large, and that should give it some borders around this particular section. Now if we overlay our design, we can see if we got this exactly right. So I'm going to come to my reference image and overlaid, and then we can see if it looks exactly right. In fact, we can even go up here and say difference, so that it will highlight the differences for us. And I'm not seeing anything being highlighted right here, which means I think we're exactly right on our design. I'm going to pull that back out to the side by pushing it back to side by side. Now that we've done that, let's move on to our title. So I'm going to give this a class name, and we know that this text is going to be our serif font. So I'm going to say font serif here. And then we also know that it's going to be bigger, so we're just going to start with text 2XL and see how that looks. It's not quite big enough. Let's go with 3XL. That should be the right size. We also want to center the text with text center to make sure that it's in the center of the screen, and we know that it needs to move down as well. So I'm going to start with MT4 and see if that's enough. It doesn't quite look like enough. Let's try 8 if that's the right amount, and it does look like the right amount. Let me go ahead and position my design right on top of my code again and see if that looks perfect according to the design. And it doesn't look like it's quite right. So I'm actually going to switch this to overlay style normal. But you can see that there's a little bit of difference between the design and this text, and that's because we have some letter spacing differences. So I'm going to say tracking wide and see if that's the right size, and it does look like that is what was going on there. Let me push my design back to the side and continue with our description. So in my description, I'm going to say class name equals, and we know that we're going to have some margins. So let's do MT4 for that. Hopefully that pushes it down enough. We also know that's going to be text center to center the text, and then it's going to be lightened up. So I'm going to use text white 60 to lighten that text up. Moving down to our buttons, we know that they need to be flexed top and bottom. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex and flex call. That should flex them top to bottom. And we know that our arrow down needs to be a lot smaller. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a class name of size 4, that should bring the size of that down. Our buttons also need to be inline flexed, so I'm going to say class name equals inline flex, and that should position them side by side with the icons and the text. In order to align our text and our icons to the center, I'm going to say items center, and I also want to give it a little bit of gap between that, so I'm going to say gap 2. That should give the proper gap there. We also know that we're going to need a border around this, so I'm going to say border and border white 15. That should be the proper border, and our flex container right now is flexing to the column direction, but it's not pushing our items to the center properly. So I'm going to say items center here, and that should push this flex container towards the center. For our padding left and right, we're going to use px6. And then for the height of the button, we're going to make it 48 pixels tall with h12. We also want there's to be some border radius, so we're going to say rounded XL, and that will add some border radius to the left and right. And of course, the text itself isn't quite right, so I'm going to say class name equals font semi-bold, and let's see if that is the right font weight, and it does indeed look like it is. Let's go ahead and move these buttons down a little bit from our content with MT8 on our wrapper container. And let's then work on our second button, and then we can overlay the design and see if we got it exactly right. So for our second button, we're going to say class name here, and we're going to use a lot of our styles from before. So we're certainly going to use inline flex. We want our items to go to the center. We want there still to be a gap 2. I don't know if we want a border on this or not. I think we still do. So we'll say border, but the border is going to be white in this case. And then we want the background to be white, so BG white. We also want the text color to be the text gray 900. That will allow it to be the right text color. We want the font to be semi-bold, so class name equals font. Oops, I want that to be down below there, so let's go back. We want the font to be semi-bold, so I'm going to say class name equals font semi-bold there. And then we want there to be some padding top and bottom and left and right. So we can use that same H12 to give it that 48 pixels tall, and then PX6 should give it the right padding left and right. We can also use the border radius rounded XL, and that should give it the right border radius as well. We know that we want this to be split between these two buttons. So I'm just going to take my flex container here and say gap 4, and hopefully that's the right level of spacing between those two. So let's see if we got this right. Let me go take my design image, and I'm going to overlay this again and see if it is a pixel perfect fit. And indeed it is. So this has been exactly pixel perfect to the design so far. The mobile view doesn't yet have the rings or the stars that you can see in the design, but that's okay because we are going to worry about that when we get to our desktop version of this section. So let's go ahead and move over to the tablet version, and let's see what's different over there. And it looks like there's still quite a bit of difference in our tablet version. So let's go ahead and pull our image over to side by side so that we can see what's actually different. One of the things that's different is we certainly have a difference in padding on the top and bottom with our image versus what we're seeing on the design. So let's go ahead and add that in to our hero section. So we're going to come up here where it says PY32, and we're going to say when it gets to the medium size, we're going to say PY48. That should take care of the padding difference. We also have a font size difference as well. So that's going to be the H1. That's going to be a different font size when we get up to this tablet size. So let's use medium here as a modifier and say text 5XL. Hopefully that'll be the right font size that we see here. It looks like we also have a little bit of a difference in the max size or some sort of container around the content whenever we get to this tablet size. So let's see if we can add that in as well around all of our content. So right now we have this as part of our content. We also have our heading and our paragraph, and then we have our buttons. So I'm just going to add this container right now around our H1 and our P, because those are really the content pieces that are going to flow outside and be too wide for our design. So I'm going to go ahead and create a div right here, and I'm going to put the ending div right after our paragraph. And then for this one, we're going to say class name equals, and then we're going to give it a max width. So I'm going to say max width large, and that should give it a max of 512 pixels. Let me save that. And it looks like that does about do it, but of course it's not in the center of the screen. So let me say MX auto, and that should give the margin left and right the auto CSS rule that they need. The font size for the description is also a little bit different, so it seems like we need to bump that up as well. So I'm going to say here we have this as the base font size. Let's go ahead and flip that in the medium screen size to text large and see if that looks like the design. And it looks like it does indeed look like the design. We also see that our buttons are now left and right. So let's go ahead and flip that around as well by taking this flex column container and then saying on the medium size, we're going to say flex row. That should put our buttons left and right. We'll need to put this in the center of the screen as well with justify center, and that should put the buttons in the center of the screen. This looks like it's very close to our design right now. So let's go ahead and overlay our design image and let's see if there are any differences that stand out. And it doesn't look like there are, so I'm going to go ahead and keep that actually overlaid as we go over to our desktop design, where we can see if we need to make additional changes. And it does indeed look like our desktop design has some additional changes that we need to make. So I'm going to pull out my browser window a little bit. I'm going to put my reference image over to the side, and let's see what else we need to take care of. So one of the things we need to take care of is, of course, our padding top and bottom once again just gets increased. So let's go ahead up to the top of our hero section and give this a large modifier. And we'll say there, we're going to say have a padding top and bottom of 60, which should give it 240 pixels top and bottom. That looks like it's now correct. I'm not seeing any other things that look like they've changed right offhand, but it'll be a lot easier to tell once we overlay the design on top of our code. And it does look like nothing has changed with the content part of this section. Now that we've taken care of the content part of the hero section, it's time for us to go over the different effects that really make this section pop. So if I pull out my design to a side-by-side view and we look at that, we can see that there are a couple of layers. So underneath everything, there is a grain layer. That's just giving a little bit of a grain effect to these rings here. And then you have the rings that are on top of that layer. And then on top of those rings, you have stars. So we're going to take care of all three of those layers by positioning those different things absolutely over under our content. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and slide my browser window back over a little bit so it gives us a little bit more room to see our code. And then we're going to make sure that we're importing our grain layer. So I'm going to import my grain image, and that's going to be from @assets/images/grain.jpg. And then we're going to position it underneath all of our content. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to make the outer wrapper relative, and that's going to allow me to drop a positioned absolute div in here. So I'm going to say class name equals absolute inset 0 will make it as big as the relative container. And then for our style, we're going to basically say the background image is going to be equal to a URL of grain image.source. And that should make the background be that grain image that we've imported. Now, if we go over to our newly updated portfolio site, we can see that that's not looking too great. And that's perfectly fine. We just need to put the grain underneath everything, and then we need to reduce the opacity a lot so that you don't see it very much at all over the background. So the first thing we're going to do is create a Z index on our relative container. So I'm going to say Z0. That's just going to reset the index, the Z index, and that's going to allow us to basically give this a negative index so that it falls below everything else. So I'm just going to give this a negative Z, let's just say 30, and that should make it come below all of our content. And then the only other thing that we need to do there after that is done is ensure that our grain image also has a very light opacity. So I am going to also do that with opacity 5, and that should give that a 5% opacity to where you can barely see it. And in fact, you won't really be able to see it until we start adding our rings on top of that grain pattern. The next thing we're going to do is go ahead and add in our rings on top of that grain pattern. So we're going to have another set of absolutely positioned rings. So I'm going to go ahead and create the first one of those. I'm going to say div class name equals absolute inset 0. And this is going to be the first innermost ring. It looks like it's going to have a height and width of about 620 pixels. So let's say size, and then I'm going to give it a custom value of 620 pixels. We're also going to give this a border. So we're going to say border 2 to give that a border with a width of 2. In order to move it to the center of the page, we need to say top 1/2, left 1/2, and then we need to pull it back with a translation. So I'm going to say negative translate x 1/2, negative translate y 1/2, and that will actually pull it back towards the center of our section. In order to make it an actual circle, we can give it a 9999 pixel border radius, and that's going to be with rounded full to give it that 100% border radius. Of course, it's not white, it's actually a very light emerald 300 color, so we're going to give this a border emerald 300/5, 5% opacity, so very, very light. And then we're also going to say that it has an inner shadow as well. So we're going to give it a shadow of 0, 0, 80 pixels, so it doesn't move any in the X or the Y direction, but it does have 80 pixels of blur, and it's also inset. So those are the things that are added there. And then to give it the right color, we're going to say shadow emerald 300/5 again for 5% opacity on that shadow. That should take care of our ring, and as you probably noticed, all the next rings are going to have almost the exact same styles. The only thing that's really going to change is the size of the ring. So we can actually take this and we can make sure that it is put in a utility class in order to be able to use this class again instead of rewriting all of these styles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut all of these styles that we've created here, and I'm going to come into my directory and I'm going to go to my globals.css, and then we're going to add this in the base layer. So we're going to say hero ring, and then we're going to apply all the class names that we've given here. So it's essentially going to apply absolute, our inset 0, our border 2, top left, our translation, our border radius, the colors, the shadows, all of that will be applied with this hero ring class, and that's what we'll go ahead and save that, and then we'll come back into our hero and we'll say hero ring, and that should apply the same styles. You shouldn't see any change over here after we save both of those. That will just work. So that means that we can go ahead and apply another hero ring just by going ahead and giving this the same classes and then just changing the size. The next one's going to go up to an 820 pixel ring, so we'll go ahead and add that. The next one is going to go to a 1020 pixel ring, so we'll copy and paste that into a 1020 pixel ring. And then the final one is going to be 1220 pixels. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste that and make that our 1220 pixels. Now let's go ahead and scoot this over a little bit just so we can get a little bit of a better view. I know it's kind of hard to see because it's such a light effect, but it really shines. The rings really add just another level of depth to this hero section. What I'll do now is I'll just go ahead and double check that our rings are in the right position by overlaying the design on top of our rings. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this to overlaid again, and you can see that you're not seeing any difference in the way that the rings are aligned in the design versus what we have in our current code. So that is working very well. In fact, if we switch over to difference, we should be able to see that essentially we don't have much difference here at all, except for, of course, our stars, which are quite a bit different between the two designs. The last thing we'll do in this section before we move forward on to the next one is to go ahead and add our stars. So I'm going to move this back to side by side, and this shows us that we just have our rings. I think we can move the section content a little bit side to side, so I want to ensure that we don't have any problems with that. So I'm going to say overflow X clip, and that should clip things to make sure that we don't have any way to scroll side to side. And I think that took care of that problem. Back looking at our design, we see that the third layer that we have to add to this hero section is these stars. Now, what makes these stars so complex? They normally wouldn't be, because we could just position them absolutely outside the content and tell them how much to offset and they would be fine. But we want to prepare them for the animation that we're going to eventually do to rotate them not only independently around themselves, but also have them orbit the header. And that's really where the complexity of these stars is going to come from. So let's go ahead and talk about how we're going to implement these so that we can handle both of those cases. So the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and bring in my star icon and actually get it onto the page. So I'm going to import my star icon from @/assets/icons/star.svg, and that will give me my star. And then of course I'm going to position it absolutely. So I'm going to say div class name equals absolute, and we'll go ahead and also put the star icon inside of that. So star icon, and then go ahead and save that and see where it shows up. Now it's showing up right here on the left-hand side. So let me go ahead and at least make sure it has the right color and size, and then we'll worry about how we're going to position it inside of our hero section. So I'm going to say class name equals, and I'm going to say size 28. That should make it big enough. And then we're going to say text emerald 300, and that should make it the right color, since this is an SVG that takes the fill color from the text color. In order to position it towards the center of the page, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to use this wrapper container to get it towards the center of the page. So I'm going to use the same technique that I used before. I'm just going to say left 1/2, top 1/2, and then negative translate X 1/2, negative translate Y 1/2, and that should get it towards the center of the page, which of course it does. Now in order to see this box, I'm going to go ahead and give it a red border. So I'm going to say border red 500, and that should give it a red border that we see here. And we also want another box around our star, and I'll show you why in a second, because we want 2 axes for it to be able to rotate around. So I'm going to say div class name equals, and we're going to also give this one a border. So border and border red 500, just so that we can see how these are working together. Now the first box, the outer box, is actually going to set the size of our orbit. So what I mean by that is it's going to set the distance from the center of the hero. So let's go ahead and give this a size of 800 pixels. So I'm going to say size, I'm going to give this a custom value of 800 pixels. That should give it a height and width of our 800 pixels. Then after we've given that the size of 800 pixels, I want to make sure that this is inline flex, because I only want it to wrap around the star itself. So I'm going to say inline flex here, and hopefully that will just wrap it around the star itself. So you can see that we have this big box, and then we have a little box inside of it. This gives us a lot of options about what we do and how we rotate this star. So first of all, I'm going to show you how we would rotate the star itself by going ahead and giving an animation to this outer box. So let me show you this real quick. So I'm going to say animate spin and save that. And you can see that we have that animation there. And just to slow this down a little bit, I'm also going to give this a custom animation duration. So I'm going to say animation duration of, let's just say 5 seconds. And hopefully that will slow that down a bit, which it does. And then to rotate our outer box, as in an orbit around our hero section, we can also give this an animation of spin. So I'm going to say animate spin, and the same thing is true here. I'm going to say animation duration, and let's just give this a 30-second duration just so it goes nice and slow for us. So let's go ahead and do that. And you can see that is starting to change, but it's not changing the way that we want it to. And that's essentially because we have 2 things at play right here. The animation will try and do some transforms, and these translates are also trying to do transforms. So we have to separate those layers out a little bit and put those on separate layers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these rules right here, the size, the animate, the border, and I'm going to put it inside of our absolute box. So I'm going to put that right here. So div class name equals, and just copy and paste those same rules inside of there, and then go ahead and paste that inside here. Okay, and now we have essentially an orbit, which is being handled by this, a centering, which is being handled by this layer, and then an individual rotation and animation that's being handled right here. So these 3 things together are eventually going to handle the entire animation of our stars. This outer positioning box, then we have an inner size box, an orbit box I would call it, and then inside of that we have the individual wrapper that's going to animate our element itself, and then we have the actual element itself. Now, wouldn't it be great if we could go ahead and create a component out of this so that we could use this time and again and not have to think about all the rules that we have to create in order to make this work. And that's, of course, exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and create a component out of this, but first I'm going to take off the animation because we're not worried about animation right now. We're going to come back to that in the future. So we'll go ahead and take off those animations, and then we're going to put all of this inside of a component in order to make this very reusable. In order to do that, let me go ahead and slide my browser window over a little bit so that we get some more space to work with. I'm going to open up my sidebar and go into my components folder. And in this case, I'm going to call this a hero orbit is what I'm going to call it. So I'm going to go ahead and give a new file here. I'm going to call this hero orbit.tsx. And for that hero orbit, I'm going to export a const of hero orbit, and we're going to make that return the JSX that we have inside of our hero. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of this, copy it, and bring it over to our hero orbit and just paste it right into here. Now, of course, what we put in the center, we're going to make the children of this component. So it's just going to have essentially a slot for us to drop a child into there, and that's going to make sure that it is created the way that we want it to be. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and bring in our children prop. And in order to make TypeScript recognize that, we can just say props with children from React, and that will allow us to use that. And then we'll just go ahead and cut this and just make that say children. And that will be the slot where we'll stick that child. The other thing that we're going to want to be able to control from outside this as a prop is, of course, we're going to want to be able to set the size of the orbit container itself. So this size right here, we're going to want to be able to control it from outside of the component. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a size prop. And that size, we're going to go ahead and make that with TypeScript. That size is going to be a number is fine. And we can go ahead and insert that in here. So what we'll do is we'll say the style of this is going to be equal to height, and that's going to be size pixels. And then we're also going to do the same thing with width. So width is going to be equal to size pixels. And then we don't have to put this size 800 pixels here anymore. We can just let the component, the user of the component, control the size of the hero orbit. So I'm going to save that. And for now, this is going to be all we're going to do with this component. So I'm going to come back into my hero, and I'm going to use my hero orbit component. So I'm going to just say hero orbit and wrap that around my star icon, which is going to be the children. And right now it's going to say, yes, you should have a size prop, which of course I know. So I'm going to say size equals 800, and that's going to be the height and width of this container. The other thing we're going to want to be able to do is rotate this container as well. So the way that we're going to position, let me pull out this again and I'll kind of give an example here, but the way that we're going to position this star around where it's supposed to be in this orbit is with some rotation. So if I were to take this hero orbit right now, let's go in here and let's just do a simple rotation. So let's take this div, for example, and let's just say rotate 6. You can see that now it's rotated 6 degrees, and the same thing is true of 12, or I could rotate that 45 degrees. And so that's how we're going to handle exactly where the position is supposed to be. So we essentially have two things going on here. We have size and we have rotation that's going to get it into the position that it needs to be in order for it to get to the right spot. So that also means that we're going to have another prop to be able to set what degree rotation this should be at. So I'm going to say rotation, and that's going to be a prop as well. So it's got to be in here in TypeScript's definitions. So rotation, in fact, we can just put this like this. So number, rotation is also a number. It's going to be required. And then we're going to rotate this center one by the rotation that we have right here. So I'm going to say rotate, instead of rotate 45, we're going to say the style is going to be transform, and then we're going to say rotate, and that's going to be whatever that rotation is, rotation degrees, and that's going to tell it how far to rotate. Now, as soon as we save that, we of course don't have a rotation inside of our hero.tsx, so this is going to throw an error and say, hey, you need rotation. We know that, of course, so we'll say rotate just to test this out, and we'll say 45 and see if that, or excuse me, rotation 45, and we'll see if that works. And indeed it does, which means that now we just have to figure out what our rotation should be for this particular orbit. The easiest way I can think to do that is to go ahead and overlay our design on top, and then we'll rotate this box until it lines up with this right here. So let's see if we can do -45 and see where it's at. Okay, so -55, it's getting closer, 65, 75. So I'm a little bit past. Let's try 70, 1 or 2. And 72 looks like it's it. The difference though is that we also have the star inside that doesn't change position. We want it to be perfectly upright given the rotation that we've given it. So essentially we need to have the outer layer rotating, and then the inner layer needs to have a rotation that's exactly the opposite to get it back to being directly upright. So we can do that. We can come inside of our hero orbit, and we just need to rotate this layer exactly the opposite of whatever this rotation is right here. So let's try that. So we give this a style, and we'll give this a transform. And that's going to say rotate, rotation times -1 degrees. And let's see if that enables it to be there. That is almost perfect. The only thing that's making it a little bit different is basically the fact that we have the extra size of the borders themselves. So the borders are actually adding 1 pixel each, and that's actually offsetting this star so that it isn't in perfect position. So there's a couple of things we could do here. I mean, I was just trying to explain this to you. That's why I have the borders in there in the first place. So let's see if we take those borders off, if the star actually lines up perfectly. So let me go ahead and save that without that first border, and let's save that without that second border, and let's see where that aligns our star. And that looks like it's exactly in perfect position. So now we know exactly what we need to do. For each of these stars, we essentially need to know the size of the orbit, and then we need to know the rotation that we need to rotate the star so that it lines up with the star that's in our design. And of course, we need to know the size of the star itself. So all those things, 3 things are going to come into play to allow us to get these stars all in alignment with our design. Okay, so let's go back into our hero.tsx and let's add another star. So I'm going to add another hero orbit, and we're going to try and get this star here at the top. This is going to be the one that we're going to try and use here. So it looks like the size of this is about 550 pixels. So I'm going to say size equals 550, and the rotation, we'll see what it here is here in a second. The star icon itself, we're going to have a class name of size 12, it looks like. And of course, we all do want to have that text emerald 300 to make sure that it's the right color. And then for rotation, for now, we're just going to say 0 because we're not sure exactly what that's going to be yet. So let's see where that's placed. It looks like it's placed over here, so it's not too far off. Let's go ahead and start rotating it and see if we can get it in the right position. So 10, let's try 15. Okay, not quite. Try 20. And it looks like 20 degrees is the rotation that we needed for that particular star. So that one is in location. So we had size, we had rotation, the size of the star itself. All those we were able to use in order to get that one lined up. So the third one is going to be over to the right side. That's going to be this little one over here. It looks like it is a size of 32 pixels. And the size of the orbit looks like it's about 590 pixels. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this orbit right here. And let's create our third star. And we're going to go ahead and give that the 590. And rotation, once again, is going to be 0 for now until we find out what that is. And then for this one, it's going to be 8 for our 32 pixel size. So we can see that that's located right here right now. We want to get it all the way over to here. So let's start rotating it and see what happens. Let's start with 45 now, because we know it's going to be pretty far. And let's try 90. To get it over a little bit closer. That looks like it's getting very close. So let's give it 100, and we're a little past. So let's go ahead and come down. So 98, and it looks like 98 degrees is exactly where we need that to be. The size is right, the size of the orbit is right. And so that looks like our third star is now in location. The next few orbits are going to be our sparkles. So let's go ahead and pull this design out one more time so that we can have a better look at it and scroll over. So these right here, these are the sparkles. So they're a little bit different than the stars because they don't have those curved interior. So you can see how it has this curved interior right here. The sparkles have this kind of straight edge, and then the splines come out. I don't know exactly what you call those, but we'll call them splines. Those come out from that. So that's what's happening with these sparkles. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different ones of these. So we're going to start with the interior ones and see if we can take care of those. And then we'll move on to these exterior ones as well. There's another difference in these in that they're going to have some opacity. So these regular stars were full color, but now these ones are going to have some opacity so that they kind of show through the background a little bit. So these aren't going to be quite as in your face as our normal stars are. So we'll take care of all that in our code. We know that we're still going to need hero orbits. So that's going to work the same way. The only difference is now instead of bringing in a star icon and giving it a color of Emerald 300, we're going to bring in the sparkle icon and we're going to give it a color of Emerald 300 with an opacity of 20. So it's going to be a little bit different there. So let's first bring in our sparkle icon and see if we can get that on the page. We can go ahead and import sparkle icon from @/assets/icon/sparkle. And then we're going to go ahead and put that inside of a hero orbit and just see how it shows up. So go ahead and put sparkle icon. Looks like we can go ahead and leave the size as 8 for this one. We're going to have the orbit be 430 pixels. So it's definitely going to be a smaller orbit than our last one. So let's see how this shows up right away. We should see a nice bright one over here as we're looking. So I think this one right here, let's set the rotation back to 0 as well. And go ahead and save that again. And then let's go ahead and overlay the design because I really want to see which one we're targeting so that we can see when we get our rotation perfect. And it looks like this is the one that's we're actually targeting right here. So we need to pull our sparkle back so that it aligns right over here. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to set the rotation to -20, and that was too much. So let's try -15 and see how close we get. We're almost there. Let's try -14. That looks like it's right there. And we're also seeing that it's definitely too bright. So let me try that with a /20 to give it the opacity that we need. It looks like that does do it with the right opacity. So that worked well. Let's go ahead and add another one to another orbit. So I'm going to go ahead and add another hero orbit with another sparkle icon. We'll set the rotation right now to 0. This one should be about 440 pixels. And let's see where we can line this one up. And it's also a size of 20 pixels, which means we're going to say size 5. It's even smaller. It looks like it's going to be this one right over here. So let's go ahead and see if we can rotate that over into the right position. So let's start with a rotation of 90 and see if that gets close. It's close. We got to come back a little bit. So let's come back to 80. We're really close. 79. 79 looks like that's the right rotation. It's the right color. It's the right size. So that one is taken care of. The third one we're going to want to do, I think, is this one down here. So let's see if we can get that one in place. Let's go ahead and add another orbit. This orbit is going to be 530 pixels, it looks like. So let's try and do 530. And for our starting rotation, we'll go ahead and leave it at 90 just so we can start to see. It looks like it's coming around right here. We're going to increase the size of that one. So it's going to be 40 pixels. So we'll use size 10 for that one. And then we'll just continue to rotate it. Let's try 180 and see how close that gets. And 180 is actually really close. Looks like it's a little bit past. Let's try 178 and see. And that looks like it's right on. So that's one right here. That's definitely right on the money. And then for our fourth sparkle, that's going to be the one that's over here. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this one more time and grab this with a size of 710. And this is also going to be a little bit bigger. So this one is going to say that it is 56 pixels. So definitely bigger. So we're definitely overshooting this one a bit. So let me pull this back to 150 and see how close we get with that. Okay, so that's pretty good. 148 maybe. 45 pulls it back even further. 43 overshot it. So 144 should be right on the money. And it looks like that is correct. Now we have all 4 sparkles on there. So that's number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. The only other thing that we have left to do is there's a couple of circles in our orbit as well. So I can see a circle up here to the right. It's kind of hard to see. A circle over here and a circle over here. So let me pull out the design so it's a little bit easier to see where those are at. And then I'm going to overlay them again just so we can get them in the right spot. So you can see a circle there, you can see a circle there, and we can see a circle there as well. So we'll need to put all of those in position. So let's go ahead and overlay our design one more time. And then we'll go ahead and start getting these circles in position. So we need hero orbits again, but instead of having the sparkle icon inside them, now we're just going to have circles. And circles we can create without any kind of SVG at all. We can just use divs for those. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to copy this over. I'm going to change this rotation. Let's just start with 0 on this one. Let's make the size of the orbit 720 pixels. And then this one's just going to be a div with a class name of, it's actually going to be 12 by 12 pixels. So it's going to be size 3. We're going to have probably the same BG Emerald 300. And then we also want to ensure that we have rounded full for this. So we can, if we wanted to, we could create kind of a utility class to have these circles, but I don't think we're going to be repeating this enough, or there's going to be enough classes for that to warrant that. So I'm just going to leave this as is for now and see if we see that showing up anywhere on our page. And I do think I'm seeing it right here. Let's start rotating it and seeing if there's anywhere that we can put it. So let's give it a rotation of, let's just say 20. Okay, so it looks like it's actually the exterior one. It's this outer one right up here, and we're going to need to rotate it all the way past around the border of our page all the way over to here. So let's try this with actually at 90 degrees, and we overshot it by just a bit. So let's bring that back to 88 and then 86, and we're almost right on the money. 85. Looks like we're not quite getting there with this one. This one might be a little bit of a different size or rotation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back into my hero orbit. I'm going to add a couple of outlines in order for me to be able to see where my different boxes are. So I'm going to say outline. And the reason I'm using outline right now is because it doesn't take up any extra space like the border did. So it's not going to throw me for a loop and make it look like something is not working. That is a lot of outlines that we have there, but we know that what we're looking at is right up here. So this is the one that we're trying to see. And then the same thing is true for this. I'm going to say outline, outline 1, and then outline red 500. And that should hopefully show me what my internal box is doing. And it looks like it's not all the way over for some reason inside of my external box. It's very interesting to me because we have these divs, and I was expecting that they would always be to the very side of these different boxes. If that is the case, I wonder if we can add a flex rule here and get them to align. It doesn't look like that's the case unless we say items start and justify start, and that might push all of our items to the very top left of our boxes. And it does look like that works. So by flexing this container, we were able to get our circle to align exactly where we needed it to align in this hero orbit. So I'm going to take off my outlines again because we don't need those anymore. Those are more confusing than anything at this point, but we do have some additional classes that we'll leave on that will align our items in the right spots. And then when I do that, I can see that I've now lined up my circle perfectly. It was just a problem with the hero orbit that was causing the problem before. There's 2 more circles that we're going to need to place. One is going to be over here on the left, over towards the top left, and one is going to be more towards the center here. So let me see if we can get those in place, and then we will have these all in place to be able to take a look at our responsive designs and make sure we didn't mess anything up. So the first one I'm going to say 0 is going to be our rotation for now. We know that this is going to be a bit different. It's going to be 520 on our size of our orbit, and then the actual size of the circle is going to be 2. So that's going to make that smaller. So this is this right here. We're going to rotate that backwards until we hit this right here. So I'm going to say negative 45, and that almost, it overshot it by just a bit. So let's try 42, and we're getting closer, 41, and we're right on the money with 41. So that is where we want to put that one, and we'll copy and paste this one real quick and set this back to 0, set the size to 650. It's a little bit bigger than our last orbit, and that is going to wind up right here. We just need to hit right to here. So I'm looking at negative 10 as a potential. Looks like we overshot that by a bit. So let's try negative 5, and that's right in the money. Looks like all of our orbits are now in place. That is a lot of orbits, but the nice thing about doing this with a repeatable component is that, of course, we didn't need to repeat this code every single time. That would have been really nasty to do. And of course, we were able to take in just a couple of props and then change the styles of our code to make that all work well. And of course, when it comes to the animation, that's also going to allow us to change all of our animations in one spot as well, to ensure that with a couple of props, we should be able to easily adjust how our animations work as well. Now that all that's done, let's go ahead and see if there's anything else we need to clean up from our design. So we're going to go back through all of the responsive views as we're seeing them side by side and kind of do a little bit of a check as we wipe over and see if there's anything that looks out of place. One of the things that I'm seeing as we go into the mobile view is it doesn't look like we can actually click any of our header items. And it almost looks like there's a star sitting on top of, in our coded design, the nav bar when it should be underneath. Now that is a definite difference, and I think that has to do with the Z index of our fixed navigation on the top. So let's go back into our header and let's see if we can give this a different Z index here up where it says fixed. So I'm going to give this a Z index of 10 and let's see if that brings it up above our star. And it looks like it does. So that is going to make this actually look like it is clickable, which is going to be what we want in our coded template. The other thing that I'm seeing as we get to the bigger views is these rings start to actually move out of the section itself and actually go into the next section. You can see that there's rings here, and as we scroll over with our view to see what the design actually has. So this is our coded on the left, and this is the actual design on the right. And I think that the design does not have the rings coming down into, actually, let me go ahead and make this reference image full opacity. So yeah, the coded or the design does not have the rings coming into the next section, but our version does. So we're definitely going to have to fade those out at the top and the bottom. So let me go ahead and figure out how we want to do that. That's probably going to be with a mask that we need to overlay this entire, anything that's in the background, we're going to want to overlay that with a mask. So over in our code, let's get out of our header section, come back to our hero, and then in our hero, we're going to want to wrap anything that would be in the background with a mask so that we can fade it out as we get to the bottom of our section. So let's see if we can do that. The first thing I want to do is go ahead and wrap all of our background items within a div. So I'm going to say div class name equals absolute inset 0. So that makes it the same size as everything else, or actually of this same size as the section. I'm going to wrap that ending div around our last hero orbit. So we have all of our hero orbits inside here. We have all of our rings inside here. We even have our grain effect inside of this one div, and that's going to allow us to control that div with a mask. So we're going to say here is mask image, and we're going to give it a linear gradient, and it's going to go from top to bottom, and it's going to start at transparent. It's going to go to black at 10%. It's going to end at black at 70%. And then it's going to go to transparent again. So essentially, it's going to come in with a pretty quick fade, and then it's going to go out with a much smoother, longer fade from 70% to transparent again. So as soon as I save that, let's see as we pull over this tablet view a little bit what that shows. And so now you can see, instead of seeing the rings go all the way down, they're actually going to fade out at the bottom of the section. And that's exactly what we wanted to see from our coded template. So let me go ahead and change my reference image again just to bring it down in opacity a bit so that we're seeing it with some different opacity. Let me go ahead and close that out and come over to my desktop design, make sure I'm seeing the same thing. So we do see that this section also looks like it now fades out at the bottom, and of course fades out a little bit at the top, just gives it a really nice effect. With that being done, I think we have wrapped up all of our hero section for all of our responsive designs, which means that we can move on to the next section. Back over in our design, now that we're moving past the hero section, let's look at what the next part we're going to have to do is, and that's going to be this featured projects section. And we're going to show 3 different featured projects with dates and companies and titles with a couple of checkboxes and of course the button to visit the live site there. And that's going to be essentially what this featured projects section is going to hold. First, we're going to code it statically. So we're going to get it looking like this. And then when we come back and do our animations, that's where we're going to make it sticky and stick to the top of the page. But of course, in the design, we can't show that. So this is what this is going to do. Coming over into the tablet view, it's going to look a little bit different. The screen is definitely going to be a little bit bigger. The button is going to be aligned to the left, and our font sizes will have come up a little bit. So that'll be the difference in the tablet view. So you can see all of those top to bottom. And then in the desktop view, we switch our layout a little bit in this featured projects section. So you can see that now the screen will come over to the right and we are going to have our content to the left. One minor thing about this section that you might notice is that this border is not a true border because it doesn't sit outside of our box. It actually sits inside of our box. And how I know that is if I zoom in, you can actually see the content of the card inside of the border, and you can actually see that it overlaps the content here as well. So this is actually going to be an outline, not a true border around these cards. It's going to be just an important detail that I just wanted to point out in the design that we're going to recreate in our code. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into our code. Back in our code, let's go ahead and hook up the featured projects section. So it looks like it's going to be this projects here, and it's going to be the projects section. So I'm going to come into my app/page.tsx and import my projects section from @/projects, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring that in here with projects section, just adding it onto my page. As soon as we save that, we should be able to see that it's added projects section here. And of course, we don't want an overlay as we're working through our initial design. So I'm going to take my reference image and pull it off to side by side, and then just pull this out a little bit so that we can see what's going on in our coded template versus what we're seeing in our design to make sure that they match up very nicely. Once we're back in our project section, I'm going to close out my page.tsx because we're done there. And I'm going to also close out my sidebar to give my code a little more room. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. What you can see here is that I've already included the data for the portfolio projects here. So we don't need to include that. We're just going to have to go ahead and create the code for it. So starting in here, I'm going to erase my projects section. I'm going to create a container with div class name equals container to hold my content in from the sides of the page. And then inside that container, I know that I'm going to have a little eyebrow there. That eyebrow I'm going to create with a paragraph tag. It's going to say real world results. Below that eyebrow, I'm going to have the title of the section, which we're going to create with a semantic h2 tag. We're going to say featured projects. And then below that, we're going to have the description for the section, and it's going to say, see how I transformed concepts into engaging digital experiences. I'm going to paste that into my paragraph here and delete the extra space and go ahead and see that is shown on the page. Below that, we're going to have our projects themselves. So for each project, we're going to have a div along with a div that's going to wrap all of them. So we're going to go ahead and create a div that's going to wrap all of them. And then we're going to map over our portfolio projects with a simple map function. So I'm going to say portfolio projects.map. And for each project, we're going to go ahead and display some data here. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a wrapping div. And then inside that div, of course, we'll want a key to ensure that we have everything lined up the way that React likes it to be. So we'll say project.title will be the key for each project. And then inside that, we're going to want to have some data. So inside that, we're going to have a div. In that div, we're going to have the company name. So we're going to say project.company. And of course, we're also going to have the year in there as well. So I'm going to say project.year. Those two are going to be in there, and we can wrap those in span tags so that we can ensure that we can split those and flex those together and wrap those in span tags to ensure that we have those so that we can style them later. Below that, we're going to have the title for the project. So I'm going to make that an H3, a semantic H3 tag. I'm going to say project.title, and that should put the title on all of those. And then below that title, we're going to want to have our checkboxes and our button, and eventually our image as well. So for our checkboxes, we're going to go ahead and give that a UL. And then for each of our checkboxes, we can map over our results and output the title of those. So we're going to say project.results.map, and then we'll say result to a separate LI, and that list item will output the result.title. So we're going to say result.title, and that will ensure that we have all of those put in our page as content as well. Above that UL, we are going to have a horizontal rule that's just going to split the list and the H3. So I'm going to just go ahead and add that in. Just HR is our horizontal rule there. And then below that, we're going to have a button. So I'm going to say button there, and that's going to say view live site. And that's also going to be wrapped in a link. And that link is going to come from our project as well. So project.link, and that's going to allow us to be able to see those. We also know that we're going to have an image below that. So I'm going to go ahead and use my next image by selecting it from here so that it gets imported. The source is going to be our project.image, and the alt tag will probably just be the project.title, and that should allow that image to show up for each of those. So we have our images, we have all of the information that we need, and then we need to figure out how we're going to style this section so that everything shows up like it should. Now that we have our content on the page, it's time to get to the styling. So the first thing I'm going to do is ensure that our real world results shows up like it should. So I'm going to give this a class name, and we know that there's a couple things we're going to need to do this. One is going to be transform it to uppercase. So I'm going to say uppercase here. We also know that we're going to make it bold or semi-bold. It looks like that is going to be semi-bold. So we're going to say font semi-bold to make it the right font weight. We want that to also have a wider letter spacing. So it's going to be tracking widest to give it the right letter spacing. And in order to make this show up as a gradient in the background, we're going to say BG gradient to right, and we're going to say from Emerald 300 to Sky 400, and that will make our BG gradient show up. And then we need to say text transparent, and then we can say BG clip text, and that should enable our gradient to just be around our text. The problem with doing it the way that we've just done this is, even though we can say text center and get the text to the center of the page, we have a problem because our gradient doesn't go from all the way to the left to the R over to the S. It actually extends the entire way across the screen, which is just going to make the gradient look like it isn't that pronounced when we get a wider screen. So what we want to be able to do is we just want to be able to flex this paragraph towards the center of the screen so that we can ensure that the gradient is just wrapping the words and not under the entirety of the screen itself. So what I'm going to do that is just ensure that we have that working by going ahead and removing our clip text and text transparent to see where that gradient actually is. And then I'm going to wrap this paragraph in a div, and I'm going to flex that div. I'm going to say class name equals flex, and then we're going to say justify center. So that should make sure that the gradient is only wrapping the words. And then once we've done that, we can add in our BG clip text and text transparent again, and that'll ensure that the gradient is very pronounced in the real world results eyebrow. Below that, we have our title, so we need to go ahead and add our art styles to this as well. So I'm going to give this a class name. We know that the font is going to be serif. It's going to be our title font. The text size is obviously going to come up, so I'm going to say text 3XL, and hopefully that's the right size. Looks like it is. Our text is going to be centered on the screen, and we also know that we're going to have some margin to push it down. So I'm going to say MT6 for our 24 pixels of margin. That should push that down. Below that is our description. So let's go ahead and give this a class as well. We are going to make sure that it is centered with text center. We also want to ensure that it is a little bit lighter. So I'm going to say text white 60, and that's going to be that 60% opacity. And we're also going to give this some margin, MT4 for 16 pixels of margin to push it down from our featured project's title. Moving beyond that, we have our cards for each of our projects. So this is going to be a little bit trickier than just our eyebrow and our title, but let's see how we can style these to ensure that they are properly styled. So the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and give our wrapping div a class name of flex call that will ensure that we have full control of the spacing between, and of course we want some margin on the top of this as well. So I'm going to say MT 10, and let's see if that moves it down enough. It looks like it does for now. Then moving into our card itself, let's go ahead and give this a class name, and we know that this is going to have a lighter background. So this is going to be a BG Gray 800 instead of 900. That's just going to give it that lighter background. It's also going to have some border radius, so that's going to be a rounded 3XL. We already talked about the fact that we're going to have an outline inside all of these cards. That's going to be this lighter outline that you see over here on our design. So we can use an after element, or an after pseudo element, I should say, in order to create that outline. In order to do that, we'll say that this is going to be relative so that we can absolutely position that after pseudo element. So this is relative, and then we're going to say after content, and then we're going to give this an empty string. That's just going to make sure that we can actually use this and style this. We're going to say that that after element is also going to be positioned absolute. So after absolute, it's also going to be the size of our card. So after inset 0, we'll make it the full size of the card. And then to just make sure that we have it in position, what we're going to do is we're going to say after BG red 500, and hopefully we should see it over the entire thing, which of course we do right now. Now we want it to actually be underneath of our content. So that means that we have to give this a reset Z index. So I'm going to say Z0 to kind of Z index, and then we're going to say after negative Z10, and hopefully that'll pull it underneath of our content, which it does, which is perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to happen here. We also want our card to go ahead and kind of our overflow. So I'm going to say overflow hidden to ensure that our overflow is hidden from any absolutely positioned element, which of course this one is. So now that we know that this is showing up correctly, we can just go ahead and start styling it. And we're going to take off our BG red 500 and go ahead and save that again so that we can start styling this. Now we're going to give this a outline of 2 pixels. So we're going to say outline 2, and after outline as well, just to make sure the outline shows up. And then we're going to say after negative outline offset 2 to bring it inside of our card, which we can see that it has done. And then we also have to give it the same border radius as our card. So that's the rounded 3XL. So we need to set our after element to rounded 3XL. So let's see if we can word wrap this. I'm going to transform my word wrap, or toggle my word wrap, so we can see all these classes, so we can ensure that we don't mess anything up. So we can see we have our after negative offset. We can see that it is rounded 3XL. And now we just have to add the right color to our outline. So that's going to be our after outline white /20, and that'll be white with 20% opacity. So that looks like our outline is doing what we want it to do right now. When I look at this again, what I realize is that we actually don't want our outline to sit under the content. We want our outline to sit over our content so that the outline comes over our image on the bottom of our card. So that's a very important distinction. So let's see if we can actually set, instead of negative Z10, let's go ahead and give that Z10, and that should make it sit above our content, which indeed it does. Now that we've styled our outline, let's move on to actually styling the content inside of our card. So the first thing I'm going to do is style our Acme Corp 2022. This is going to have styles very similar to our eyebrow here. So let's flex this to the left to make sure that our gradient gets over the entire words and not just over the entire line. So I'm going to give this another wrapping div. That div is going to be what holds our background gradient. So class name equals BG gradient to right from emerald 300 to sky 400. And then we're going to flex that to the start. So I'm going to just say class name equals flex. That should ensure that our background gradient is just held to the words themselves. And then inside of this container here, I'm going to say inline flex to make sure that we can control spacing between our different words. And then we're also going to set all of our font weights and font sizes right here as well. So I'm going to say that it is font bold. Our of course is going to be uppercase. We know that. We also know that the tracking is going to be a little bit wider. So it's going to be tracking widest. So we're going to make sure that that is there. And it's going to be a little bit smaller. So it's going to be text small to ensure that it's as small as it should be. And we all can also see that we have a little dot in between here as well. So we're going to go ahead and add another span in between, and we're going to add a bool for bullet, and that should add the dot in between. And then we just need to make sure that we're using this inline flex to add a gap in between all of these with the appropriate spacing. So I am going to say that that is going to be gap 2, and that should position those as it should be. And then we just need to make sure that our background is clipped to our text so that we have gradient text. So I just need to say text transparent and then BG clip text, and that should make sure that our text has the gradient instead of the background itself. It's a little bit annoying right now that we haven't added any padding to our card. Our content is still hitting up against the side of our card. So let's see what we can add there to ensure that we have the right padding on our card. Let's add 32 pixels of padding on our card, and let's see if that matches our design. It looks like it does. We'll wait until we have it overlaid to make sure, but of course that padding looks good right now. And then down in my title, I want to go ahead and make sure that that is styled up as well. So I'm going to say class name. This is of course going to be font serif to give us the right font there. The size has to come up. So we're going to say text 2XL to ensure that the size comes up. And we also want to say MT2 to give it 8 pixels of margin above. And let's see if it is aligned. And it looks like it is aligned. For a horizontal rule, our horizontal rule, I believe, has a top border to it. So I'm going to increase the size of that. I'm going to say class name equals border T2. That should increase the size of that to 2 pixels. And then I'm just going to make sure that it is the right color. So I'm going to say border white /5, and that'll just make it 5% opacity. And then I'm going to add a margin top to that as well. So the horizontal rule is going to have MT4 for 16 pixels of padding on the top. For our list items, we didn't add any of these checkboxes over here, and of course we're going to have to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap these in a span tag so that we can put beside them an icon. That's going to be that check icon, and then I'm going to go to the top of my file and I'm going to say import check icon from @/assets/icons/check circle, and that's going to be the check icon that we need. I'm going to rename that to check circle icon just to be more descriptive there. Copy that and bring this down here so that we can put this right here. So I'm going to have my check circle icon right beside my content of my list items. That's way too big. We knew that was going to be the case, or at least I suspected that was going to be the case. So to bring that down to its 20 pixel size, I'm going to say class name equals size 5, and that should bring that down. Each of these list items is going to flex the icon next to the text. So I'm going to say class name equals flex, and that should flex it next to the text. The text itself is going to have a gap of 2 between the content and the icon, and then we want to ensure that the text is the right size. So let me see if I can add a text small here to bring that down just a little bit. And that looks like it does do the trick. And we want it to be a little bit lighter as well. So I'm going to say text white 50, and that's just going to be a little bit lighter. Now the entire list item also needs flexed in the column direction so that we can control the spacing between the items themselves. So I'm going to say flex call, and then I'm going to add in a gap of 4 for 16 pixels between them, and then I want a little bit of top margin as well. So I'm going to say MT4, and that should add the 16 pixels of top margin that I need. So let me see if that lines up, and it looks like it does. For the button, let's go ahead and add styles to that as well. So I'm going to give this a class name, and that's going to be BG white. We know that the text is going to be probably a gray 950, if not 900. So let's add that as well. And then we want to ensure that it has the similar styles that we had before. So H12 is going to make it the right height. We're going to have it width full to make it the full width. We want it to be rounded on the edges with rounded XL. And we want to ensure that it's also the right font weight. So font semi-bold. should do the trick there. And it also has another icon that we haven't imported into this file. So I'm going to go up to the top again and import my arrow up right icon from @/asset/icon/arrow up right. And that will ensure that we can import that into our button. And we need to wrap our text in a span tag so that we can control it next to our arrow upright icon that we're about to drop into that. That icon should be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to say class name equals size 4 to make it 16 by 16. And then we can just inline flex this button to make sure that it's flexed side to side. Items, center, justify, center to get it in the right spot. And then we're just going to give a small gap of 2 to ensure that our arrow sits at the right spot next to our icon. Now, if I give this a little bit of margin top, that'll ensure that it gets to the right spot in the card. So if I say MT8, that should move it down. And I'm just going to go ahead and look at that side by side. And that looks like it's exactly in the right spot. And then for the image, I need to add a little bit of margin to that as well. So I'm just going to give this a class name of MT8 and see if that does the trick. And let me just look at this side by side. It looks like my image is in the right spot, but of course the image itself has a little bit of an issue because it should be all the way to the bottom of this card. So what we could do in this particular case is go ahead and remove the bottom padding from this card. So instead of P8, we could use PL8 and PR8 and PT8, and that should do the trick. So let me just see if that works, and then we'll move on from there. So I'm going to say PX8 actually for the X direction, and then PT8 for the top, and that should remove it from the bottom, then putting our image right on the bottom of the card. Now, interestingly enough, in our design, we actually have, it looks like a little bit of negative margin that pulls our image down from the bottom of the card and actually off of the card. So let's see if we can replicate that in our code. So I'm going to say MT8 and then negative MB for negative bottom margin. Let's just start with 4 and see if that pulls that up as much as we want it to. So let me go ahead and reset this and see if those are the same size. It looks like they are. So this negative margin was actually pulling this image down to show a little bit less of it, which is fine. And it looks like now we are all lined up. So I'm going to actually overlay our card over here and see if everything is aligned. Let me go to overlaid and let's see how close we got to our actual code. So we have a little bit of a difference between our design and our code. So it looks like what's actually messing that up for us is we have this flexed container here that's making this inline flexed project company and project year a little smaller, take up a little bit less space than it was in the design. So I'm going to actually remove that flex box. We actually don't need that in order to make this work. I'm going to save this again. And as you can see, if I scroll, then I'm seeing this almost perfect to the design. The only thing I'm seeing is I actually have different button text than we had in the design. And in the design, it said visit live site. We say view live site right here. So I'm going to say visit live site, and that should tighten up this button text as well. So that looks really good right now. Now our card is exactly like it was in the design. The only difference is now we need some spacing in between each of those cards. And of course we can come up to our wrapping div and we'll just say flex call, and that should allow us to set the spacing with a gap. Let's try 16 and see where that puts us. And I don't think that's quite right. So let's try 14 and see if that gets any closer. Doesn't look like it. So let's go up to 20 and let's see if that's the proper spacing. And it does look like it is. So that is 20 or 80 pixels of spacing, I should say, or 5 rems in between each of these cards. So now all of our cards are looking great in the mobile view. The only difference that we have between that and our design is that at the top of this section, we don't have any additional spacing, but at the bottom of the section, we actually do in the design. So I'm going to go ahead and add that into our wrapping div. And actually, I should probably create this. I should probably change this to a semantic section. So I'm going to say section right here. I'm going to say section at the bottom, like so, and then we're going to go ahead and say class name equals, and then give that a value of PB16 for a padding bottom of 64 pixels, and that will just add that little bit of extra spacing on the bottom that it does have in the design. Now that I've done that, the only other thing that's also in the design that we're not seeing in our code, it's not easy to see because it is very light, but there is a grain texture behind each of these cards as well. So we can add this right here. So where we added our outline is exactly where we can also add the grain texture if we would like. In fact, I don't think we can do it there because we need to add a background image. So I'm going to have this as a separate div that's absolutely positioned inside of each of our portfolio project cards. So I'm going to go ahead and create that div. I'm going to say div class name equals absolute. It's going to say inset 0. And then that div is what we're going to add our grain image onto. So I'm going to say style equals, and we're going to give that a background image of URL, and we're going to give that a grain image source. Now, I don't think we've imported the grain image into this particular section yet, so we need to go ahead and import that. So I'm going to say import grain image from @assets/images/grain.jpg, and that will allow me to use it down here inside each of my cards. So I'm going to say grain image.source, and that will give that background image. Now we knew it would show up exactly like it did before on our hero, so we need to make sure that it's showing up underneath of our content. And the way that we do that is just basically go and make sure it has a negative Z index. So negative Z 10, because we've already reset our Z index, should put it below the content. And then we just need to make sure it has the right opacity. So I think the opacity is 5. So I'm going to say opacity 5 to just lighten that up a ton. And that's just going to give it a little bit of that grain texture that we see behind that card. Now that we worked through the look of our card, one of the things that I am noticing is that we cannot actually click these buttons or select this text, and that is because we have an after element that's sitting absolutely positioned with a higher Z index over our content. It's showing our outline and it has a transparent center. However, it's taking our clicks and not allowing us to click through to these other buttons and text. So what we need to do is we need to say that we need to give it the pointer events none rule so that it doesn't actually take the pointer events and allows it to pass through. So I'm going to say over here in my class name here, right here, I'm going to say after pointer events none, and that will add that on there. So after I save that, what we should see is we should be able to then refresh our page and then scroll up and down. And yes, now we see that we are able to use pointer events. Now our button is clickable. Now our text is selectable. And that's what we wanted to happen there. Now that we finished up the mobile view, it's time to work on our other responsive views. So let's go over to our tablet view and see how that's looking. And right now we are definitely seeing some serious differences. Let me go ahead and just pull this over a little bit so we can kind of see. And I'm actually going to pull that reference image opacity up a little bit. So we're actually seeing basically the reference image on the right and ours on the left. And we can tell that we have a different font size for our title, as well as we want to put that in a container as well, so that the description is not taking up nearly as much space. So let's see about doing that. Let me go into this portfolio projects header and let's see what we need to change in order to make this happen. So I'm first going to change this font size here. That is going to be a medium text 5XL to ensure that that font size comes up. Let's go ahead and see if that is correct. And that does look like it is. And then we also need to make sure that we have our paragraph description text coming up as well. That looks like it's going to be text large at this size. I'm going to say medium text large to ensure that that size comes up as well. We know that the paragraph might have too much space. So let's also give that a max width. So I'm going to say max width medium to give that a max of 448. Save that, and then to get that into the center of the page, I'm also going to have to add MX Auto to make sure that the margin left are auto. Let's see if that takes care of what we are looking at. So if I scroll up and down a little bit to get it to update, what you can see is when I slide back and forth, now that is pixel perfect, which is exactly what we wanted. A couple other things I'm seeing as we scroll down is that we have a little bit of more spacing, and we also have some font size changes here, as well as our button is now centered to the left instead of full width in our card. So we'll need to change those as well to get our card to update. And it looks like the padding is also a little bit different. So let's go ahead and take care of those issues right now. So right here, this is the wrapper to our cards. We need to go ahead and change the margin for that. So we're going to say at medium, so when it's a medium size, we're going to say MT20 to give it 80 pixels of spacing there on the top. And let me go ahead and just kind of give it a little bit of scroll to have it refresh. And then you can see that's fixed. Now we also need to give a little bit of different padding in our cards. So that looks like it is going to be a little bit different in the X direction as well as the Y direction. So let's see if we can do that. So we know that on the medium size, in the top, I'm going to have to say PT12 to give it 48 pixels of padding on the top. And the sides are a little bit different than the top on the medium size. So medium PX10 should hopefully do what we needed to do there. So let me just go ahead and give it a quick scroll. And yes, that does seem to have fixed our padding issue. Now we need to address our font size. So let me come down into my project title, and I'm going to give this a bigger font size. It looks like it's currently text 2XL. It looks like that goes up probably to text 3XL. So I'm going to say medium text 3XL and see if that is the right size. It doesn't quite look like it is. It might even be up to 4. Yes, it is up to 4XL. So let me go ahead and pull that up to 4XL, and that, after I refresh, hopefully it'll be the right size. It looks like there's also a margin difference from my smaller mobile size to my larger size. So I'm seeing a little bit more spacing in between those two as well. So let's go ahead and update that. We have our project title, which had a margin top of 8. It's now going to have a margin top of 20. So in the medium size, we're going to say MT5 for 20 pixels, and that should update that margin there. So let me just go ahead and give a quick scroll and then see if we have it configured correctly yet. So that, it looks like it's pixel perfect, but now we have to update some sizes down in our list, as well as a little bit of spacing on our horizontal rule. So it looks like currently our horizontal rule, which is located right here, has MT4. Let's see if we need to update that on the medium size to MT5. Hopefully that should change our spacing a little bit and allow that to be pixel perfect. And then down in our list, we know that we need to change the font size as well. So let's go down to our list and say, okay, it's text small right here. On the medium size, we're going to say text base to make it those 16 pixels with 24 pixels of line height. And we know we're going to have a little bit of margin on that as well. So up here, we have MT4 for 16 pixels. At the medium size, it's going to be MT5, and that's just going to give it that little bit of extra margin. So let's see if that part is correct. We can see we have that is almost exactly what we wanted. The only difference, it looks like, is our actual check icon size is a little bit bigger in the design than it is in our code. So we're going to need to change that as well. This is going to be that check circle icon, and it looks like what we're going to do with that is switch it to size 6 on the medium size as well, just to bring that up a little bit. Okay, let's go back and forth here again. And we can see that now the only difference is our button, which used to be full screen, and now we have it just over to the left in our tablet view. So let's go ahead and take care of that button as well. So I'm going to come down here to my button, and it currently says width full. So medium, we're going to say width auto, and see if that takes care of that. We also need some padding left and right. So let's ensure that we add that with PX4. And let's see if that takes care of that. If it doesn't, we can increase that size. It looks like it's a little bit bigger than that. Let's try PX8 and see if that takes care of it. So up that to PX8, and let me just go ahead and scroll back and forth right now. And it looks like we're almost perfect. It might actually be a little bit smaller than that. So let's come down to PX6 and see if that is what is going to make the correct adjustment. Okay, so that looks like it is essentially perfect left and right. So that is, I'm happy with where that's at. So let's go ahead and scroll down and see if there's any other problems that we currently have. So what we saw on the mobile version is we actually saw that there's a little bit of negative margin that was causing this image to come down in our card and our card to take up a little bit less space. Now I'm seeing that margin reintroduced, or that negative margin taken away in this size, and that's what's causing this to now show that button instead of seeing it like we would expect on the bottom of the card. So essentially, all we have to do in this size is say medium negative MB0 to say that, okay, on the bottom, we don't want any negative margin anymore. That's going to make that pixel perfect. So let's go ahead and look at that one more time. And yes, that card looks pixel perfect. The only difference that we're seeing in our screen is essentially our top nav, which is of course fixed on the page. So that is exactly what we would expect. So let me go ahead and keep on going here, and let's see if there's any other differences that we see as we're continuing to scroll down the page. And I'm not seeing any right offhand on our tablet view, which means that our tablet view is now pixel perfect for the section, and we can move on to the desktop view. Coming over to our desktop view, there are definitely some differences here. Let me double check to ensure that those are real differences, and it looks like they are. So let's go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to pull out my desktop view a little bit better to get a little bit better view of this. And then I'm going to come up to my reference image and just go ahead and pull this over so we can kind of see what the differences are. And I'm going to do the same thing where I knock up this image opacity all the way. So essentially we have our design on the right and we have our actual coded template on the left. So there's definitely a little bit of a size change, not a size of the text itself, but there's definitely a little bit of a padding top change here in this portfolio section. We're finally adding some padding top on the desktop size. And since the padding is for both the top and the bottom now, I'm just going to add it to both. So I'm going to say at the large size, we're going to say PY24, and hopefully that'll take care of our padding issue. Let me go ahead and go back and forth again and see if there's anything else that is different. So it looks like our font size for our description also is coming up a little bit. So we come down into our font size for our description. We see that's currently text large. It's probably got to be extra large. So I'm going to say the large size, we're going to say text XL, and that should bring that font size up just a little bit as well. So let's see if that, and that is pixel perfect. That's exactly what we want. Let's continue to scroll down and see what else changes on our desktop size. So let's go ahead and look at this design real quick. So what we see is that now our card doesn't go from top to bottom, now it goes from left to right. So we need to adapt our code to put our image on the right and our content on the left instead of it going from top to bottom. I'm also noticing a lot more spacing between our card and the edge of the screen than we currently have in our desktop view. Now we could handle this with the container alone, but I don't think in this case we are going to do that. We're just going to go ahead and make sure that the max width can't grow beyond what we're seeing here in our desktop view. So as we get this fixed up, I'm going to go ahead and pull our reference image over to the right again so that it's not overlaid, so we can kind of see what we're going for, because we're making some bigger, more major changes here in our desktop view. And actually it does look like we will go ahead and update our container to have the additional padding, or at least the max width at this large size, so that we're not seeing kind of the issues that we're seeing where we only have a little bit of spacing between the sides of our screen and the sides of our content. In order to do that, all we need to do is go ahead and open up our sidebar again, come back up to our globals.css, and then we're going to kind of modify how container works. So let's go ahead and come into and create a new layer for utilities. So if I put something in the utilities layer, it's going to come after all of the other things that Tailwind has brought in. And I'm going to say .container to target our container class. And we're just going to basically say @apply. When it gets to the large size, we're going to say max width 5XL, and that's going to keep it at that 1024 pixel value that we're seeing right here. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's see if that does update to be the right width. It looks like it does, but I'm going to close out my sidebar. I'm going to leave that globals up for a second, and I'm going to bring my reference image on top just to ensure that we do have it the right size over here at the edges of the screen. So pull this over here, and it does look like we're exactly the right size now. So that means that that takes care of our container problem. So I'm going to go close out our globals.css, and then we'll come back into our projects to make sure that we can go ahead and modify our cards. Pulling that reference image back out to the right, let's go ahead and ensure that we can push our content left to right. So what we need here are essentially two columns. We need to put our content over here in the left column, and we need to put our image in the right column. So if we look at the setup of our current card, we don't really have, we just have it kind of stacked on top of each other. So let's go ahead and add, after our green image background where our content is, let's go ahead and wrap everything in a div, and we'll go ahead and give that a class name of grid. And then we're going to say, or at least large grid. And then we're going to say large grid calls 2 because we want 2 different columns, one for the left and one for the right. And then we're going to just go ahead and put an ending div around our image down here. That will make sure that we have that grid. Now that grid's not going to work yet because we haven't defined where those columns should be defined. So the first one is going to be right here around all of our content from our company, year, title, our button, all of our text. All of that should be within that first column. So I'm going to end that right after that. And then our second column should just include the image itself. So I'm going to go ahead and add that div there as well. And let's see if that lines up our content left to right. And it looks like it does, which is exactly what we needed. So that means we can go ahead and work on some of the different spacings and sizings of the grid columns. We're going to go ahead and put a gap in between our columns, and it looks like that's going to be a gap of 16 for 64 pixels to put space between our title and of course our image. Everything I'm doing now I want to do just on the large size because we don't want it to have an effect later on in our other views. So I'm just going to go ahead and say large gap 16. And we can also see that we have some margin on the top of this image that we're going to be taking away. So I'm going to come down to my image and I'm going to say at the large size, we're going to say MT0 because we don't want any more margin on that image. We also need to adjust the padding around our card. So if we scroll over here to the right to see our design and scroll down, we can see that we have a lot more padding on our card than we did prior over here as well. So let's go ahead and adjust that padding by coming up to our card outline and seeing right now it is PX10 and we have padding top of 12. Let's go ahead and adjust that at the large size to now be padding top of 16 for 64 pixels, and our large size padding in the X direction, we're going to set that to 80 pixels. So go ahead and make those 2 changes and let's see how it's looking after that. Now we know that our image is a little bit small right now. That's fine. We're going to take care of that in a second because essentially we're going to absolutely position that image. So everything else is what we're trying to take care of. I think there is definitely a size difference between the text in one and the other, if I'm noticing that correctly, and there's definitely a padding difference down here. So let's see if we can't give a little bit of padding to this first column on the bottom to take care of the padding instead of giving it to the whole card. Otherwise, we're going to have to do some things with our image itself. I don't want to give padding to the whole card because I'd like my image to go to the very edges of the screen. So let's see if we can't just go ahead and give some padding to this first column on the bottom. So I'm going to say class name here to this first column. And then we're just going to take what we had on the top of the card at the large size, and we're going to say large PB 16, and that should give some padding bottom to that as well. Now let's see, after we go ahead and do a little bit of scrolling, let's see if we can overlay our reference image again and see what the differences are now that we've made these updates. So I'm seeing that everything now looks pixel perfect except for our image, which is great news. And that means that we can go ahead and adjust that image to now absolutely position that. And what we'd like to do is essentially make the image full height and then let the width just take care of itself. So the width is going to say auto and the height is going to come to full height. So let's go ahead and try and take care of that by coming down to our image. And let's say at the large size, we're going to say that this is absolute. Also at the large size, we're going to say large H full to make sure that the height is 100%. And that looks like it does take care of it because we already had our width in place. So let me go ahead and pull the design back over again and let's see if that did in fact take care of our issue. It's a little bit different, and I think that's only because we have an absolutely positioned image, but the column itself I don't think is position relative, and we need to make sure that it's the height of the column. So in fact, let's come up to our column and say class name equals relative and see if that takes care of getting our image up a little bit. And not quite, that's fine. Let's go ahead and say large width full, or width auto I should say. And then we'll also say large max width none to ensure that there's no max width that's taking effect and causing our image to get squished there. So the width auto may not have been needed. Let me see if I take it off what happens. Yeah, it looks like it is as well. So width auto, we'll make sure that the width is set to the dimensions of the photo at that height. So the height is full, and then the max width just ensures that it doesn't have to stay within the boundaries of that relative container. So I'm going to come back over, and now it is 100% pixel perfect, which of course I love to see. So let's continue to scroll down and make sure that's the case for the rest of this section. Okay, so I'm not noticing any differences between our design and our actual coded template. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this back. I'm just going to go ahead and put the coded template here as the majority of our view. I'm going to do the same thing, and let me just go ahead and double check that, but that looks good as well. So that I'm going to scoot that over. And then of course on the mobile version, it looks like that's also the case. So I can go ahead and flip that over and just ensure that we don't have any differences. And indeed, it doesn't look like we do. It looks like this section is all done, and it's time to move on to next section. Coming back into this look at our design, let's go ahead and scroll down past this project section, and we have this little strip here that we'd like to add that's going to animate and just provide a nice polished touch to this portfolio site. So it's going to have a number of words scrolling from right to left. And the other interesting thing is it has this little bit of an angle that we're going to put the whole thing at. And of course, the words are going to look like they're appearing on one side and disappearing on the other. So even though it is a very simple section, it's going to have a lot that's going to go into it. The same thing is true of tablish, just a little bit wider. We're going to make sure that gradient is back there, and then we have our words appearing and disappearing on the edges of the screen. And then on the desktop view, we're just going to see a wider version of that, but it's going to stretch across the entire screen no matter the size of the screen. Now that we understand what we're building here, let's go ahead and dive into our code. As with the other sections, we need to make sure that it's imported into our page. So that's going to be this tape section here. So I'm going to come into my app/page. I'm going to make sure that that is imported as tape section from @section/tape, and then I'm going to drop it into the bottom of my page by dropping tape section as a component to the bottom of my div and saving. After I do that, as I scroll down, I should be able to see that there's some text there, and I do, which means everything is hooked up in my page. I can close that out, and I'm going to come to my tape.tsx. Now in this section, I'm going to close out my sidebar and give my browser a little more room because we want to put my design off to the side so that we can see what's going on with our design and our code. So we know that we're going to have a long list of words in here. So let's go ahead and just create that first. We're going to come in here and let's go ahead and create, maybe we'll just create the array above it. So let's go ahead and just create a const words, and then we're going to create an array. We're going to have performant. We're going to have accessible. We're also going to have secure, interactive. We're going to have the words scalable, user-friendly, maintainable, search optimized, usable, and last but not least, reliable. Okay, so that list of words we're then going to bring inside of our div, and we're going to map through them. So I'm going to say words.map, and then for each of those words, I'm going to have a word, and we're going to just go ahead and show a div for that. So we're going to say div, and of course the key is going to be equal to whatever that word is. That's a string. And then inside that, we're going to actually show that word alongside of our star icon. So we'll put that in a span tag. So we'll have our word itself. And then beside that word, we're going to have our star icon. In order to use that star icon, though, of course, we need to import it. So I'm going to import my star icon from @assets/icons/star.svg, and that will allow me to use that. So I'm going to just put my star icon here and then go ahead and save that section. Now, if we scroll down, we can see that our words right now are not next to each other. And of course, that's because they need to be flexed one after the other. So I'm going to wrap a div around my words, and that is going to be what we'll use to control the flex of these words. So I'm going to say class name equals flex. That flex container is going to have a gap of 4. And then each of the words themselves also needs to be inline flexed so that we can put the star beside the word. So I'm going to come into this div and have a class name here of inline flex, and that should allow the stars to be next to the words. And of course, I'm going to give it the same gap because I want the space between the star on both sides to be exactly the same. For the star icon itself, it needs to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to come in here and say class name equals size 6 to give it a height and width of 24 pixels. So that just makes that star icon, or at least keeps it the same size. And now we just need to see how we're going to put on our background and of course style our text so that we have the right styles for that. So let's worry about the background first. Well, let's wrap this in another div, because essentially this outer div, what we're going to do with that is we're going to add some padding on the top and bottom. So let me go ahead and just add that in real quick. Class name equals py16. That should give some padding on the top and bottom, just give some spacing for this section. Inside that, we want our content to have this gradient, but of course we're going to be fading out the words, but we're not going to be fading out the background gradient, which means we need to put it in another div. So I'm going to wrap this in another div that's going to hold our gradient, and we're going to give this a class name of bg gradient to right, and that is going to be from our emerald 300 to our sky 400. And that should allow the gradient to be in the right position. Now you can see that the strip is probably taller than you expect because we didn't add any height, we haven't added any padding yet. And if we scroll over to the right, you can see that some of these words are wrapping because of the way that we've flexed them together. So essentially, this flex right here is causing some of those words to eventually wrap, and that's because it doesn't have the space to just continue to go off of the screen. And of course we need to hide the overflow as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap yet another div around our flexed container, because we want to be able to make this div eventually say flex none. But of course, in order to say flex none, you have to have a flex container around it. So I'm going to tell this div to be class name equals flex, and then this one is going to say flex none, and that should allow it just to be as wide as it needs to be without having to wrap any of those words. Of course, we're not going to be scrolling left to right, so we are going to eventually have some sort of overflow hidden on one of these, and that's probably going to come in right here. Let's go ahead and try to do that. So I'm going to say overflow x clip, and that should clip the edges of the screen to ensure that it doesn't go off the sides of the screen. So yeah, when I scroll over now, I'm not seeing that same problem. Let's go ahead and make sure our text is all styled up. So I'm going to give this a class name of text gray 900. We also want this to be uppercase. The font weight has to come up, so that's going to be font extra bold. And it looks like the text is probably a little bit large right now, so we're going to say text small, SM for small. And we also want our star to be aligned to the center of our text. So on this inline flex, I'm going to say items center, and that should align our stars to the center of the text. The star itself also needs to be the right color, so I'm also going to tell the star icon to be text gray 900 to make it the same color as the text itself. After that, let's go ahead and look at how we can add some padding to the top and bottom of this text. So we could probably just go ahead and add that padding right on here. So let me try that. I'm going to say py4 to see if we can add a little bit of padding. Looks like it's a little big, so let's come down to py3, and that looks like it is the right amount of padding. Because we want the text to fade out on the left and right, we need to add a mask for that text somewhere that's not going to affect our BG gradient. So inside our BG gradient, we'll add that mask to this flexed div right here. So I'm going to say mask image, and that's going to be a linear gradient to the right, and that's going to start with transparent, go to black probably at 10%, stay at black till 90%, and then just go to transparent again, and that should fade off the edges of our text. Now that's all looking pretty good right now. The only thing we have to address now is the rotation of the entire section. So I don't want to rotate it at the section level. I think I'm just going to rotate it right here where we're putting our background. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that by saying negative rotate 3 degrees. And let me go ahead and hit save and see if that does the proper rotation. And it looks like it does. The real only difference in what we see right here on the screen versus what's in the design is that now, because we've rotated this div, we have our background kind of ending just a little before the actual div ends. So I'm also going to pull this out by saying negative mx1, and essentially what that's going to do is it's going to put a little bit of negative margin on the left and right to ensure that we don't have the little edges of that showing. The other thing that looks like it's a little bit rotated versus what I'm seeing in the design is these stars. So these stars are straight up and down. between this text, but in the design, they have a little bit of negative rotation as well. So let me go ahead and see if I can add that into each star icon by saying negative rotate 12, and that should pull those back so they have a little bit of that rotation value. Okay, now that I've gotten this far, it looks like it's pixel perfect, but of course we can only double check by seeing the design overlaid on top, and I am seeing that it looks perfect from what I'm seeing. So let's go ahead and just do a quick check by increasing our design opacity and then pulling this left to right and just doing it and seeing if we can see any changes, and that looks pixel perfect on the mobile view. Since that's the case, let's go ahead and check the rest of the designs and see if our tablet or our desktop view is having any problems. So this is the tablet view. I can of course pull out my design, and I'm seeing this is changing just a little bit. Let me just double check and see if that is a problem with the image alignment. And it looks like it may have been just an issue with the image alignment, because now I'm not seeing really any changes in my design versus what I'm seeing in my image. And then over in the desktop view, we need to double check this one as well. So I'm going to pull out my browser just so we can see this a little bit larger and make sure that we don't have any issues here. So let me go ahead and pull my design over versus my text. And it looks like there's just a little bit more spacing on the top and bottom of this section in the desktop view. So let's see if we can handle that by going ahead and coming back and adding a little bit more spacing. So on the large size, we're going to say PY24, and hopefully that will ensure that we have the spacing set up correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and just adjust this by scrolling, and then let me come in here and see if that does it. And it looks like it does indeed take care of that spacing issue. It also looks like there may be a slight difference in how our text is aligned, and that actually looks like it might be because we're actually missing one of the words that I'm seeing right here. I'm actually seeing a responsive word on the design that I'm not seeing in my group of text. So let me go ahead and add that before, right after, it looks like maintainable. Let me just go and double check that again. So we have user-friendly, responsive, and then maintainable. So responsive should be a word that we added in here. So I'm going to add responsive and then save that, and hopefully that will fix that issue that we had. So I'm seeing a slight difference between what I'm seeing in my browser and what I'm seeing in my design. And part of that difference is because we have just the tiniest bit of left and right scroll that we can do. And you can even see that it has this icon here that shows that we have some overflow that's possible. Now, the reason for that is because we have this negative margin. We're saying overflow clip, but that overflow clip on the same div that we added our negative margin to is not going to help us. We actually need that to be on the section itself. So I'm going to move this up to our section and see if that takes away the issue that we have with overflow scrolling. So let me go ahead and refresh my page real quick, and let's see if that icon goes away. It looks like it does, and not only that, but our design has been completely tightened up so that it is perfectly pixel perfect, which I love to see. With that, I think this wraps up this section. So let's go back and double check that we have everything working the way that we want it to on all these other sections one more time. So just in case that were to affect anything, and it doesn't look like it did, it looks perfect. So that with that, let's go on to our next section. Back in our design, we can see that we're now getting to the testimonials section. So we're going to have the same type of eyebrow title and description that we've had before, but of course we're going to have this testimonial, and we're going to keep with that Memoji theme by adding the avatars in our Memojis. Of course, if you've seen the preview to this, you know that we're going to be animating this so that it appears and disappears from the left and right of the screen. And of course, we're also going to make the avatar grow when this card is hovered, as well as the card just turn a little bit for an extra added effect. But we're not going to do any of that right now. Right now, what we're going to focus on is getting to a pixel perfect design, and then we're going to move on to those other things. So over in the tablet view, we can see that we have 2 of those cards now showing. The text has been resized a little bit to be a little bit bigger. And then a desktop view, we can only still see 2 cards, but we have more cards over there to the side. Of course, all this data is already created for us. We just need to put it in place. With that, let's go ahead over to our code. Back in our code, let's go ahead to the page.tsx and import our testimonial section from @section/testimonials, and then we're going to drop it into our main div using this testimonial section component like we do. So let's go ahead and go to our testimonial section And I'm going to scroll down and we're going to see that we do have the testimonial section text showing up, which means this is hooked up to our page. I'm going to close out my page, close out my sidebar, and of course we're just going to focus on this code right now. I'm also going to pull out my design over to the right so that we can see our coded template and our design side by side so that we can go ahead and code this up and see our changes as we go. What we have inside of our testimonial section so far is our list of testimonial data. So we have a name, position, text, and avatar image for all 4 of these testimonials that we have listed here, or actually 5 testimonials that we have listed here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and code this section up. The first thing we're going to do is go ahead and remove testimonials section, and we're going to add a semantic paragraph tag for our eyebrow that's going to say happy clients. Below that, we want an H2 for the heading of this section that's going to say what clients say about me. And then below that, we want a paragraph with the description of this section that says, don't just take my word for it, see what my clients have to say about my work. So let's go ahead and put all of that in there and make sure that that's showing up like it should be. And it does look like it is. And then below that, for our content of our testimonials, we'll need a wrapping div for all of those. And inside of that, we'll say testimonials.map. And then for each testimonial itself, we're going to go ahead and show another div. So I'm going to have a div right here. To keep React happy, we'll go ahead and add a key. I think the best key for this is probably just the name of the person. So I'm going to say testimonial.name. And then inside of that, we want to make sure that we have our image. So I'm going to go ahead and display that with next image. Image from next image. The source is going to be the testimonial.avatar. The alt tag is probably just going to be the testimonial.name. And we could save that image and make sure that that is showing up for us, which it is. And then beside that image, of course, we're going to have their position and their name. So I'm going to have a div for testimonial.name. And next to that, we're going to have their title, or below that, I should say, or their position. And then, of course, the text of the testimonial itself. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap that in a paragraph. And that is going to be testimonial.text. Once all that is showing up, it's time to get into our styling for this section. Now, one of the things I'm noticing in relation to our styles is that we continue to have these eyebrows, these titles, and these descriptions at the top of our sections. What if instead of creating these every single time, we could just go ahead and create a reusable component so that we wouldn't have to create this over and over again? So I'm going to actually try to go ahead and create that reusable component that we can bring into this section and then we can use for the rest of our build. So I'm going to come over into my components and I'm going to go ahead and create a new component called section header.tsx. And I'm going to export my const section header. And of course, it's going to take in some props and it's going to return some JSX. Now I have inside of my testimonials, I have just the basic HTML without any styles. It'd be great to go ahead and grab this from another one of my completed sections so that we could just grab and use what we already have. Now the first place I've used that so far is in my featured projects. Let's see if we can go grab that from my projects.tsx and then use that HTML that we already have. So I'm going to grab this right here. I'm going to copy this over into my section header and it's going to return the text that we see right here. We're going to have to put this inside a React fragment because we have to have one wrapping kind of div or fragment in order to hold all of our content. We can't have the parent level of the component being multiple divs or multiple elements. Now that we have that section header inside a component, it's time to think about how are we actually going to use this. So let me make sure that first of all, there's nothing that would be strange with the way that we're sizing this. But of course, what we're really going to want to do is bring in some eyebrow text here, bring in a title here, and then bring in a description here, and that should allow us to use this. So I'm going to go ahead and create those props. I'm going to say that my title is going to be one of my props, my eyebrow is going to be another one of the props, and then my description is going to be the third prop. And of course, because we're using TypeScript, we need to tell TypeScript what all three types of these props are. So the title is of course going to be a string, the eyebrow is also going to be a string, and the description is going to be a string. Now these are gray because we haven't used them yet, but of course we're going to drop them into the right spots. So right here where real world results is, we're going to drop our eyebrow, we're going to drop our title right here, and we're going to drop our description to replace this text right here. So description should be that text right there. After I save that, I haven't actually put this component anywhere. And of course, right now, all of these are required. We'll leave this until we don't need all these to be required. We need to change this around. But for right now, this will work just fine. So I'm going to come back into my testimonials and see if we can drop this section header component into there. So I'm going to say section header. I'm just going to start using it, and my IDE will bring it up and say that we can import it. So I'm going to hit enter on that. That will go ahead and import it at the top of the file. You can see it's done that correctly right there. And then we can just give it the props we need. So the eyebrow is going to be equal to our happy clients. Just going to copy and paste that. The title is going to be equal to what we just saw here. Just going to cut and paste that as well. And then, of course, our description is going to be equal to this line right here. So I'm going to just cut and paste into our description. I'm going to remove all of my other elements, save this, of course, adding an ending tag there, and then I'm going to scroll down and see if our description is styled up as we would want. And indeed it is. We don't have a container or extra padding yet, but it looks like it's the right size. All of the titles and description text is the right size, and that the gradient is being held inside of our happy client's eyebrow container as well, so that it is showing what we would want. Let's try and use the same section header inside of our project section and just ensure that that shows up properly there. So I'm going to come into my project section where we grabbed this from. I'm going to say section header and just go ahead and import that as well. And then of course we need 3 props. We're going to say eyebrow, copy and paste this. The title, of course, I'm going to copy and paste that. And then for the description, I'm going to cut and paste that. And hopefully if everything works out well, which of course it should, this is where we grabbed the original code from, we can save this section header, and now we have our styles essentially for free every time we use them. So let me just go ahead and double check versus my design to see if there's anything that looks off. Not seeing anything off, so that means I think we're good with that. Let's come back down into our section and continue what we're doing. So I'm gonna close out my projects, and I'm gonna come back into my testimonials. Now, of course, we said that we needed a container around this section, so let's go ahead and drop that in. Div class name equals container to get the content from the edges of the screen. And after we save that, we also need to go ahead and add a little bit of padding to the top and bottom of this. I'm going to say class name equals py16. That should add the padding that we need to the top and bottom and should be aligned to the design. So I'm going to double check one more time by overlaying our design that our section header is working as we expect. And when I come back in here, it looks like it is pixel perfect. So I'm going to push my design back out to the side and continue my work on our testimonial cards. Now for the cards themselves, we can see that they're a little bit lighter and they have that light gray background as well. Now for the cards themselves, we can see that they're a little bit lighter than the screen and they have that little bit of green background that we've used before. So we can go ahead and code that up by adding a class name to our wrapping div for each card and saying the BG is going to be gray 800, which will provide the lighter color. We also want them to have some border radius. So we'll say rounded 3XL to give them border radius. We want to ensure that there is some padding, so we'll say P6 to give them 24 pixels of padding on all sides. And then we of course need that green background underneath this card. So let me go ahead and come to the top and I'm going to say import green image from @/assets/images/grain, and then we can use that inside of our card. Now we know from before that we're going to need to make this absolutely positioned so that we can add the style of the background itself. So I'm going to make the card itself relative, and then inside of that I'm going to come here and I'm going to say div class name equals absolute, and we're going to say inset 0 to make it the same size as the card itself. Then we can add a style attribute, and in that style attribute we can say background image and go ahead and add a URL of our grain image.source, and that should add the grain image over our entire card, which of course it does. Let's come back to our card and say overflow hidden to ensure that we're not having the edges of it overflowed by our absolutely positioned elements. Of course, we know that this is going to be opacity 5. So let's say opacity 5 to make it that 5% opacity that we're seeing. And then it looks like we're still overlaying our content, it's actually hard to see. If we change this to opacity 50, it's a lot easier to see what's actually going on. We're actually overlaying our content, and that's certainly something we don't want to do. So we're going to reset our z-index by saying z0 here, and then we can have a negative z-index here. So I'm going to say negative z10, and that should just pull it down below our content. And then when we come back down to opacity 5, it pulls that underneath of our content. Now, the more we build this card, the more I'm realizing that this might be another perfect opportunity for us to create a reusable card component where we can adjust some things about it, but a lot of the things might stay the same. We're going to have our grain that's going to come below the card that's going to stay the same. We're going to have our outline on the outside of the card that's going to stay the same. Now the padding will change and the sizing of the card, of course, will be dictated by the section that uses it, but everything else seems like the background color is going to stay the same. So let's see if we can create a reusable component out of our card as well. So I'm going to come up into my components and I'm just going to create a new file called card.tsx, and we're going to see if we can create something reusable from this. So I'm going to say const, I should say export const card, and we're going to take in some props, of course, and then we're going to return some JSX here. So let's take what we have so far. Actually, because we already have some cards up here that we've defined, let's go ahead and just use those cards as the starting point, and then that will allow us to have a good starting point for our cards down in our testimonials section. So once again, I'm going to come into my projects.tsx, and I'm going to find where I created my cards at. And it looks like that would be right here where I defined each portfolio project is where I created my cards. It's got the background, it's got the absolute, it's got the grain image, all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this div right into here. And there's going to be a couple of things, of course, that we're not going to want to use right here. So the key is not something that we're going to want to use. We also need an ending div. So I'm going to add that ending div to the bottom here. And then, of course, we don't have our grain image imported here yet. So I'm going to come to the top of the file and import my grain image from @assets/images/grain.jpg. And that should allow that to come into this section. Now the card is not just going to have some of these different, let me go ahead and toggle my word wrap on this so you can see. The card is not just going to have all of these classes. Some of these are actually specific to the way that we used it inside of our project. So for example, the padding is specific to the way we used it inside of our projects. So we can add padding to our card, but what we want to do is we want to make sure we can override it, or that the user of the component can override our card class names. So in order to do that, let's double check on the things we want to stay the same. So the background, we definitely want to stay the same. We want to go ahead and leave that border radius on here. Relative, we need to be on here because we're adding an absolute element. Z0, we're going to leave on here. Overflow hidden for sure. And then this after element is basically setting our outline. So we definitely want that to be on there as well. So that keeps that on there. We'll keep this on here. We'll keep after absolute, inset 0, outline 2, outline, the negative outline offset, the rounded 3XL will also be on there. The white for the border will also be on there. And then we're getting to the actual padding for this card. And of course, our after pointer events none, we're going to want to leave on there. So I'm going to move this up to here. And then our padding is what we're going to just want to basically be able to override. So in order to do this, we're going to use Tailwind merge to say, okay, if there's a class name that gets added to this card, we're just going to merge it with what we already have here. And we're going to let the user of the component go ahead and override what we've already set. So we're going to pull out class name here as a prop. We're going to allow someone to use that. And if they do, we're just going to say TW merge. And it's going to merge our current with whatever they pass in. So I'm going to say class name here. And as you can see, it's basically this string plus the prop of class name that comes in. To make TypeScript happy, let's say class name is a string, but it doesn't have to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and give that question mark and says basically it could be there, it could not be there, but if it is there, it's going to be a string and it's going to get added right here. So I'm going to replace all of these padding classes with the padding that we're actually going to use in our testimonials of P6. So essentially we're going to override our padding on our card in here in our project section, but our default is just going to be our P6 to give it that little bit of padding right out of the box. I'm going to save that. I think that's pretty much all we need, except for our card needs to be able to take children. So the content of the card, we want this to be able to be used, but then whoever's using it to be able to drop in custom content. And of course, that's going to come with children. So children is that special way React says that we can drop in the children of a component or the content of our JSX element that comes in through a children prop. And essentially, in order to type this, all I need to do is say props with children, and that's going to be a type coming directly from React. So we have props with children, and then our class name is coming in as well. So that will allow us to use the children prop, and then we just need to drop it where the children need to be added. And that's going to be below our absolutely positioned element. So I'm just going to say children right here, if I can spell right, and that's going to allow the children of this component to be used. Okay, so let's see if we can integrate this card component in our testimonials, and then we're going to come back and see if we can integrate this card component into our projects. So coming into testimonials again, let's go ahead and try and add a card here. So this is going to replace what we've got going on here. So let me go ahead and import my card at the top of my file. I'm going to import card from @/component/card, and then I'm going to use my card right here, card, and I'm going to leave my key as testimonial.name, and then I'm going to have an ending card surrounding all of my card content. Of course, because this is already inside of our card, we don't need to import this again. This is just going to already be added in our card components. Let me save this. Let me scroll down to my testimonials and see if we have a working card. And it looks like we do. Although I'm not seeing any sort of padding on here, which is interesting to me, but that's fine. Let me come back into my card component, and it looks like because we have this extra little semicolon here, that padding wasn't going to work. So let me update that, and we can see that we now have padding by default on our card component. Now that worked out really well. Let's come back into our projects and see how we can integrate this now reusable card component into each of our projects. So in order to do that, we're going to place this with the card. And the reason we're going to do it that way is because we want to make sure that we can leave some of the padding class names that we've already added. So let me go ahead and just toggle this word wrap for this file again so that we can see what these class names are here. And then we're also going to come to the ending of the card. We can see this nice white line that this IDE gives us, and we can say ending card, and that's going to end that. Now, we haven't imported this card. Let me just go ahead and try and see if we can re-import that. There we go. And then we just need to make sure that we take out all of the styles that would be applied by the card by default. So let's go ahead and take out all of these after styles, all of the background styles, but we do want to leave our custom padding. We also can take away this after pointer events none. We know that's being added in our card, but the custom padding will stay. In fact, the custom padding may mess up from our card versus our projects because we're not actually setting any bottom padding, but our card is going to, by default, set bottom padding. So we may have to remove that bottom padding. We'll check that out here in a second. Okay, so this background image, we also don't need that anymore because we already have that defined in our card component. So let me save that. Let's scroll back up to our cards and let's see what the difference is. And you can see, yes, there is some difference in spacing, especially on our mobile component, because we are now introducing bottom padding. So we need to say PB0 to make sure on the mobile side that that padding gets taken off, and that looks like it's now pixel perfect to our design. Let me scroll over to make sure we haven't messed anything else up on any of our other views either. I'm not seeing anything wrong with this one here. And then over on our desktop view, let's make sure we haven't messed that up as well. And now we have that looking perfect. So yeah, that works perfectly. Our card component is now working well. So let me go ahead and X out my projects. We've now integrated that with that reusable card component. I'm going to X out my card because we don't need to even worry about that anymore. And then we can just focus on our testimonials and styling those up. Now for our testimonials header, we want to align our image or our avatar next to our name and position. So I'm going to wrap all three of those in a div. And that div is going to be a class name of flex so that we can flex those side by side. Of course, we want the testimonial name and position to be together. So we'll wrap those two in a div as well. And that should put those top to bottom. And then we just need to worry about our different styles. So our image probably needs to be wrapped in a div so that we can have our background color and then set the size of it. So I'm going to say div class name here as well. And then for that image, we want to make sure that it is set to size of 14 or 56 pixels, and that it has a background of gray 700. Of course, we'll want this to also be inline flex, rounded, full to make sure that it has the border radius that it needs. And for some reason that inline flex looks like it stretched our image a little bit. So let's go ahead and say items, center, justify, center. And it looks like it pushed it back down. I'm a little worried about our size 14 with our image inside because it looks like our image may be a little stretched. Let's double check on this. I'm going to say class name equals size, and then we're going to come down and just do 96 just to have some sort of size there. And this is interesting. Essentially what we're seeing on this image is we're seeing the max width take effect, but the max height, there is no max height set. So instead of this size, let's just say max height full and see if that will push our image back into the position that it needs to be. And it looks like it does. So with that, we'll go ahead and continue styling up the rest of this. And if it isn't perfect, we're definitely going to find out about it when we overlay our design to our testimonials section content. Inside of our other div, we of course want to make sure that we flex this with a gap. So I'm going to say gap 4. And of course we want this to be items center as well to ensure that our content is aligned to our avatar. Inside of our testimonial name, we want class name equals font semi-bold to pull up the weight of that. And then for our position, we want class name equal to text small to make that a little smaller. And of course it needs to be a little lighter as well. So this will be text white 40, and that will make that 40% opacity that we see. For our text, we also want to make sure that that's split from the rest of the testimonial. So I'm going to say MT4 on that to make sure that that has a little bit of top margin. I'm going to say text small to make sure that the text is the right size as well. And then that looks like that's about it for each of these cards. But of course we have this gap right here that we need to take care of. And that's going to be on the div that's around our cards. So let's go ahead and update this div and say MT or class name equals MT12. And that should push our card testimonial down below our content. Now, right now, from what I can see, it doesn't look like each of our testimonials are quite far enough down. Let's see if we can just make that MT16 and get them to line up perfectly side by side here. That looks like it's much closer to what we wanted. We also know that our testimonials need to be aligned side to side, and that of course means we need kind of a max width or a width that this testimonial can grow to. So I'm going to add that onto our testimonial card. That's going to be in the form of a class name, and that's going to be max width extra small to make sure that it can't grow beyond those 20 rems. After I kind of align my other cards, the only other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that these testimonials are flexed side to side. Now that would normally be this right here, but we need one wrapping div to flex them, and then we need another wrapping div to say flex none. So I'm going to add my flex onto here, but then within it I need another wrapping div, and that's going to say flex none, and that's going to essentially allow the cards to continue to grow outside of my flexed container so that I can make sure that they can continue to expand without being constrained by my other containers that are around them, because we essentially want them to be able to continue to grow over to the right. Now this flex container is also going to set the gap between each of our testimonials, and it looks like right now that gap is set to 32 pixels. So I'm going to update that, and then we can see that yes, we indeed have a gap in between our different testimonials. Now this outer container is going to be the one that's going to constrain our elements, and this is also going to be the one where we're going to add our fade left and right to our different elements. So I'm going to say overflow x clip, and that will ensure that we don't have any content overflowing that outer container. So I can't scroll left and right anymore. And if I hit refresh, you can see that there's that little overflow warning down here. If I hit refresh, that overflow warning shouldn't be there anymore because we don't have anywhere to overflow, because we just took away the possibility of that with that overflow X clip. And then of course, that's also where we're going to add my mask image. That's going to add my little bit of gradient fade here as well. So that's going to be a linear gradient. It's going to be to right. It's going to start at transparent, go to black at 10%, go to black at 90%, and go once again to transparent. And once I save that, we should see that fade. So essentially what this mask image does, if you're not familiar with these mask images, essentially they're going to mask whatever is inside of this div and basically say anytime this is transparent, it's not going to show whatever's in the div. And then when it gets up to a solid color, it is going to show what's in the div. So between 0 and 10%, it's going to fade up into showing what's in this div. And then between 90 and 100%, it's going to fade back out and not show what's in this div. We can't see that very well because of our little gap between our different testimonials, but when we animate these, we'll be able to see that a lot better. Right now, it looks like this section is about as pixel perfect as it gets. So let me go ahead and use my overlaid image to see if we actually do have truly a pixel perfect section. And if I scroll over here, we can see, let's see if we have something a little bit different. And it looks like what's different is this header where our avatar is actually a little bit bigger and the size of it is also a little bit bigger as well. So it looks like what's actually happening. Let's talk about this for a second. It looks like our avatar is being squished. It is being flexed up there. And so sometimes we need to say, hey, we don't want to flex shrink this particular thing at all. And that's the case with this. We don't want this to shrink no matter how much space our other text is taking up. So all I'm going to do is say flex shrink 0, and that should make sure that my avatar does not shrink even though my text might take up more space. And that gives us that perfect pixel perfection that we're after. Now that our mobile view is done, it's time to move over to our tablet view and see if that looks good as well. Over in the tablet view, a lot seems to have changed. Now, not about the title, which of course we have that header section component that's taking care of all that, but the cards themselves seem to have grown. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase our design image opacity so we can really see the difference. So this is the design right here when it's folded all the way to the left, and then this is what we currently have when it's all the way to the right. So the size of these are changing. Looks like the text size is also changing. And then we have some minor differences in padding of our card as well at this size. So let's go ahead and see if we can take care of those things by coming back into our code and adjusting these for this tablet size. The first thing I'm going to do is come to our card and add the extra padding at this size. So I'm going to say medium P8. And that should allow those to be a little bit bigger there. And we're also going to change the max width of these. So at the medium size, we're going to say max width medium, and that is going to make sure that they have the right max width. The testimonial text size also changes. So we're going to say medium text base. That should make the size increase there. And let's see if that takes care of our issues. Let's come back and use this slider again to see if there's any difference. And it looks like there's a little bit of difference in the amount of margin between our text and our header as well. So let's come in and change this MT4 at the medium size to MT6. And that should update that. And let's go ahead and do one more check to see if that took care of our issues. Let's slide this back and forth again, and now we are pixel perfect. There's literally no difference between our design and our code, which is exactly where we want to be. Coming over to the desktop size, let's go ahead and check this one as well. I'm going to pull out this slider a little bit, and I'm also going to go ahead and close out my sidebar to give my code a little more room to breathe as we pull out this view so we can see it. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick slide left and right to see what the differences are. One of the differences, let me go ahead and increase the opacity of my design as well. So we can see this. One of the differences is definitely the amount of space in between the top of this component and the bottom. So that is going to be up here. We're going to say at the large size, this is going to be PY24. And that should hopefully change that to be exactly equal, which of course it looks like it is. We're also changing this space between our testimonials and the header as well. So at the large size, this MT16 is probably going to go up to, at the large size, MT20, so that the spacing adjusts. Let's go ahead and just wiggle that around a little bit. It's not quite there. Let's try MT24. And that looks like it is perfect to what we wanted. So as we go back and forth, now we're seeing there's no difference between our design and our code, which is exactly where we want to be. With that, this testimonials section is wrapped up, at least before we add our animations. We're going to come back and do that later. But thank you for sticking with me through that. And we're going to dive in to the next section. Back in our design, let's look at the About Me section. So this section has 4 different parts. So you have this title, of course, this header up here in this section, and then you have these cards that contain my reads, my toolbox, beyond the code, and a little map. So it's a little bit different than some of our other card usages so far, but that's fine. We can figure all of that out. When you get over to the tablet view and you come down here, you can see it has a little bit of a bento box type look where you have this smaller column content and then you have this larger column content. So we'll figure out how to do that with CSS Grid. And then on the desktop size, then you're getting the full effect of the bento box where you have this 1/3, 2/3 kind of deal going on. We'll do all of that. So this definitely has a little bit of complexity to it, but it won't be too bad. We're going to figure all this out in our code. Over in our code, the first thing we're going to need to do is hook up our About section into our page. Let's come into our page.tsx and import our About section from section/about, and then drop this into the bottom of our page by importing the About section component into the bottom of our div. After that's done, we can come into our sections/about, and let's double check by scrolling down that we are seeing that About section text at the bottom of the page. It looks like we are, which means we can start to code this section content up. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to slide this out again, and I'm going to go ahead and put my reference image onto the side so that we can see what this is supposed to look like. And then I'm going to start creating my section content. So the first part of this is going to be replacing this About section text with our header. We already have a header component, so we're going to go ahead and use that same thing by bringing in the section header. And we're going to go ahead and add the props of eyebrow. So the eyebrow is going to be About Me. The title is going to be a glimpse into my world. And then the text of this, or the description, is going to be learn more about who I am, what I do, and what inspires me. And with that section header, we should see that showing up in our page, which of course we do down here. Below that, we are going to have our 4 bento cards. So I'm going to go ahead and import our card component as well. So I'm going to import card from @/component/card. That will allow us to use our 4 cards. What I'm also going to do so that it makes it easier for us to see what our content is actually showing is I'm going to add a lot of bottom padding onto this section just so it allows us to kind of scroll down and see more of a reference image. So let me see class name equals and then PB, and just add pretty much as much bottom padding as we can get so that we can see a lot more of our design over to the right. Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit more of that, so that will allow me to kind of start to fill some of this stuff in. Inside of our cards, we know that these are going to be constrained inside of a div, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap that into my div, and then my first card is going to have my content inside of it. Most of these card headers are going to be the same. We're probably going to come back and go ahead and create some sort of card header component in order to be able to add those in there as well. But for now, I'm just going to add them in as they are. So we know we have our star icon, so I need to import that as well. I'm going to import my star icon from @/assets/icons/star.svg, and that will allow me to use that as a component right here. So I'm going to wrap a div around here and add my star icon inside of that div. Next to my star icon, I'm going to have my title. So this is going to be just in maybe an H3 tag, semantic H3. I'm going to say my reads. That's going to be for the title. And then for the description, I'm going to add a paragraph, a semantic paragraph tag. I'm going to say explore the books shaping my perspectives. And that should allow me to see that as well. Underneath this title, we're also going to have an image that we're going to be bringing in. And so we're going to have to import that image as well. So I'm going to import my book image from @/assets/images/book cover. And then I'm going to just go ahead and bring in next/image to be able to display that image. So I'm going to say image. My source is going to be my book image. The alt tag is going to be book cover, and that should allow my image to show up in my card. I'm not going to style anything up in here yet. We're going to continue on to the next card that we're going to create right here. This next card, I'm just going to copy and paste this right here into our next card. And we're going to change a couple of things about this one. Of course, the title is going to be my toolbox. The description is going to be a little bit different. So this is going to say, explore the technologies and tools used to craft exceptional digital experiences. That's going to be the description for that one. And then we're not going to have the book image, of course, below this. We're actually going to have a couple of divs with some icons and some text. So we'll go ahead and have those. So I'm going to put these below that div. I'm going to create another div, and I'm just going to create the first line of these for now so that we're not spending too much time on this different content. So what I'm going to do this is I'm actually going to come to the top of my file, and I'm going to create the array of the different items that we're going to be adding in here. So let's just call this const toolbox items. And this is going to be an array with some different objects in it. We're going to have a title and an icon for each of these. So the title for this one is going to be Java, a string of JavaScript, and then we're going to have an icon here, and we're just going to leave that blank for now as an empty string. And we're going to have a few more of these. So I'm going to just copy and paste this probably 6 or 7 times just to have enough items here. The next one is going to be HTML5, third one CSS3, fourth one is React, fifth is Chrome, sixth is GitHub, and seventh, then we don't actually have. So it looks like we just have 6 items here. This is going to be our toolbox items array. And then we need to import all of the separate icons for these different toolbox items. So I'm going to try and import those as well. The first one's going to be the JavaScript icon. So I'm going to import my JavaScript icon from @/assets/icons/ squarejs.svg. I'm going to import my HTML icon from @/assets/icons/HTML5. I'm going to import my CSS. I have to make sure that they have capital letters so that we can use them as components from @/assets/icons/css3.svg. Importing my React icon from @/assets/icons/react.svg. I'm going to import my Chrome icon from @/assets/icons/chrome.svg. And then last but not least, I'm going to import my GitHub icon from @/assets/icons/github.svg. With those imported, we should just be able to drop them directly into this icon field here. And I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and create the actual JSX. So here I'm going to say JavaScript icon, and then just go ahead and leave it directly like that. For the next icon, I'm going to have HTML icon. I'm going to go ahead once again and create that. This one is going to be the CSS icon. The next one is going to be the React icon, which of course we want to be in JSX. This one is going to be the Chrome icon. And the last one is going to be the GitHub icon, JSX. So all those toolbox items are there. All of the titles are there. So let's see if we can go ahead and show these inside of at least the first div. Now we know that we want these to all be inside of separate divs. So I'm going to say toolbox items.map, and then I'm going to get an item. And for each item, we're going to want to show a div. And that div is also going to have a key of item.title. We're going to want to show the icon itself, so we'll say item.icon. And then beside the icon, which we can just wrap in a span tag just so we can position it, we're also going to want to wrap the title in a span tag as well, so item.title. And that should allow those to show up. Now, the icons right now are huge. Probably want to just go ahead and bring those down a little bit. So in order to do that, we'll go ahead and make sure that each of these icons has the same size. Now, one of the things I'm kind of seeing on this is that we're going to be repeating all of the classes in this JSX every single time by adding a class name here, but we'll have to add that same class name onto all of our icons. What if we could create a repeatable component to be able to use these different icons and to be able to display these and only create that class name once? And in fact, that's what we're going to do by creating another component. We're going to call this let's just call it a language icon or a tech icon.tsx. And we're going to export a const tech icon, and that's going to take in some props. And of course, it's already going to return some JSX. Now, for these, what we want to do is basically be able to say that we want each of these different toolbox items to tell us what type of icon it is. Essentially, we want it to tell us what component we're actually going to be rendering for that icon. This is a little bit different. So we can't have our JSX wrapper around this. We just want a component type here. So I'm going to actually take off these different opening and closing carets because we want a component type instead of the actual icon itself. So let's also go ahead and change our icon. Instead of saying icon, we're just going to say icon type. And let me go ahead and select all of those by getting that string and then just saying icon type. Now that will allow us to come down here. Now we no longer have an icon. This is going to be undefined, and that's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to use our tech icon. So let's just bring in tech icon, and we're going to pass it a prop of as, or component, we could even say, equals item.icon type. So we are not accepting this prop yet. We can do that back in our component code, but essentially we're going to tell it what component to render using this component prop. It's a very interesting technique, but one we can definitely do. So we know we're going to need to take in a component prop, and that component prop is going to be a React.element type. That's essentially saying I want to be able to pass the type of the element as a prop. Now, in order to be able to actually use that as an element type, we need to capitalize it. So all we need to do is kind of save it in the capitalized version by saying const component is equal to component. So essentially it's just saying basically capitalize this and save it to a new variable, and then we can just use it as the element that we output in our JSX. So we're just basically saying, okay, you passed us this component, this element type. We're going to use this to just render whatever component that you gave us in this component prop. So when I save this tech icon and I come back here and actually use that component, we can see that we now have our icons showing up in our page. Now that works really well because now we have the ability to adjust our class names and all of our different things that we need to do for this tech icon right here within one place rather than adjusting it 6 times. So I'm going to say class name equals in here, and it's going to say size 10, and hopefully that will knock it down to the 40 by 40 that we want for our different tech icons, which it definitely does. And that's just going to be a lot more helpful for us to come back and style that in the future. Okay, so this is my toolbox. I'm going to stop here because I just wanted to bring those down so that we didn't have any more problems with the way that our page was rendering for now. So I'm going to come back into my about.tsx and move on to my next card. The next card is going to say beyond the code, so I'm going to say card, and then of course I'm going to just basically copy and paste this right here and move it into my other card. Anytime I'm copying and pasting something is actually a hint that I might want to create a reusable component from that. And like I said, we're probably going to come back and create a card header to create a reusable component around that. So my H3 in this case is going to say beyond the code, and in this case the text for this is going to say explore my interests and hobbies beyond the digital realm. And that's going to be what that does. And then we're also going to have a 4th card. Now this card looks a little bit different than our other cards because this card actually you're not seeing any padding. It has a different background image on it, but it is still a card. It still has that outlined border that is true of all of our other cards. So I am going to go ahead and still create this card component. It's not going to have a card header. It's just going to show the map image, and of course on top of that we're going to have emoji and all of that. So in order to do that, all I'm going to do is come up and import my map image. So import map image from @/assets/images/map.png, and then I'm going to just use my map image inside this card. I can go ahead, I think I'm just going to use my next/image with a source of map image and an alt tag of map inside of that card, because that will allow me to go ahead and just make this an absolute positioned element, and I can just throw it over the background of the entire card. And then inside here I'm also going to add my memoji, so I need to bring that in as well. So let's import my smile memoji from @/assets/images/memoji smile, and I'm going to also import this here as well. So I'm going to say image source equals my smile emoji, and my alt equals smiling emoji, and that should at least put the content inside that card. There is one other part I realized as I'm looking through what we have in the design versus what we have in the code. When I did this beyond the code, I didn't put all of these little tags or labels or whatever you want to call them inside this beyond the code card. So we'll need to go ahead and add that part as well. So I'm going to come up here to the top and I'm going to go ahead and make another constant here. And I'm just going to call this const hobbies, and it's going to be another array with some objects. So I'm going to have a title for each one, and I'm also going to have an emoji for each one. And of course, it's just going to be text with the actual emoji. So what I'm seeing right here is we have painting, and the emoji for that is going to be, let's see if we can find it, paint. For the next one, we have title of photography, and the emoji is going to be this camera. I think we're going to use that one. And then I'm going to copy and paste these. It looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ones. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'll just remove my last one, make it 7, and then we can just fill in with what we have. So we have gaming on one of them. We have a little controller. There we go. Hiking is the next one, and we have a boot. Music is our 5th one, and we have musical notes. We also have fitness. We have weightlifting. And we have reading and our pile of books. Okay, so we have all of the data that we need for our hobbies. So let's go to our Beyond the Code card, and below our div, we're just going to create another div that's going to wrap all these hobbies. And then we're going to map through our hobby list dot map, and then we'll just say hobby right here. And for each hobby, of course, we're going to have some JSX delivered. So we're just going to put a div there. The key is going to be hobby, H-O-B-B-Y dot title. And then we're going to have a span tag with the title. So this is be hobby.title. And then the next span tag will be the emoji itself. That's not a paragraph, that's a span. And that will have the hobby.emoji inside of there. So that should give us all of those emojis. They're not styled up, of course, but we can do that when we get to that particular card. Now that we have the content created for this section, it's time to start styling up these different cards to make it look like we see over here in the right in the actual design. So the first thing we're going to worry about is on our About section, we have a large padding bottom. Let's go ahead and change the padding to the correct value. That should be PY16 to give us 4 rems on the top and bottom for that padding. So I think that should make it about even with what I see on my design. I also want to make sure that we have our container listed here. So outside of our section header, we're going to have a div class name equals container, and that's going to surround all of the content for this div. So let's go put the ending div down here, and that should ensure that we have a container around all of our content. I'm seeing a little bit of a difference in how much spacing I have on the top of this particular section versus the bottom of the last one, and I want to ensure that everything is aligned. So let me actually go ahead and overlay my design and see how much difference we have. Yeah, we definitely do have a little bit of difference. Let me try and knock this up to maybe a PY20 and see if that will allow us to have the correct spacing. It doesn't seem like that is quite right either. It's almost like it's an 18 value, or that there's some additional padding or margin somewhere in this particular section. So let's see if we can get that straightened out before we move on. So if I come into my design and go ahead and overlay my design on top of my text, I can see that if I update this to PY20 and then do a little bit of a scroll, that is exactly matching the design. So for some reason, this section has a little bit more padding than the last one, unless for some reason we messed up on our testimonials and it had a little bit more padding than we gave it there. So one way or the other, there is that extra 16 pixels of spacing. So I want to make sure, because we're trying to make this pixel perfect to our design, that all of that is included. So we just went ahead and updated our About section to say PY20, and hopefully that will make it consistent with our design. So let me go ahead and pull my design over to the side again, and then we can update all of our card. Then we can update our card container so that we can make sure that that is aligned as well. With our card container, we're going to say class name equals MT20, and that should make it equal to what we see over there on the left. And then this is where I'd really like to go ahead and style up my card header. So let me come into my card header and let's see what we need to do. We probably need to wrap our star icon and title in a div so that we can say class name equals inline flex. So we can flex those beside each other. The icon itself, we're going to want to have a class name so we can adjust the size. So class name equals size 9 should give it that 36 pixels of size that it has. We also want the text to be emerald 300 so that it's the right color. Of course, we talked about the way that that SVG will take in the color of that text. And then for the title, we know that we want the class name here to be font sans, or sorry, font serif because we want that to be the serif text. This inline flex, we're going to say items center so that it aligns to the center. And then we're going to adjust the title font size as well. So it's going to be text 3XL, should increase that font size, and we want some gap in between our star and our text, and that's going to be gap 2, and that should enable that gap to be there like it is in the design. For our description, we want this to be a little bit lighter and smaller, so class name equals text small, and text white 60 should take care of making that lighter and smaller as well. So let's see if that matches our design by going ahead once again and overlaying that, and it does look like we're almost perfect, but we do have a little bit of an adjustment to make to our text and where it's sitting in relation to our title. So right now we don't have a great way of controlling that because we haven't flexed our title versus our description yet. So we're going to come back up here to the wrapper and say class name equals flex and flex call to flex it in the column direction. And then we'll scroll that a little bit more. We want to add either a little bit of gap here or margin top here. If you've watched any of my videos, you know I'm probably a bigger fan of margin top than doing that particular thing with gap. So we'll do the margin top there. And now you can see it is pixel perfect in our header. Let me move my design back out to the side and let's go ahead and take another look at this to see if there's anything else that we should change about this particular part of our code. So obviously we need to bring our book size down. We need to have some negative margin to pull it back down out of the bottom. And we also need to adjust for the size in between our books. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and wrap this in a separate div just to control the size of it. And then for that div, we'll say class name equals width 40 to give that 80 pixels of width. MX auto should push it towards the center. And then we'll also say MT8 to push it down from the title. Now for our negative margin, we know that we're going to have that. Now, in order to get our book down from the top, what we actually have is we want all of these boxes or cards to be the same height. So essentially the height is going to constrain our image more than anything else because all of these cards are going to be the exact same height. And then of course the overflow is just going to flow outside of the card itself. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and add a separate class name to our card. And that class name is going to set the height to a custom value of 320 pixels. And let's see if that shows up correctly side by side. It looks like it does. It looks like it shows up exactly as we want it to. And as we scroll down, we can see that we haven't added it to our other cards yet, but of course we will whenever we make our update here. Now that we know what our title is going to do, now that we've styled up our title, I don't want to continue to style our title multiple times. So let's go ahead and make that a reusable component as well. So I'm going to come up into my components folder. I'm going to add a new file called cardheader.tsx. And in that card header, I'm going to export my const card header. And we're going to, of course, take in some props and return some JSX. I don't think I copied that JSX. I'm going to come back into my about section and I'm just going to take all of this JSX, copy it, and paste it into my card header like so. The star icon needs to be imported into this file, so we can go ahead and do that at the top by importing our star icon from @assets/icon/star.svg, and that should allow our card header to show up consistently. Now we just need to allow for some props to come into our card header. The things that are going to change are going to be the title and the description. So let's say title and description are going to be the props that we take in. We're going to type those as title string and description string, and then that will allow us to use them. And then we're just going to replace whatever is in title with the inside of the H3, and then we're going to replace whatever the content of this paragraph is with the description that comes in the prop. So with that title and description, that should allow us to just basically have this same JSX rendering every time, gives us our star icon for free, gives us all these styles for free, and then we can just change the title and the description. So coming back outside of that, let's come back into our about section, and let's replace all of this with card header. If I just hit enter, it should import it, and then I just need to set my title and my description. Now what I'm realizing is I would rather copy and paste those, so let me undo that for a second. Let me bring this in right here, card header, and then I'm just going to copy and paste my title and description. So I'm going to grab what I have here and I'm going to grab what I have here, paste those in there, and then I can remove all of this extra code because now our card header should be taking care of that. Now, right here it says it can't find the name, which means it wasn't imported. So let me come up to the top and say import card header from @/component/card header. Save that again, and that should allow that to be imported. So as I come back down, let's go ahead and check and make sure that our card header was properly imported all the way back down here, and it looks like it was indeed imported correctly. Now that we're done with this card, we can move on to our next one. So I'm going to go down to my toolbox, and of course I want to use the same card header component we just created. So I'm actually just going to copy and paste this right here, and then I'm going to change the title with the title that we have here. So I'm going to change this to my toolbox. Of course, I'm going to do the same thing with the description. Go ahead and copy and paste this directly into the description and ensure that we have this all on one line. And then I'm just going to remove what we have as our former card header, and we get our styled card header essentially for free. While we're at it, I'll go ahead and change the third one out as well. So I'm going to copy and paste this card header right here, and then it's going to change the title and the description for this one as well. So go ahead and cut and paste the description on here as well, and then remove the extra code that we no longer need. Save that, and that should give us our card header for that third card as well. Of course, with our fourth card, we don't have a card header, so I'm not going to worry about that one yet. And then we're going to go up to our second card and see what else we need to do to style this card. Now that we've taken care of all of our card titles, it's time for us to come into our My Toolbox card and go ahead and style up each of these toolbox items here. So the first thing I'm going to do is make them flexed with class name equals inline flex. That should put the text next to each of our icons, and we're going to want to center those with items center. That should center them vertically, and we're also going to want to make sure that our text is the right font weight. So class name equals font semi-bold should make those the right weight, and of course we want to split them with a bit of a gap. So I'm going to say gap 4 to make sure our text is split from our icon. We're going to have some padding around these, so it looks like it's going to be 8 pixels top and bottom, py2, px3 is going to give us 12 pixels to the left and right, and then we're also going to have the same outline effect that we've been seeing in our other items as well. So we'll just directly create an outline since we don't need to have any other kind of backgrounds or anything like that. We can say outline, outline 2, and then we want it to be the right color. So we'll say outline white /10, and that should make it the right color. The border radius we can bring in with rounded large, and that will allow these items to have that border that we see in our design. Now we're going to want one line of these to be stretched on the top and one line of these to be stretched on the bottom, which kind of means that we need to almost create another couple of components here because we have essentially the same thing being repeated twice. Now we could create that component inside our About section, or we could go ahead and create a separate component. But since we've been keeping all of our components within our components folder, let's just go ahead and see if we can go ahead and create a toolbox items component. So I'm going to say toolbox items.tsx, and we're going to say export const toolbox items equals, and then return obviously some JSX. Inside of this about, I'm going to go ahead and look at what we're doing here. So it looks like we want to contain all of our toolbox items in here, and we could make each toolbox item its own separate component, but since we're repeating the whole thing, I think what we're going to have to do is just basically ask for the toolbox items as a prop, and then we'll map over them, we'll apply all the styles, and that should help us do everything correctly. So I'm going to just basically cut and paste that inside of our reusable toolbox items component. This toolbox items we know is going to come in as a prop, so toolbox items. And then we also need to import our tech icon. So import tech icon from /tech icon. And we need to type out these toolbox items. We know each of these are going to have a title and an icon type. So this is going to be an object. Basically for toolbox items is going to be an object. Each of those items is going to have a title, which is a string, an icon type, which is also a string. And then of course it's just going to be an array of those. And now it's telling me that my component is not correct. And that's true. The icon type isn't really a string. It's actually an element type. So let's change that to React element type. That should make TypeScript happy. So essentially what I just told it is whatever my toolbox items, when it comes in that array, it's going to be this object and an array of those. That's what that TypeScript type is talking about there. So we have our toolbox items inside of a specific component. So let's come back to our about page and basically go ahead and use our toolbox items and pass in our toolbox items prop. And in fact, I don't like the name of this prop, so I'm going to come back and just change that. I'm going to call that items. Just seems a little bit simpler that way. I'm going to change that items. Okay, there we go. And then inside here, of course, I want to say items as well. So we just changed the name of that prop a little bit. When we scroll down so we can see this again, we can see that it does do the same thing. So essentially we don't have any additional styling on our toolbox items yet. And that's fine. We weren't intending to do that. We just wanted to get away from repeating it twice without using it as a component. So I'm actually going to come in here and just duplicate this. And then it becomes much easier to repeat this again without copying and pasting a bunch of code. So anytime we're copying and pasting code, we want to keep it dry, which means do not repeat yourself, or at least if you do declaratively repeat yourself, make sure you're using a component so that it makes it much, much easier to go ahead and do that. Now for each of these toolbox items, we can come into our component and we can start to style how these are going to be presented within our div. So the first one is going to be this div right here is going to wrap around all of our toolbox items and ensure that we're not showing anything left and right. We're going to need another div inside there that's going to control the spacing between them and make sure that they're all flexed. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex. And of course, we want to say flex none so it can continue to grow outside of the page. And this one is going to say class name equals flex. And this is just basically to allow this flex none to actually happen, which allows this to continue to grow outside of our container. On this outer container, we want to say that this is what is going to be hiding the content of our toolbox items. So we're going to give this a mask. So we're going to say mask image, linear gradient to right, and it's going to go from transparent to black at 10% to black at 90% to transparent again, and that should allow that to hide on the left and the right side. Anything position related should come in with a class name. What I'm seeing here is that we have the content of this card is coming all the way out to the sides of the card, but the header is actually, has the padding enabled for it. So instead of giving negative margin, we could approach this two ways. Number one, we could go ahead and give negative margin to our card content. And number two, we could go ahead and give our card 0 padding and put all of the padding in the card header itself. I think I like that second option better, so I'm going to go with that. I'm going to come back to my about card. I'm going to go ahead and give it the proper height first of all. So class name equals H, and I think if we scroll up a little bit, it was 320, so 320 pixels. After I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my card header can take a class name. So I'm going to go into my card header component, and let's see if this can take a class name. It currently can't. So let's go ahead and add the ability for that to happen by saying class name here, and that's going to be optional. So class name is going to be an optional string. And then I'm going to use my TW merge to say that we're going to merge whatever this outer class name is with whatever the component user wants to give it. So I'm going to use my TW merge to merge my Tailwind classes, the current ones, with the class name prop that comes in. So I've just given this the ability to use a class name. Now let's try and actually use it. Coming back to my about section, in my toolbox, I want to say that my card has padding of 0. So I'm going to say P0 to override my padding there. And then my card header is going to have a class name of PX6 to give my left and right padding, and then PT6 to give my top padding. Once I save that, we should see that my cards or my tool items now stretch out to the left and right for the entirety of the card. One of the things that I'm also seeing is that each of these toolbox items divs is also, it has a little bit of space at the top and bottom where it's cutting off my outer outline. So let's see how we can handle that inside of my toolbox items component. So for each of those items, they do have a little bit of an outline, of course. Let's see if we can just add something else that's going to make sure that we don't have any problems here. And let's just try and add a little bit of top and bottom padding to each of these by just saying PY 0.5, and let's see if that enables those outlines to show. And indeed, it does, which is definitely helpful for us being able to use those. In fact, to make this even more flexible and ensure that we never have this overridden by passing in a class name to this component, which I think we're going to eventually want to do to be able to use spacing on this, I'm going to actually just move this into here, this flex component, to ensure that we can not override any padding on the top and bottom of our component. We're also going to want to do the same thing inside here. So we'd want to accept a class name here as well. This is just so we can add some margin to the top of this toolbox items without having to bring this into our reusable component. So we don't want any implementation details essentially to be inside of our component. This class name is going to be typed the same way it was before. It's going to be an optional string. So that's what that question mark means. That means it's optional. And then we're going to use TW_merge to bring that in as well. So TW_merge is going to merge what we have, our class names, with what is going to come in from our component usage. And that's how that's going to be written. So we're just going to merge the string of classes that we have with the ones that come in. And TW_merge basically ensures that if we need to override any of these classes with what we're bringing in, that's what TW_merge is there for. So it's going to merge those together, but it's also going to make sure that it's going to remove anything here that would be overridden right here. So that is a very helpful utility to use, especially if you're using Tailwind CSS, which of course we are. Back in our About section, let's see if we can set each of these toolbox items components with a class name to add some upper margin. So I'm going to give this a class name of MT6 and see if that allows us to properly do that. And it looks like it does. And I'm going to do the same thing here. So class name equals MT6, and that should move all of our items down. For the spacing between the items, we haven't added that yet either. So let me come back into my toolbox items. And for this flex here, I'm going to say gap 6, and that should add the spacing in between my different items. Now for the gradient that you see inside of our icon, we can't do this the same way we do text gradients. So normally for a text gradient, what we'll do is we'll add a background gradient, kind of like we've done up here for our eyebrow. We added a background gradient and then just made the text transparent, and we made it clipped to the text, and that essentially did this gradient text. For icons, they're a little bit different because they're SVGs, so we have to approach these a little bit different. So let me show you what we're going to do. Inside of our tech icon component, we need to add another SVG to this so that we can use it to style our gradient. Let me show you what I mean here. So first I'm going to wrap this in a React fragment. Inside of that React fragment, I'm going to include another SVG. Now that SVG is literally there just to give us the ability to insert our linear gradient. So I'm going to say linear gradient. That's going to have an ID of tech icon gradient. And then that linear gradient is going to define some stops. So the first stop that it's going to define is going to say offset equals 0. And then it's going to have a stop color. Now that stop color is going to be equal to the start of our gradient, which is of course going to be our emerald 300. So in order to find out what that is, I'm just going to add text emerald 300 here, and let's see if we can find out what that actual color is. It looks like it's this RBG 110, 231, 183. So I'm just going to copy and paste that into here, and that gives us that color. And then the ending stop is going to be text sky 400. Let's go ahead and take this other one off so it doesn't conflict. And then let me just go ahead and hover this, and it looks like this is this RGB value here. So I'm going to add in another stop. Offset is going to be equal to 100%. The stop color is going to be equal to that RGB value. And that defines this other SVG that has this linear gradient. Well, then how can we actually use this? Well, we can fill an SVG with the ID of a linear gradient that we've defined elsewhere on the page. We're defining it right here. So we can fill this SVG here with, and actually we also need to add a class here so we make sure this is small. So I'm going to say class name equals size 0. And that should allow it to just be there without having to show up anywhere. And even better than that will be just to add hidden so that it just doesn't display at all. And then inside here, we're just going to say fill, and we're going to pass it a custom URL of tech icon gradient. But when we save, it looks like now our icon isn't showing up at all. And that looks like that's because this is actually hidden from view. So instead of making it not work, and to ensure that we don't have extra spacing, what I'm going to do is just absolutely position it. That should ensure it doesn't take up any extra space. It doesn't show up on the screen because it's size 0, and it allows us to be able to use that linear gradient to fill our component with that linear gradient. So now we get this nice gradient SVG instead of the original SVG we had that was just white. Coming back into our About section so that we can go ahead and adjust this bottom toolbox items, we're going to want to add another class name to that. And let's try a negative translate. So I'm going to do negative translate x by 1/2. And that should bring it over. The only problem is it's not translating the actual items themselves, it's translating the entire toolbox. That's not quite what we want. So we need to add a way for us to be able to add a class here so that we can translate the entire flexed items over to the left. So in order to do that, we're going to add another prop here, and we're going to say items wrapper class name. And then we're going to define that the same way within our TypeScript. So that's going to be an optional string. And then we're going to use the same TW merge to make sure that anything we add here gets merged into the rest of our classes. And we're going to say items wrapper class name on there. So we added the ability to be able to add a class name onto this inner div by adding this items wrapper class name prop. Coming back into my about, now we need to say items wrapper class name, and that's going to be equal to this negative translate. And let's see if that fixes our issue. And indeed, it looks like it does. The difference between the two is going to be basically that we haven't added any padding to the right. So we have a gap between all of these, but when we try and infinitely scroll these, we haven't added any padding to account for the extra gap that's not going to be at the end, but is going to be before the beginning of the next set of these toolbox items. So all I need to do is go back here, and I need to say over here, we have gap 6. Let's do padding right 6, and hopefully that will add the padding that we needed to see on the end of this toolbox items div. Now that we have our toolbox items looking pretty good, let's just ensure that we have the right amount of spacing between each of our cards by coming back up to our wrapper and giving this a gap and probably a flex call as well. So I'm going to say flex call to be able to control each of these cards. And then I'm going to say gap 6, and let's see if that is the right amount of spacing just by going ahead and doing it. It doesn't look like it's quite right. Let's see if gap 8 is the right amount of spacing. That looks like it is right. So now let's do a quick overlay and see if our first 2 cards are correct. And they do look like they are pixel perfect. Now it's time to move on to our third card. Now let's move down to the Beyond the Code section. So we know that we have a list of hobbies, and we're going to be showing them in this kind of just array of different hobbies that are listed here. So I'm going to go ahead and move my design over to side by side so that we can see that and we can style these up, and then we can move them into position with our different absolute positions. So that's how we're going to do that. For each of these, we need to add a class name to these, and of course they're going to be inline flex because we want the ability to change the gap or spacing between the emoji and the text itself. That's going to be gap 2 to put 8 pixels of spacing there. And let me make sure my page is refreshed so it's loading what I'm doing here. Okay, so we have that gap 2 there. We also want there to be some spacing to the left and right, so we're going to say px6 to put 24 pixels of spacing to the left and the right. We want the background to have that same gradient, so we're going to say BG gradient to right, and it's going to go from our emerald 300 to our sky 400. That's been our gradient the entire time, and we want it to be rounded full so that we have the full border radius, almost like that pill-like effect. We also want some padding top and bottom. That's going to be PY 1.5 to put 6 pixels of padding to the top and the bottom. Inside of our, and I'm going to go ahead and flip on word wrap as well so we can see all these classes. Inside of our title, we're going to add some classes to it as well. So for our title, we're going to say class name equals, and we're going to say font medium to knock up the font weight, and then of course text gray 950 will set our font color. Now that we have those rules in there, it looks like we pretty much have these exactly as they should be. Let me double check and make sure our font size is good, but I think that is good. And we want to make sure that we are flexing this inline center as well. So let me just double check that we have items center. so that nothing changes there. But it looks like that was already taken care of. It looks like that was already centered, so that wasn't a big deal because these are both the same font size. So they both have the same line height. Now that that is done, the next part is getting them to be positioned where they should be positioned. And since we're mapping over these, it would be really nice if we could store that position alongside our hobbies array so that we could just drop that as a custom style on each of our different hobbies. And in fact, we can do that. So let's see how we can do that by just going ahead and coming up to this hobbies array. So we're going to say left is going to be a string, and also top is going to be a string for each of these. And then we're just going to drop that into an inline style for that particular hobby. So I'm just going to go ahead and select my emoji text, and I'm going to continue to select that all the way down. And then I'm going to say left and top, and that will allow us to put that there. Now, just so that we can understand what this is doing, I'm going to also just set this to, let's say, 50%, and this one to 50%. That probably won't be the value because it's right over here on the left, but just so that we can see one of these go to where it's supposed to go. So I'm going to come back to my hobbies, and I'm going to position these absolute. In order to position these absolute, of course, I'm going to want to position my parent div as relative. So I'm going to say class name equals relative. And we also want the height of this card to be the same as the other one. So class name equals, and we're going to say H, a custom value of 320 pixels. That will make the height of the card correct. And then we will need to make sure that we have this within the right space within our card. So we have the same kind of issue that we had in our card header on the one above, and that is that you can see that a couple of these are coming outside to the left and outside to the right of our card boundaries, at least our card padding boundaries. So it looks like we're going to need to do the same thing where we take the padding off of the card content and actually put it onto the card header. So I'm going to try and do that by just saying P0, and that should take the padding off of the card content. And then for the card header, I'm going to pass a class name into this, and we're going to use the same padding that we used up here. So it looks like it was PX6, and we're also going to say PT6, and that should add the padding onto there. Now, I don't know, we may have also had some padding on the bottom here because a couple of these, it looks like there's nothing right here. So we may need to go with a PY6 in this case, just to get those initial hobbies down in the area that they should be in. The other thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to flex this div so that we make sure that it takes up the rest of the space below our header. So we're going to want to make the entire card flexed in the column direction. And then this relative is, we're going to tell it that it should grow by saying flex 1, and that will allow it to grow over the entire space. We can test this by coming down into our hobby and going ahead and adding those inline styles. So I'm going to say style equals, and then we're going to say left is going to be hobby.left, and top is going to be hobby.top. And that should allow us to see that. And you can see that our painting was set 50% from the top and 50% from the left. Now that's not really where it goes, but we can see that since that's happening, we can tell that this relative container is taking up the correct amount of space. If we didn't know that and we needed to verify that, we could also pull up our inspector and we could see where we needed, let's pull this to the bottom and let's see if we can go ahead and inspect this element. And yes, you can see that it's taking up the correct amount of space because you can see that right here, it's taking up that 343 by 188. So I'm going to close that out and we're going to get back to our coding here. Now all we need to do is come back up to our hobbies array and make sure that we're adding the correct values to push these different hobbies to the right position. So based on the design, it looks like the painting is not 50 by 50. It might be left 5%, top 5%, and we'll check that when we come and bring the design and overlay it on top of our coded template. For photography, we need to get the left for that one. So that looks like the top value is going to be 5% and the left value is going to be 50%. And then we can see if that looks right via the design, and it does appear to be correct based on what the design looks like right now. For gaming, that should be left 10% and top 35%. For hiking, that should be left 35% and top 40%. For our music, that should be left 70% and top 45%. For fitness, it looks like that is left 5% and top 65%. And then for reading, it looks like that is left 45% and top 70%. Now that should be the full list of hobbies. The only thing I'm seeing that's a little bit different is that some of these are overlapping other ones, not necessarily the way that the design is. So the only one that I'm seeing right now that's doing that is that gaming is over hiking, but in our coded template, hiking is over gaming. So the way that we can change that is we can just move gaming after hiking, and that will make sure that it overlays hiking on our template. So now if we go ahead and overlay our reference design on top of our code, we can see that it does indeed line up perfectly, which is exactly what we're after, which means we can move on to our next part of our About section. Let me pull my design back out, and then we're going to see how we're going to create this one. Now, the first thing we're going to want to do is set our card to the right height. So I'm going to give this a class name of H with a custom value of 320 pixels. And that will enable that card to be the right height. And then I'm also going to say P0, and that's going to set the padding to 0. For our image, I'm going to give this a class name of H full and width full to ensure that it covers 100% of my card. And of course, I can also say object cover, and that should ensure that it stays at the right aspect ratio given the image size. For this image that we're putting on top, this smile emoji, we can go ahead and wrap a div around it because of course we're going to have some other things going on around it with the image inside of it, and we can give this a class name of absolute. In order for that to happen though, we need a relative container. So I'm going to go ahead and make that absolute, and then I'm going to make the container around it, the card, relative so that it shows up as absolute. And I also want to make sure that it is top 1/2, left 1/2, and then negative translate X 1/2 and negative translate Y 1/2. And hopefully that will show it in the center of our page. The actual image itself is going to be 80 by 80. So we're going to add a class name onto that, and that we're going to tell that to be H20 or size 20, and that should ensure that it is the right size. The surrounding div is also going to be size 20, and that's only because the Memoji has a lot of space around it already. And of course, it's also going to be rounded full, and that will ensure that it has the full border radius. We need to put a background on the surrounding div. So I'm going to say BG gradient to right, and that's going to go from our emerald 300 to our sky 400, and that should put the proper background on that. In order to get this darker border that you see on the outside right here, we can do that with an outline, kind of similar to how we're doing this outlined border over here. So that outline is going to be added onto this outer absolutely positioned element. We're going to use an after element to add that on there. So I'm going to say after content and go ahead and give that some custom content. I'm also going to say the after element is absolutely positioned, that it is after is inset 0, that after has an outline, and also that after has outline 2. So make sure that it is the width of 2. We need to make sure that the after element also has a negative outline offset of 2 to bring it inside of our circle. And we want to add the full border radius to that as well. So after rounded full should do the trick there. And then the only thing we need to add is the color. So that's going to be where the after has an outline of gray 950 with an opacity of 30. So it's basically almost black with a 30% opacity, and that's what's going to give it that little bit of that extra circle effect that we see on our card. If we switch over to the overlaid view, let's see what happens when we put our design on our overlay. It looks like there's a little bit of a shift in the actual image itself, but I'm not really worried about that. Now that we've got everything looking good, let's go ahead and overlay our design on top of our project and see if it still looks as good as we think it does, and if it's actually pixel perfect. I'm going to move that around just a little bit so that we can get that to align. So it looks like there's a little bit of a shift in our image, and it looks like that's only because our object fit is centered and we need it to be left top. At least that's what it looks like in the design. So I'm going to say object left top, and that's going to align our image to the left top of this card instead of directly in the center, which is a little odd. but this works for what I'm doing, and it definitely makes it pixel perfect, which is certainly what I'm after here. Now that we have the mobile view pixel perfect to our design, it's time to move on to our responsive views and see what we need to do on the tablet and the desktop size. So I'm going to make sure that my browser is adjusted, and I'm going to take my overlaid image and move it to the side and then look at what I need to do to adjust my tablet view to get it to look like my design. So if I come over here, you can see that we start having this bento card look. And essentially what we're going to do is make this essentially take up 2/5 of the space and this take up 3/5 of the space. The screen size is a little small yet to take up 1/3 and 2/3. So this is going to be a 2/5 and 3/5. And then below that, we're going to have this, the opposite, where we have 3/5 and then 2/5 of the space. So coming back over to our page, we can see that we don't have that working yet, but of course that isn't that hard to add in here. So let's come up around our cards, and we're going to add a grid to the top 2 cards, and we're going to add a grid to the bottom 2 cards. So I'm going to give a div around our top 2 cards, and then with that div, I'm going to say class name equals grid, and then grid calls 5 should ensure that there's 5 columns. Now we only wanted to show up this way on the medium size, so I'm also going to add that medium modifier to anything that we do right here because we don't want this happening too soon. Inside of here, we want this card to span 2 columns. So I'm going to say call span 2. And then for the other card, we want it to span 3 columns. So I'm going to say call span 3, and that should ensure that they span the correct number of columns. And then in between those columns, we still want there to be that gap of 8. So say medium gap 8 to ensure that we have the gap between those as well. Let me make sure that these column spans are set up correctly. They have the medium modifiers on them as well. So let's go back and look at what we have in our design versus what we were seeing in our page, and it looks like those are pretty similar. Let me just double check by putting our design overlaid on top, and yes, it looks like those are still pixel perfect. Let me go ahead and bring that opacity down, bring this over here so we can really see what's going on. Okay, so not quite as perfect as we want, and some of that has to do with the amount of padding that we're now going to be using in our design. So our design, let me bring the opacity of that up a bit so we can kind of see that a little bit better. But as you can see, the text size and the padding size on these cards adjusts a little bit in this size. So we need to adjust with it by going ahead and bringing our padding sizes up, and that should push some of our content down in these cards. The card height stays the same, but the padding changes a little bit. So let me go ahead and do that. Now, as you can see, we have some padding in our card. So if I go to my card component, I actually have this padding being added. If I want to go ahead and toggle the word wrap on this so you can see this, you can see that we're adding 24 pixels of padding around our card, and that's actually constraining the card header. But in almost every instance, we actually don't want the padding to come around the card content. We only want it to be around the card header. So it may have been smarter to remove this padding from here and actually add it to our card header. And in fact, let's go ahead and see if that works by going ahead and removing our padding 6 that's coming from our card. And let's go ahead and add that to our card header and see if that is helpful for us at all. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to say P6 as my default on my card header. And in most cases, I don't think it changes because we were already custom adding that padding on for our other 2 cards that used the header. So let me come back into my About section. I'm going to remove this P0 because we don't need it anymore. And I'm also going to remove this PX6 and PT6 and see if that makes any difference here. And it looks like the only thing that it's going to do is we're going to see that extra MT6 on top here. So let's go ahead and remove that and see if our content scoots up like it should. And the same is going to be true of our book where we're saying MT8. That's no longer going to be needed. In fact, it's just going to come down a little bit to MT2. That should push our book down where we need it to be. So let's go back to our mobile view, make sure we didn't mess anything up. Let's go ahead and scroll this around a little bit and double check by putting our design out to our side if there was anything that was a problem with what we just did. And it looks like the other thing that it seems to have messed with is our testimonials, because those were relying on our cards actually having some amount of padding. So let's go back to our testimonial section and go ahead and edit that as well to make sure that our testimonials have the right amount of padding. So we're using our card right here, and we're saying when they get to the medium size, they're P8, but they need to be P6 by default in order to make them the right size. And let's see if that lines those up again. It does look like it does. And if we come back down, it looks like everything should be in line right here, except for the gap in between our different cards. So let's double check on that. I'm going to close this testimonials, come back to my about. I know it's a little bit of flipping around here, and look at what we're doing here. So we have this gap 8 with this flex of call. Oh, of course, because we put this grid here, now this grid is controlling the spacing between our columns, or there's just having this div here is ensuring that we don't have spacing between these flex columns anymore. So we're going to have to change this around a little bit to ensure that we still have spacing between these even at the smallest size. How I'm going to do that is I'm going to go ahead and put the grid on there, but at the small size it's going to be grid calls 1. Now if we only have one column, that means that anything that's within here will take up the full space, and then we can just say gap 8, and that should ensure that anything between there, even on the y-axis, will still have that same amount of spacing. And then when we get to the medium size, we're just going to switch into columns 5, and now we don't even need the medium modifier on gap 8 because gap 8 is already going to be there for that grid, and it's showing me that we don't need that there. I don't think there's anything else that was kind of messed with because we switched our way that we're doing our card padding, but let me double check and overlay this real quick just to ensure there wasn't anything else that we messed up by going ahead and moving that card padding into our card header, and it doesn't look like there was. So that's good news. Let's go back to our tablet view and let's see what we need to do here to ensure that we now have the proper spacing here. Now that we moved that padding into our card header, we should be able to change it all at once as well. Now that we have our P6 here. So what we're going to do is when this is the medium size, we're going to go ahead and give it a little bit more padding on the top and bottom with PY8, and then a lot more padding on the left and right with PX10 at the medium size. Let's go ahead and give that a medium modifier as well. And let's see if that looks like what we see in our design. I'm going to go ahead and drag our design over, and let's see if it looks like it is the same as we had it before. So then the difference is our book, which we have a modifier on to give it a little more margin on the top, but we're going to go ahead and remove that for the medium size because the book can then come up against our header. So let me go back to, let me X out of my card header, X out of my tech icon and toolbox items, and even my card, and just come back to my about, and let's go to our book. So this book has an MT2 modifier. We need to go ahead and say at the medium size, MT0 is what we want to bring that book up just a little bit, and let's go ahead and see if that looks correct. And it does. Looks pixel perfect with the design versus what we're seeing on our screen. So we need to apply some of those same changes to the grid that should surround these next two cards. So we have a card right here, we have a card right here. I'm just going to fold those up so it's easier to see. So we're going to add another grid to these as well. So I'm going to say div class name equals grid to these other two cards. We're going to give that a gap of 8 as well. For those grid items, we're going to make sure that it has grid calls 1 on the mobile size, but then when we move up to our medium size, we want grid calls 5. And then for our card, we're going to say call span 3 for the first one, and for the second one, we're going to say call span 2. And that should make sure that we have this 3-2 and then 2-3 arrangement going on. Let's double check and see if our design still matches what we have here, and it looks like it does. Pixel perfect once again, so let's go ahead and give this a quick overlay by going ahead and switching this to overlay and switching this opacity to 50% just so we can see if there's any difference, but I'm not seeing any difference right here, so this looks good. And coming over to the desktop view, we also want to go ahead and see if there are any changes that we need here. I'm going to pull out my browser just a little bit more, put in my sidebar to give us a little bit more room for our code, and then just take a look and see if there are any changes that we need to make. So let me go ahead and overlay my image, which it looks like it is right now, and pull down the opacity. And yes, it does look like there are some changes that we're going to have to make on this view. So I'm going to put this side by side just so we can double check and see what those changes are. The first one seems like we definitely need to take the padding up a bit on the top and bottom. So the section padding up here is a little bit bigger than it is in our coded page. So let's go to our About section and add that by giving this a large modifier. So at the large size, let's set this to PY. Let's try 28 and see if that makes it equal to what we see in our design. So let me go back to overlaid and let's see if that makes it equal. And it does look like it does. The other thing that we're going to have to worry about is in this size, we're going to change up how we do our grid. So instead of our 2, 3, 3, 2, now we're going to go with 3 columns. So if we can look at that again, let's see the side by side. This is a 2, 3. And then over here, we're actually making the my reads a little smaller, making my toolbox a little bit bigger. So let's go ahead and add those modifiers in as well. Here's the first grid. We're going to say a large grid calls 3. And then on the large size, our internal cards here, which I'm going to fold those up just so we can see them a little bit easier. Our internal cards are going to be large call span 1. And then the second one is going to be large call span 2. And that should ensure that that is correct. Move back over so we can see that. And then we need to do the same thing below here. So this will be a large grid calls 3 to make 3 columns. And then we're going to say large call span 2. And then on the bottom one, large call span 1. And that should ensure that they all show up nicely next to each other. Now I am noticing that this call span 3 did not have a medium modifier on it. So let me go ahead and add the medium modifier to that one. And I'm also going to add the medium modifier to the one below it, just to make sure that those show up correctly on the mobile version. So let me try overlaying this again and seeing if there are any differences. It still looks like there are, which leads me to believe that there are other things that we're going to need to worry about at this size. So let me go ahead. There's nothing in the header that's a problem. In fact, it looks like we may have some sort of text size change, as well as, let me just double check on this. I'm gonna go ahead and update our image opacity, our overlaid image opacity, just to see. I'm gonna pull this over and just see what the change is. So yes, the text size definitely does get larger, the description size. The title size doesn't, but the description size does. And that does look like it changes things, as well as it looks like it has a max width added to it. So instead of going out over the entire card, you can see under my toolbox, it actually just goes out a little bit and then it wraps around. So there's some sort of max width added there as well that's changing the way that our view looks on the large size. So let me go ahead and come into our code and see how we can manage those. That'll be inside of our card header. That's the great thing about these reusable components, is that we can change things once and change them for all of the places that we use them. So we had text small inside of our component, but now we know in the large size, we're probably going to have text base, and that's going to make the text the right size. And we can double check that just by pulling this back and seeing if it's the right size. It looks like it is, but now we have to deal with that max width wrapper as well. Let's try to add a max width extra small on there and see if that does it. I'm going to pull this back and see if there's any changes. It doesn't really look like there are. We are seeing a little bit of it. We're seeing this JavaScript piece go away, but we're going to fix that whenever we go to our animation. So I'm not that worried about that. And let's see if there's any other changes as we scroll down that are different from our design. I'm not seeing anything right offhand. So that means that we have a pixel perfect design once again, which is exactly what we're after. And that means we're also done with the About section before animations, and we can move on to our call to action. Now that we finished up with the About Me section, we're moving into the call to action section, which is a fairly simple call to action box. It does have a little bit of a grain effect over a transition or background gradient, so we'll have to make sure and ring that in. But other than that, this is a pretty simple call to action section. On the tablet view, we're going to go ahead and put these side by side, so we'll have to be mindful of that when we create this component. And then on the desktop view, we're going to just spread those out, but still make sure that those are side by side. So that wraps up the design for this section. Let's go ahead and dive into the code. The first thing we're going to do inside of our page.tsx is bring in our contact section. So let's go ahead and import our contact section from sections/contact and then drop that into the bottom of our page as contact section here. If everything works, we should be able to see that it drops some text to the bottom of the page, and it does look like that worked. So we can go into our contact section and work from there. Inside of our contact section, we're going to want to bring in the H2 that says, let's create something amazing together. Under that, we're going to want there to be a paragraph that says, ready to bring your next project to life. Let's connect and discuss how I can help you achieve your goals. And we're also going to want a button in this section. I'm going to drop in a button tag, and that's going to say contact me. And there's also going to be an arrow here as well. So I'm going to have to import that arrow up right icon from @/assets/icons/arrow up right. And that will allow us to drop this in next to our contact me text. Since we do want to control this spacing between these, I'm going to go ahead and add a span around our text and then drop in the icon under that. So I'm going to say arrow up right icon, and that should allow that to be dropped in there. Let's move our design out to the side so it makes it a lot easier to see. So I'm going to go ahead and put this to side by side, and then we can see that, yes, we do indeed see that this is starting to show up down here, and then we have all of our content for this section right here. In order to start styling it up, let's go ahead and wrap our content in a container. So I'm going to say div class name equals container to move it from the edges of the screen. And then we also want a little bit of padding on the top and bottom. So I'm going to give this a class name of py16. That should give the proper padding on the top and bottom of this section. We do want there to be a background gradient around the entirety of our content for this section. So I'm going to create another div inside our container, and I'm going to give this a class name as well. And that div is going to have our background gradient. So I'm going to say bg gradient to right from emerald 300 to sky 400, and that should take care of that. We're also going to want our text to be gray 900. So I'm going to say text gray 900 here. That should ensure that our text is the right color. For the card itself, we do want there to be some padding here. So let's try PY8 for 32 pixels of padding on the top and bottom, and PX10 for 40 pixels of padding on the left and right. And if we say rounded 3XL, that should give the border radius that we need in order to make it like our design. The other things I'm seeing is that everything in this card is centered. Let's just go ahead and create a text center class right here and see if that centers our text. And it looks like it does, which will be helpful as we continue to move forward. For our title, we're going to want this to say a class name of font serif, because this is our header font, and we're going to want to update the font size as well. So we're going to say text 2XL. That will create a larger font size that we need for this card. For the text, the paragraph text, we actually want this text to be smaller. So I'm going to say class name equals text small, and that should make the text smaller. And then we're going to say MT2, and that should put 8 pixels of margin on the top of that text between that text and that title. And then for the button, we're also going to want to include classes for that. So I'm going to give this a class name, and then I'm going to add some button style. So we want the text to be white in this case. We want the BG to be gray 900. We want the whole button to be inline flexed, and of course the items to be aligned to the center. And then we want some padding to left and right. So I'm going to say PX6, if I'm not mistaken there. And then we're going to give it an a height of 48 pixels with H12. And then we'll use rounded XL for the border radius on that button. The text itself is going to be a little bit thicker than we currently see. So I'm going to say class name equals font semi-bold, and that should ensure that the text is the right weight. And then the arrow itself is going to be a size of 16 pixels. So I'm going to say class name equals size 4, and that will ensure that the arrow is the right size. It's going to knock that down. There's going to be a gap in between our text and our arrow, and that's going to be a gap of 8 pixels. And that's just going to spread that out a little bit. And then we're going to also add a margin to the top of this, and that's going to be MT8, and that should ensure that we have that 32 pixels of margin between the top of our card and the top of our content. Now there's a little bit of difference. We have been using the PY16 on all of our sections except for the last one, and we added a little bit of extra spacing between the end of the last section and the beginning of this one. So we'll just account for it, I think, with this section just by saying PT and bring this up a little bit. Let's see if we can do maybe a 14, and maybe that'll bring it up enough to be even with our card over in our design. And that looks like it is indeed even with that, which is great. The other thing that I would like to do is go ahead and add the grain on top of our card, but of course under our content. So in order to add that, we're going to need to make our card relative, and then we're going to need to add in an absolutely positioned element, div class name equals absolute inset 0, and this is going to hold the grain image. So let's import our grain image. I'm going to import our grain image from @/assets/images/grain.jpg, and then we can drop that into our styles. So style equals background image, and that's going to be a URL of grain image.source. This is actually very similar to our card. I wonder if it would have been better for us to just use our card instead of putting this grain image on top of this and just changing the background and outline of our card. I'm not sure that it is, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with this approach, but that was just a thought in my mind. So I'm going to say this is opacity of, well, first of all, let's say opacity 50, just so we can see what's going on. I'm going to change that to opacity 5, but inside of our card, I'm going to say overflow hidden to ensure that we don't have any grain sticking out past the edges of the card. And then I also want to give this, if I change my word wrap here, I want to give this a z index of 0 to reset our z index so that we can move this into the negative z index. So I'm going to say negative z10, and that should pull the grain below our content, which it does. We can see, especially on the button, it shows it's below the content, and then we can just change this to opacity 5, and that just gives that real nice light grain effect that just gives it a little bit more depth and feel than it would if it were just plain. Let's overlay the design on top of our coded page and see if we have everything correct. Let me see if PT12 will help us to get our card to the right spot. It looks like it does, so I'm going to leave this as PT12, and hopefully our card will stay in the right spot versus the design. Now that we have our call to action done in our mobile view, let's move over to the tablet view, and let's see what we need to do in order to get this to show up correctly. I'm going to go ahead and pull out my browser window a little bit to allow us to see the tablet view and full width, and then I'm going to close my primary sidebar on my IDE to allow our code a little bit more room to breathe. So we have a little bit of a change in the font size, and we also need to put the button over to the right. So if we look at what we have now, this is what we have, and if I increase my design image opacity, my overlay opacity here, we'll see that this is what we should have. Larger text for both the title and the description, and of course we want to move these right to left instead of top to bottom. Now how we're going to approach this is right now we have our button following our paragraph and our title. All of that should probably flex these top to bottom so that we can then change these to a flexed row. So I'm going to go ahead and add a div class name equals flex and flex call, because that's what we want on our mobile view. And then we can change this when it gets to the medium size. And then instead of the MT8 on our button or margin top 8, we can just say gap 8 here, and that will take care of the mobile view the way that we want it to look. So let's come back to, and we should also go ahead and wrap our H2 and our paragraph together. So let me go ahead and do that just inside one div so that they stay together and don't get messed up by what we're doing with our buttons. So let's come back to our mobile view and let's see what it looks like. It doesn't quite look correct, and that's because we also probably want to justify everything to the center. At least I believe it's justified to the center. It might be items center. Let's change this to items center, and that should push our button towards the center, which is what we wanted in the mobile view. And then when we get to the tablet view, we can switch this. So instead of flex call in the medium size, we're going to say flex row, and that should allow our button to be beside our text content. Now our text content is no longer going to be centered either. So right now we have this text center over the entire card. We're going to say medium, we're going to say text left, and that will align our text to the left at the medium size. We also want to increase our font size a little bit. So at the medium size, we're going to say text 3XL on our title, and we're also going to say a medium size text base on our description, and that should bring those up enough that it should make it the right size. For our button, we are going to want this to be inside of a div, I believe, so that it doesn't directly get flexed like it's being flexed right now, and hopefully that should allow it to be flexed correctly. I'm still seeing the span tag wrapping here, and I don't want that to happen. Let's see if we can say width max content, and let's see if that actually allows it to be correct. So max content basically says, let this take up the max width that the content would normally take up, and that allows our text not to wrap over here. Now let's see if we have any other adjustments to make. So I'm going to pull in my design versus what I have here, and it looks like there's definitely a little bit of difference in what we're seeing. The text sizes are the same, but it almost looks like the gap is the main thing that changes between our design and what we have in our code. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say gap 2, sorry, not for the button. Let's go into our card, and we currently have gap 8. Let's switch this on the medium size. Let's try gap 16 and see if that's big enough to make the shift that we need, and then we'll go ahead and compare this to our design again, and it does look like that is pretty pixel perfect there. So if I go ahead and overlay, I'm going to pull this slider all the way to the left, and I'm going to overlay my design, which is overlaid. I'm going to pull down the image opacity, and we're just seeing just a tiny bit of border around our button. It looks like our button has a little bit of border, and that's probably what's causing just that tiny little bit of difference there. So let's see if we can add that on. Let's go ahead and add a border onto our button, and then for that border, we're going to say border gray 950, and hopefully that should allow that, or actually 900 because that's the color of the button, and hopefully that should make that look much more the same as the design. So that 1 pixel little change definitely made a difference. Looks like our button did have a border, and that allowed that to show up correctly. Let's take one more look at our desktop view to make sure that everything still looks like it should. So I'm going to pull out my browser a little bit more so that we can see our desktop view in full width. And then I'm going to do a quick comparison to see if there are differences. And it looks like there definitely are differences. Essentially, the difference is in the padding on the top, or the section padding of this particular section. So in order to get that to be correct, I'm just going to put that right in the middle just so I can see if this is right. And then I'm going to come up here and say in the large size, I'm going to say PY 24. And then we also want to say in the large size, we'll say PT 20, and hopefully that will allow that to be exactly accurate. And it does look like it is, so let me just double check one more time and make sure it's pixel perfect. Swiping left, swiping right, I'm seeing that looks really, really good. Let's pull down the image opacity and just see if there's anything when we have kind of this semi-opaque image, or this 50% design overlay, that still looks really good. So it matches our reference image, which means our call to action is now correct. Let's move on to the footer. The last part of our page that we have to create is the footer section. So right below the call to action, you're going to see we have a footer with a copyright and a few of our social links. Nothing too crazy here. We're just going to make sure that they are stacked on mobile. As we move over into the tablet view, you're going to see that they're going to be aligned left to right, and they're going to be justified between. And then in the desktop view, we are going to just make sure that they still align to the normal container width. And we also see we have this interesting gradient on the bottom of the page that we want to be sure and include in our page. So we're going to make sure that that gets included as well. That may be on the page itself and not the footer, but we'll see how we can include that and make that look good. Without further ado, let's jump into the code. In order to start creating our footer section, let's go ahead to our page.tsx and let's import that footer. So I'm going to import my footer from @/section/footer and then drop it into the bottom of my page like so. If we've done that correctly, we should see the words footer section being shown at the bottom of the page, and that does look like that's happening. So that means that I believe we've hooked up our footer section correctly, which means we can come into our sections/footer and go ahead and start editing this footer section. I am going to pull my browser out a little bit and make sure that my design is not overlaid. It's going to be side by side. My reference image is going to be to the side of my actual content, and that's going to make sure that we can see both of those very well. And I'm going to go ahead and close my sidebar as well, just to give us a little bit more room for our code. Within our footer section, we know that we're going to have a container to hold all of our content. So I'm going to say div class name equals container, and that will hold that. I also want to make this a semantic footer tag. So I'm going to go ahead and change that around real quick. So that's a semantic footer tag. We're going to have the container inside of that. And then in that container, we're going to have two parts of our content. We know that. So I'm going to create two divs inside of a div that we can flex. And on the left, we're going to have our copyright. So I'm going to say and copy to create the copyright symbol, and 2024, all rights reserved. On the other side, we're going to have our YouTube links. So I'm going to create a semantic nav tag here. In fact, I can just make this a semantic nav tag. And in that, I'm going to have my links. So I'm going to have my href equals, and I'm going to put my different links here. I'm going to have 4 of them. So I'll just go ahead and create those. And then inside the first one, I'm going to say YouTube. The second one is going to say Twitter. The third one is going to say Instagram. And the fourth one is going to say LinkedIn. Now what I can do for my footer links, since I'm going to be repeating these links and styles 4 times, I could just go ahead and create an array of footer links and then drop those in or map over those here, which I think is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to come up here to the top of my file and I'm going to say const footer links, and then I'm going to create that array. And then for each of these, we're going to have a title, and then that's going to be there. We're also going to have an href, so I'm going to put that there, and that's also going to be another string, and we're going to have 4 of those. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, how we can do this, we can kind of copy and paste this. If we go ahead and select all these, we're going to go ahead and copy this word here, and then I'm going to go and select all of my titles. That's Command D on the VS Code IDE on the Mac, and I'm going to paste my text into there, and then I can come down and just go ahead and drop in my hash into the href to allow me to quickly create my footer links array. Inside my nav, I can go ahead and map over the footer links. So I'm going to say footer links.map, and then give this a link, and then I'm going to go ahead over here and output a link for each of these different footer links. The text itself will probably wrapped in a span, so I'm going to give a span tag here. I'm going to say link.title. And we also need a key for each of our links to keep React happy. So I'm going to say key equals link.title. Anytime we map over an array, we'll need that. I'm going to remove these other ones that are down here. And we know that for each link, we're also going to have this arrow up right icon. So I need to import that as well. So at the top of my file, I'm going to import arrow up right icon from @/asset/icon/arrow up right.svg, and then we're going to bring that in as a component, saying arrow up right like that, or arrow up right icon, I should say. That will bring in those different icons. So you can see that they now exist in our footer down here on the bottom of the page. Now that we have all of our content on the page, it's time to worry about how we're going to style this up and make this look like the design. So the first thing we're going to want to do is create a border top. So I'm going to come inside my container because I can see that my border is only inside my container. And I'm going to come to this div right here and go ahead and give this a class name. And this one is going to say border T for border top. And that's going to be border white with 15% opacity. We're also going to make sure that it has a little bit of padding top and bottom. So we're going to say PY6 to give it the padding top and bottom. And we're going to go ahead and make all of the text inside this div small with text small to make it that 14 pixel text that we see. We may as well go ahead and add our flex rule onto this div as well. So I'm going to say flex call, and then we're going to say items center, and that should align everything up to the center if we've done that correctly, which it looks like we have. I'm going to go ahead and toggle my word wrap so we can see all those classes without having to scroll left and right. For my all rights reserved text, we want to go ahead and give this a class name as well, and we're going to say text white /40 for 40% opacity white text. And then each of my footer links also needs to have a class name as well. So I'm going to say class name equals, and we're going to make these inline flex. And these different inline flexed items are going to say items center, and also gap 1.5 to give it a 6 pixel gap. And then for each of these arrow upright icons, we also need to give that a class name and set the size of these to 4 so that they are 16 pixels in height and width. The text itself needs to be a little bit bolder, so I'm going to say class name here, and I'm going to say font semi-bold, and that should make them the right boldness. And then for all of my footer links together, we're going to need to flex those top to bottom. So let's say class name here and flex call items center. This should push those towards the center of the screen. And let's see how we did. That looks good. We just need a little bit of gap in between them. So gap 8 should do the trick. To create the space between our copyright and our footer links, we also need to add some gap in between the copyright text and all of the links, and that's going to be done with this flexed div here. So I'm going to say gap 8, and that should add some gap in between there as well. So if we scroll up and down, we can see that I think we're right on our spacing. I think we're right on our font sizes and font weights. All of that looks correct. Let me go ahead and overlay my design on top of my footer, and then we'll worry about the gradient that we're seeing on the bottom. So let's go to switch to overlaid, and I'm going to scroll up and down. It looks like that's pixel perfect right now, so I'm going to pull that out back to side by side, and then we'll talk about how are we going to worry about this gradient that we see coming from the bottom of the page. Now, in order to create this gradient, what we're going to do is we're going to create an absolutely positioned div within our footer that's going to be allowed to flow outside of our footer if need be. And I'll show you how that all works. In order to create an absolute position div, of course, we need to have a relative position div to put it inside. So I'm going to say class name here, and I'm going to say relative inside of our footer. And then we're just going to put this absolute position div directly inside of it. We're going to say div class name equals absolute, and that is going to be what contains the gradient that we see over here. Now, this absolute position div is going to be kind of interesting because it's going to be very large. So we're going to say that the height of this div is going to be 400 pixels. The width of this div is going to be 1600 pixels. And then we also, just in order to be able to see it, we do want to ensure that it is in the right position. So we're going to say bottom 0. And then from the left, it's going to be left 1/2. And then we're also going to negatively translate it, negative translate x 1/2. That's going to put it in the center. So it's going to be on the bottom in the center. And then just to be sure we actually see it showing up, I'm going to say BG Emerald 300, and we should see this kind of covering the bottom down here. Okay, so that's where our gradient is actually going to be positioned. Of course, we don't want it to look like that. We'll get all of the z-index and of course the radial gradient and all that ironed out with the next rules that we implement. So the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and create our actual gradient itself. So in order to do this, we're actually going to mask this absolute position element. So we're going to say mask image, and we're going to say radial gradient, and it's going to be 50%, 50% at bottom center. And we're going to go from black to transparent. So essentially we're just creating a simple gradient that's going to overlay this, and it should, yes, make our gradient basically start off from the bottom and then go towards the top. And then in order to essentially reduce the opacity of this, I can just say BG Emerald 300/30. That'll reduce the opacity of that gradient. Now, we also don't want this gradient overlaying any of our content. So for this relatively positioned div, we need to go ahead and reset our z-index on that. And since I also don't want it overlaying at all any of our content above here either, I'm actually going to give this a negative z-index. So I'm going to say negative z10 to reset our z-index at -10. And then I'm also going to go ahead and give this a negative z-index. So negative z10, which is relative to essentially this z-index here. So this is negative. This should make it go under our content. And we can double check that just by going ahead and increasing this opacity again and making sure that it doesn't show above our content. Indeed, it does not, which means it's under our content, and that's exactly what we want. I'm going to knock that opacity right back down. Now let me refresh my page and see if we see any kind of errors or warnings showing up that would lead me to believe. And yes, we do see that we have an overlap, or we have some content going off of the screen. That's probably due to this absolute position element, because we aren't clipping any of the content to the X direction. So if I say overflow X clip, that should ensure that we don't have that problem. Let me refresh my page and see if we still see that saying that there is some overflow. And indeed, we no longer see that warning, and we can't scroll left and right, which means the overflow X clip works really well. Now let's briefly talk about why we use overflow X clip rather than overflow hidden here. And we'll can simply show this just by using overflow hidden and showing the difference. So I'm going to say overflow hidden, or even overflow X hidden, just to show you what happens. And then you're not going to see much of a difference, but if I knock this back up without this mask image, I'm going to take that off for a second just by cutting it and saving it. And you can see that it doesn't allow it to go above or outside of the parameters of this footer, when in reality, we really want it to go outside of there. So if we say overflow X clip, that will allow it to expand outside of the footer like we want it to be able to do. So I'm going to go ahead and put my mask image back in, use overflow X clip, and that will allow only the left and right directions to be clipped, while it also allows the radial gradient to expand beyond the footer, which is exactly what we would want in this case. Let's go ahead and overlay our design to make sure we didn't miss anything. So I'm going to go ahead and overlay this. I'm going to move this up and down a little bit to ensure that we get that aligned, and it looks pixel perfect. Looks really, really nice. Not seeing any differences as I scrub over it. So I think our mobile design is done for the footer. Let's go ahead and move on to the tablet design. Moving over to my tablet design, I'm going to pull my browser window out just a tiny bit, and we can instantly see that we have a little bit of a problem, because now our navigation should be aligned left to right, not top to bottom. So on the medium size, we want to take this navigation and we want to say flex row. So medium flex row should do the trick there. And then we also have another flex container, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, this one's also flexed in the column direction. We also want it to be flexed row. So medium flex row should be the thing that we want to happen there. And then we want this to be justified between as well. So we're going to say medium justify between to push the content to the left and right sides of the screen. So after we do those three things, we can see that we're now seeing this showing up correctly as far as I can tell. Let me do a quick scrub to make sure that we are seeing everything and everything is pixel perfect, and it looks like indeed it is. So I'm happy with where that's at, which means that our tablet is done. Let's move over to our desktop design. On our desktop design, it doesn't look like anything's really changed. Let me go ahead and make sure my image opacity is down, which it is. And let me go ahead and scrub back and forth to see if we have any problems. And I'm going to increase the browser size of my window and just take this and go back and forth just to make sure everything is pixel perfect. But everything, it looks like already was. Everything is aligned already for desktop. So our desktop design is done. We've just created the entirety of this page using a reference image. Now we haven't added any animations yet. That will be the next step, but the entire page is looking amazing on every single device size, in responsive views. Everything is looking amazing. So from here on out, we actually aren't going to use our reference image anymore. All we're going to be worried about are the animations that we're going to add. So I'm actually going to remove all of my reference images and just have my actual content. So I'm going to remove that one. I'm going to remove that one. And for my third one over here, I'm going to remove that reference image because our design is done. Now we're just going to be worried about how do we animate this? How do we make this really pop? So that when clients or hiring managers land on these pages, they can really get a glimpse or a sense of the expertise that we are bringing to the table. So that is what's next. Let's go talk about how to animate this page. Now that we have our entire site statically coded, it's time for us to get to the polish part, which is adding all of our animations. And first, we're going to concentrate on the hero section, which is going to have a combination of animations. We're going to animate the green dot that you see next to available for new projects. And we're also going to animate all of the stars that orbit around the hero section. In order to create these animations, we need to understand how we want to create them and whether we need to use CSS or JavaScript. Now, if we go over to Tailwind's site, and if you haven't done Tailwind CSS Animations before, this might be helpful for you. Let me go ahead and bring up my bottom bar here and talk about Tailwind CSS's animation property. So Tailwind CSS has a few different animations that it provides us right out of the box. In fact, it provides us a spin animation, and it also provides us a ping animation. Well, we could use both of those animations, or at least something like both of those animations, for our hero section in order to create what we want to create. So with that in mind, let's go back and let's see how we can apply these animations to our hero section. We're going to start with the ping. So I'm going to bring up my sections/hero.tsx, and I'm going to close out my sidebar to give our code a little more room to breathe, as well as I'm going to go ahead and word wrap so that we can see all of the classes that we're using. And let's find our ping. So that looks like would be right around here, where we have this div with a background of green 500 and then the size of 2.5 for 10 pixels. So that's our little dot that we need to animate. Let's see what happens when we add on the animate ping class. I'm going to say animate ping and just go ahead and save it. And then let's see what happens. Okay, so we end up with essentially the ping being animated, but then we also want the dot to just be there as well. So that means we need to add another absolutely positioned element behind it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. What I'll end up doing is going ahead and creating a relative div, which is going to be just the dot that we currently see. So I'm going to make this relative, and then I'm going to put our ping animation inside of it, and it's just going to be the same exact size as our rounded dot. I'm going to go ahead and create a div class name equals, and it's going to be BG green 500 again. It's going to be absolute inset 0, which is just going to make it the full 10 by 10 of our current dot. And this is going to be what we'll actually add our animated ping onto. So with that, let's go ahead and try and add our animate ping and see what we think of this animation. Of course, we need to say rounded full so that it is getting that full border radius. So after I save that, I do see that there's a little bit of ping. In fact, I'll make this a little bit easier to see by going ahead and increasing the size of this window. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and scroll over here. And you can see that, yes, indeed it is pinging, but I don't think the ping is as pronounced as I want it to be. This is only a 10 pixel by 10 pixel dot. I would like it if the ping just grew a little bit more to draw a little bit more attention to what's actually going on the page. So we're going to customize this animation value, but we're still going to do it with CSS because I love CSS. When CSS works, it's the best way to render animations. And then when you need to use more complexity, that's when you want to go to JavaScript and libraries that we've used before, like Framer Motion. So I'm going to bring up my sidebar and we're going to see how do we change our Tailwind config so that we can create a better ping animation. What'll really help us here is just seeing what Tailwind CSS's documentation says. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and bring up our bottom browse window again, and I'm going to look at how do we create custom animation values here at the bottom of the page. So we can do a couple of things here. We can use the built-in animations or built-in keyframes and change their duration with something like the spin slow. I don't think that makes any sense. I'll show you why here when we get to our animations. We are going to do essentially this exact same thing, but we're going to do it on a more ad hoc basis. So let's just ignore that for now. But it shows us this. This is interesting. So if we have a keyframe that we want to add on, we can extend keyframes and we can add a custom keyframe value. And then we need to go to our animation and we need to use that keyframe that we just created and basically just give it a duration and whether we want it to repeat infinitely, how we want it to ease, all of those values to create the animation. So this is actually a two-step process. The first is create our custom keyframe. The second is implement that keyframe inside of an animation. Now let's see how they set up their keyframe so that we can understand what changes we want to make to our ping animation. And I'm just going to call this probably something like ping large. If we scroll all the way to the top, it shows us what they did for their animate ping. So it says that we have our keyframe ping and it's going to transform scale of 2 and change the opacity to 0 between the values of 75% and 100%. And then they have this, they're using it in an animation where they just use ping over 1 second and do all this other easing and infinite iteration count. So in order for us to implement something similar, let's go ahead and extend our keyframes and let's go with ping large. And we're going to do something very similar to what they did. So from 75% to 100%, we're going to make sure that the transform is set to scale. It was set to scale 2. We're going to set it to scale 3 to make it even larger. And the opacity is still going to be set to 0. Let me make sure we may have to do just a 0 string. Okay, now that we have our ping large keyframe, now we need our ping large animation. So I'm going to extend animation as well, and we're going to add in a ping large, and that's going to say ping large 1 second, ease in, out, and infinite. That will use our ping large keyframe. It'll do it over 1 second, which we can adjust that duration later. And we can just say a simple ease in out and make sure that it's infinitely repeated. That's what this animation is going to do. So now that we have that custom class, let's come back into our hero. Let's go ahead and put our sidebar down for a second. And instead of animate ping, now we're going to say animate ping large. And the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense does catch that we have that updated config and give us that animate ping large class. I'm going to put down my browse window and let's take a look at what's happening now. So before you saw that it was a pretty small animation where it was scaling to the size of 2. Now we've increased that by 150% to scale to a size of 3 times whatever that initial value was. So initially we had a 10 by 10 ring. Now it's going up to 30 by 30, which is definitely a bit bigger. So let's see when we zoom out by going over to our size and just double clicking on it. When we zoom out, let's see if that's more pronounced and eye-catching. And indeed, it does look like it is. I like the way that it looks right now. So this is how we're going to leave this animation. Moving on to our stars, we know that these are going to be a little more complex than just a simple ping, but we can still do this with the Tailwind CSS Animations. So we're going to implement Tailwind CSS Animations for these different spinning stars, and let's see how we can generate a great effect with CSS animations here as well. So let's go ahead and scroll over to where we have our stars. So we know that everything is within these hero orbits, and we also have the icons themselves. And there's a couple of things that we're going to have to account for if we want our stars to both independently rotate around themselves and also rotate around their orbit. So let's talk about what those things are. The first thing I want to make sure is that our hero orbit actually takes a class name. So let's go ahead and go over to our hero orbit component and let's see what options we have with our hero orbit. And let me go ahead and put back my sidebar so we can see this. And I'm going to also toggle my word wrap so we can see all the classes. So we have an orbit and it has these absolutely positioned containers. These containers are holding in these flex containers with a specific size, and then those are holding in these inline flex containers with a rotation around them. Now the thing that really helps us here is that we have the rotation happening on this inner div right here. And the reason I say that is because if we were to have it happening on this outer div and we tried to use this animate spin, it's going to reset our rotation to 0, because if we pull up our browse one more time, we look at what's actually happening with our spin, the keyframe is going from transform rotate 0 to transform rotate 360. So if we were to add a spin onto something that's already rotated, it's going to reset this to 0, and then it's going to go ahead and animate to 360. So let's see what that actually would look like if we said animate spin on here. And that's way too fast for us to actually see what's happening. So I'm going to slow this down with an animation duration. I'm just going to add that to the style, or actually I could just add that as a class like I'm going to do in the future. So I'm going to say animation duration. Since Tailwind CSS doesn't have a way to set animation duration, I have to do this custom bracket syntax, and I'm just going to say 10 seconds and allow us to see a little bit better what's going on with each of our stars. So I think Tailwind CSS is actually lying, interestingly enough, about how this is implemented, because they said it was going to go from a rotation of 0 degrees to a rotation of 360, but it looks like they're actually not worried about the initial position. They're just going to rotate everything around to 360. So when these stars align, that's when they get to the 360, and it's going to come from wherever they start. So that's definitely not the animation that we want. Let's change this and actually put our animate spin on the outer absolutely positioned element. So we're going to say animate spin on that, and we'll take the animation duration and go ahead and put it on this, and let's see how this changes. So let me go ahead and save that, and let's see how our stars start to animate there. Now we have another problem, and this problem is that this is already being translated. So when we stick this animate spin on there, it's affecting another transformation, CSS transformation, and it's basically overriding or changing what's going on right here with our translation. So this means we need a dedicated wrapper div that will help us with our animation, and then everything inside can just do what it was already doing. So what I'm going to do with this is, let's see if we can't just go ahead and stick a wrapper div inside here. Say div around all of our other elements, and we'll go ahead and give this a class name. Let's see if there's any. Okay, so size is being set by this, absolute position being set by this. Let's see if we can just give this the class name of our animation and see what happens. So we're going to say animate spin, and then animation duration. Let's just say 10 seconds, that's fine. And let's see what happens when we do that. Okay, so that is much better. We're not interfering with anything that's going on with our translation. We're also not interfering with this rotation. So essentially we're wrapping what's going on with our rotation of our orbit, and we're wrapping that in an animation, and then we're positioning that with this exterior div. So that's a lot of kind of combination of divs to make this happen, but each of those needs its own layer so that it doesn't interfere with what else is going on. Of course, we're not going to leave these spinning at the same rate. We're actually going to change how they spin, but that's entirely fine. We can go ahead and modify that later. In fact, what I'm going to do is I am going to add a prop for us to dynamically add an animation duration. So let's go ahead and bring that in. We're going to add a prop for spin duration. And let's see, that props with children is also going to have a spin duration key, and we're going to make that a number. So that's going to be a number as well. And then we're just going to add a dynamic style on this. Now we don't have to have this here, so I'm actually going to make this optional, and that's going to allow it to not be there if it's not there, and that's completely fine. So let's say style equals, and we're going to say animation duration, and that's going to be equal to the whatever that spin duration is plus seconds. Or in fact, we could also just have them define it in seconds. So I'm going to actually let this be defined as a string, and that will just allow us to just go ahead and say spin duration there. And once we do that, that should go ahead and give us the ability to go ahead and customize this value. It might be smart for us to go ahead and tell it whether we want that particular orbit to be spinning or not. So I'm going to also give this another prop, and it's going to say spin, or let's say should orbit maybe. And this can be true or false. So this is going to be a Boolean. So let's say should orbit and Boolean, and that will give it that. And we can make this optional as well. So it'll be false by default. And then if we say should orbit equals true, then that will turn on the animation for that particular orbit, which will make that a little bit easier. So I'm going to use my Tailwind merge to go ahead and make that happen. So TW merge here. And we're actually just going to merge whether we should orbit. So I'm going to say not, or if it equals true, equals true, then we go ahead and do our animation spin, and our animation duration, of course, will be set by this spin duration. Or in fact, let's go ahead and make that more specific by orbit duration. Change that and just copy and paste that there. We can also go ahead and set the default value of this to false. It'll be undefined by default, but let's go ahead and just set the default value of that to false so we just specifically understand what's going on. Okay, so since we don't have that should orbit prop being added to any of our stars right now or any of our orbits right now, we're not going to see that orbiting happening. And of course, that's perfectly okay. That'll allow us to animate them one at a time and see what's going on, which particular orbit is being affected. That just takes a lot of the noise away from our animations as we're going ahead and building out those different animation durations. So we'll leave that there. The other thing we want to do is be able to independently rotate our stars or animate the rotation of our stars themselves so that they can rotate in place. And of course, they're also going to go around this bigger orbit as well. So let's see how we need to do that. We understand that just like our spin, we need a separate div to be able to control this star rotation. So let's see, we probably want to add that around our star itself because we have a rotation being set here. We have a negative rotation being set here. All of those are going to come into play, so we will need to add another div in between those. That's just going to be a specific layer to control this animation. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in there. And just to see if this works, let's go ahead and add a class name here. So we're going to add a class name of animate spin again. And we're going to say animation duration is also going to be 10 seconds, just so it's not spinning like crazy. Okay, and that's a nice effect. This makes our stars spin in place, our sparkles. Our circles are doing this too, but we can't see that happening because they're perfectly round. So all of these are spinning in place, and of course they can also spin around an orbit. So let's see how we want to go ahead and change this as well. Let's set this to should spin. Will also allow us to control that. And we'll set the spin duration as well. So spin duration, and that is going to be a string just to be able to directly add a seconds value. And let's go ahead and add that to our props. So we have should orbit, orbit duration. Let's say should spin equals false, and then spin duration. And that will allow us to use those different props. Okay, so how can we integrate those props? Well, we can use the same TW merge to say that if we have should spin equals true, then we can go ahead and add on our animate spin class, and then we're going to pull this animation duration out to a style. So we're not going to worry about that. So we're going to say style equals animation duration, and we'll just go ahead and give it that spin duration. Now, we don't want this. We either need a default value here, or we need to make this not optional. So we have orbit duration. Orbit duration is currently optional. I guess that will leave it at the default for the animation itself, which is going to be super fast. I don't know that I love that, but that's fine. We can leave that as is. Same thing is going to be true here. We're going to have this spin, which is going to be happening over 1 second. So if someone doesn't set a spin duration, it's just going to be undefined. And of course, it's just going to default to the regular animation or animate spin duration, which is just going to be 1 second. So that's going to be kind of fast. But I think our hero orbit component is ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And then we're going to go ahead back to our hero and start using some of these props. And just so I remember their names, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste these into a comment so that I remember how we're going to be doing this. So I'm going to create a comment here in TSX. And that'll allow us to just go ahead and reference those when we're going and doing some of our different orbits. So since these are absolutely positioned, I'm actually going to sort these not by type as they currently are, but I'm going to actually sort these by size. So I'm going to bring the 431 up into the top, and let's just go ahead and see if we can kind of sort these so that we can add our smaller orbits will go a little bit faster and our larger orbits will go a little bit slower. That will lead us to a really good effect here. So 590 comes to 4800. So I'm going to move it up. The 440 is going to come right before 430. So I'm going to move it up there. The 530 is going to be put right before our 550. Our 710 is going to be put right before our 800, and our 720 after our 710. And then our 520 is going to be coming right before our 530, and our 650 is going to come before our 710. Okay, so now they're in order of size, which will just allow us to easily be able to tell which one we're going ahead and animating next. So with that, let's go ahead and get our should orbits on all of these, and then we're going to add our orbit durations on all of these as well. So for our first one, let's go ahead and add our should orbit prop, and then we'll also add our orbit duration. Let's just start with 30 seconds and see how that looks. So I'm going to say 30 seconds, and let's see how that orbit duration looks. And I'm definitely not upset with that at all. I think that looks pretty good. So we're going to go from 30 seconds, and we're just going to add 2 seconds for each of our orbits. So my next one is going to be should orbit, and then orbit duration is going to be equal to 32 seconds. For the next one, I'm going to say should orbit, and orbit duration is going to be equal to 34 seconds. Next one, should orbit, and orbit duration is going to be equal to 36 seconds. For the next should orbit, orbit duration is 38 seconds. Add the should orbit prop, and orbit duration is going to be equal to 40 seconds. And let's see, should orbit and orbit duration is going to be equal to 42 seconds. Should orbit duration is going to be equal to 44 seconds. Orbit duration on the next one is going to be equal to 46 seconds. And then for the last one, should orbit and orbit duration is going to be equal to 48 seconds. So with all of those props, let's go ahead and refresh our page and see how those look when all of it is done. And that is a really nice effect. You do have a little bit of difference in the speed that some of these are animating, so it does create a little bit of a variable effect there, but I really like where this is going. If you want to make this a little bit more variable, you can always change these orbit durations so that they might speed up or be a lot faster or a lot slower, but feel free to play around and experiment with that orbit duration so you can control the duration of that particular animation. I also really like that when they go to the bottom here where they have this masked image here where it starts to fade out, you actually have the stars themselves fading out as well. That's a really nice effect. Really like where this ended up. The other thing we need to do with our orbits is we need to go ahead and spin our individual sparkles, stars, and circles. So let's see how we would do that. And let's actually start with the one that's most obvious. That's going to be this biggest one. Actually, the one that we rotated last is going to be the one that we might go ahead and spin first. So let's see, we have a spin or should spin, and let's see what the default is. I'm going to just save that and I'm going to look at what happens. And then yes, that's super fast. We obviously don't want that being the effect, so let's see if we can add a better spin duration on that. So I'm going to say spin duration, and we're just going to say, let's try 10 seconds and see how that looks. So I'm going to pull this out a little bit so we can get a better view of that bigger star as it comes around. And that is actually a really nice effect. I really like that. Let's just see if we can maybe speed that up just a bit. We're going to go to 6 seconds, and I think I like that even better because that's just a more pronounced effect. So I'm going to leave that at 6 seconds. And in fact, I think for all of my stars, I'm going to go ahead and make those go ahead and rotate over 6 seconds. So let's go ahead. We don't need to rotate these at all. It doesn't matter if those spin, so I'm not worried about those. And I have my sparkles. Let's find my other stars. Here's another star. I'm going to say should spin, and spin duration is going to be equal to 6 seconds. And then for my next star, should spin, and spin duration equal to 6 seconds. So that's giving those a nice spin effect. And then I think I'm going to just change the sparkles by a little bit, either slow them down or speed them up so that they just have a little bit of a different feel to them. So let's take one of the sparkles and see what happens when we also spin it. So I'm going to say should spin on this sparkle here, and I'm just going to give the spin duration as, let's just do it in half. Let's say 3 seconds and see what that looks like. Okay, so that's this one right here. I actually like that as well. So for each of my sparkles, I'm going to add this 3 seconds. So I'm just going to copy this, find all of my sparkles, and go ahead and paste those in the props. So my sparkles are going to spin over 3 seconds. Let me save those. Let me come down and see we probably missed one sparkle down here. So that's this one right here. Let me go ahead and save that one and see how that all ends up. Okay, let me refresh my page because that's going to reset all of my animations. So if I refresh my page, okay, I can kind of see this effect happening. And this is a really cool effect. This is one that will definitely catch eyes and make someone take a second glance at this page. You've got this little ping animation happening here. You've got the stars that are orbiting all around this hero section. I really like how this turned out, but feel free to play with this, to experiment with this, and to make this how you would like it to feel. With our animations done in our hero section, which by the way, were completely just CSS animations, which means we didn't have to use any use client or anything like that. We'll go ahead and remove our comment because we won't need that there, but everything else is really nice and tightened up and dialed in this hero section, which means it's time to animate our next section. For our next animation, it's not so much about a CSS animation as it's going to be about just creating a way for these sticky cards to stick to the top and overlap each other as someone scrolls down the screen. It's a great effect, and we want to be able to add it to this section. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our sections, and we're going to find the projects section, and then I'm going to put away my sidebar so that I can actually see my code. One of the things that's really going to make this particular animation pop is that we're going to not only overlay the cards on each other, but we're going to make sure that they're offset by a little bit so that the second one stacks on the first one and the third one stacks on the second one, and they create this nice stack effect before you continue scrolling down the screen. So we're going to go over how we do that, but first we're going to concentrate on how do we make our cards stick to the top. So in order to do that, let's come to our card, which we see here. We're mapping through our portfolio projects, and each one has a particular card. So in order to add that sticky effect, we'll go ahead and add the sticky class to go ahead and leave those as position sticky. And then let me go ahead and save this, and we'll see how this works as we scroll up. Let me go ahead and refresh my page as well to make sure that it's taking effect. For any sticky elements to actually stick to the top of the page, we need to tell them where they need to become sticky at. So we can say top 0 here, and that will allow it to stick when it gets to top 0. So you can see that that's working well now, and as we continue to scroll, of course, that's kind of a little bit of our layering effect, but we want to offset each one of these, and we don't want to stick it to top 0. I think we want it to be somewhere around here where it is able to stick near the top, but not completely at the top. So let's go ahead and see how we'll do that. We can say something like top 16, for example, and we'll see where that sticks at. And that's about right. So this top 16 is actually sticking at 64 pixels, but of course we want the next one to come in somewhere around here where it's giving it 20 or so pixels of additional room for each individual card. So we want the first one to be at top 16. We'll say the next one's at top 20 or 24, and so on and so forth. So in order to do that, what we'll do is we'll add a dynamic top value. So instead of adding a CSS class, we're going to go ahead and come in here and say style equals, and then we can add a dynamic top value by saying top, and then giving this a calculated value of 64 pixels plus our individual portfolio project index. So when you map over a JavaScript array, you are able to get as the second argument an index. So I'm going to pull out that index, project index, and when it starts, it's going to be 0. When you get to the next one, it's going to be 1. When you get to the next one, it's going to be 2. So knowing that, we can pull in that project index into here and say, okay, calculate my base 64 pixels and then add some pixels based on which index this is. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say project index, excuse me, I need my interpolated value so we can actually use our variables in here. Project index times, let's just say 20 pixels. And let's see if there's anything wrong with our style. Not seeing anything. Oh, the problem is our card component is not taking a style prop. So we need to be able to allow the card component to take a style prop. Let's go into our card component and fix that real quick. In order to do that, we can use props with children, but props with children doesn't give us every available attribute that we could normally use with HTML. In order to do that, we need to use a different type from React, and this is going to be component props without ref, and that's going to be, let's see, let's go ahead and erase this, and we need to tell it what our base element is. So we're going to say for a div. So when you say component props without ref for a div, that automatically uses class name, automatically uses children, but then gives us every other attribute that a div would normally have. So we can say, okay, for any other attributes, we also want to add those into our base div. So I'm just going to basically spread those here and say anything like style, any other attributes we want to add, let's just go ahead and put it on the base div here, which will allow us to use our style prop. So coming back to our projects, we have our style set here. Now it's not erroring out. And let's see what happens now that we scroll down. Okay, so this stack effect is happening, but it's not a big enough effect. Let's try multiplying this by 40 and see what happens there. So let's go ahead and pull this back down and see. And okay, that's a great stacking effect. And of course, the third one's going to come in and it's going to override all the other ones and continue to scroll up the page. So we have our first one, it's going to come up, it's going to stop. Our second one's going to come up below it, it's going to stop a little bit lower down on the screen. And then our third one would stop if there was another fourth one to come up, but of course it won't. It's going to continue to scroll. So that is an amazing effect just added with CSS Sticky and a little bit of a dynamic styles here, and that created our sticky project section with these cards that stack on top of each other. That's the only effect that we're going to add to this particular section. So let's go ahead and move on to our tape. As we scroll down to our tape, we can continue to use CSS animations to create all of our effects. The great thing about not using JavaScript animations when they're not required is that you get a lot better performance from your page, not only from a rendering perspective, but also from the amount of code that you have to be able to send to a user in order to create some of these different effects. So this is also going to be a CSS animation, or we're going to do this with a CSS animation. We're going to animate our text inside of this tape from right to left. So in order to do that, let's open up our tape section and let's put our sidebar away for a second. I'm also going to toggle word wrap so we can see all of these different classes. And then we're going to talk about how we need to do this. Now here are our words, and they're inside this flexed container, and then within that we have the mask image that's actually masking them. So we don't want to mess with anything above the mask. We only want things that are below the mask so that we can animate these underneath of our mask and make it look like our words are flowing off the screen. So if we do this, what we need to do is we need to negatively translate this particular flexed container over to the left. So I'm going to actually add an inline style to be able to show y'all what happens when we get to a specific point. So I'm going to say transform, and then it's going to be translate X negative, let's just say 100 pixels, and let's see what happens when we save that. Okay, so that's negative 100 pixels. Let's go up to, let's say 300 pixels, see what's happening there. Let's go to 500 pixels. We're continuing to move to the left, but eventually we get to where there's no more words. So let's go to negative 750 pixels. And we're eventually going to see where we just don't have any words following all of the words that we've shown here on the screen. So in order to basically have this look infinite, we want to be able to show all of our words. So we want all of our words to be able to flow across the screen, but we also want it to look like it's an infinite effect. So for that to happen, what we need to do is we need to basically duplicate our words. Now we could come up here to our array and just duplicate our words. That's one way. We could also come in here and do a copy and paste of this entire thing. That's another way. But if we have to change any of those things, so if we have to change the words or we have to change any of this code, then it becomes a case of repeating ourselves, which we would like to avoid if we can help it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the style first of all, because we know what's happening there, that we know what div we want to translate. And inside of that, we're going to say basically, let's duplicate these words by creating a new array with two values, filling it with a dummy value of 0, and then mapping over it. So essentially we're creating duplicates, right? We have an empty array with two values, and we're mapping over that. And for each one of those, it doesn't matter what's in it. We just want to get the index. And then we're going to display some JSX for each of those. So essentially we're going to bring the words into here, and we're going to wrap these in a React fragment just so that React is happy with what's going on. So I'm going to say fragment here and key equals index, and let's save that. So this duplicates our words. You saw before when we went to negative 750, we were showing the end of our words on the screen. Well, let's try that one more time by adding a style here. And let's say transform, translate X negative 750 pixels. And let's look at what happens. And see, we have the end of our words, which our last word is reliable, but then you have another set of words coming behind it, which is exactly what we were trying to do. So that helps us because now if we translate to the negative value, let's say 1/2, we've essentially gone through our entire set of words. So 1/2 is going to be our first set of words, and of course our second set of words is going to come behind that. So let's actually look at what happens when we reset that translation value to 0 just by refreshing our page. And then we're going to say negative translate X 1/2, and it should look exactly the same as it would when it was negative translate X 0. So let me go ahead back to 0, and let's make sure when we save it, it looks exactly the same. And there is a little bit of difference, and that's basically because there's a little bit of space in between this entire flexed items. There's a little bit of gap in between each of these, but we don't have that same amount of space on the end of our flexed container. So we need to say PR4 to add that 16 pixels of space that should allow everything to line up. So let's say negative translate X 0, translate X 1/2. If we save this and nothing happens, which it didn't, that means we're exactly in a spot where we can start to do this animation. Now, Tailwind does not have the keyframes or the animation in place to make this happen, which means we're going to need to create a custom animation within our Tailwind config. So let's come into our sidebar, let's find our Tailwind config, and let's talk about how we can create a custom animation to make this go from translate 0 to negative translate 1/2. So we need to add another keyframe in here. Let's just call this move left. How about just move left? Move left sounds good to me. For our move left keyframes, we're going to start at 0%, which has to be in a string because of the way that we're defining this in JavaScript. And we're going to say transform translate x 0. And then when we get to 100%, we're going to be at transform translate x negative 50%. And we need to add a comment in there. And that should allow us to have a move left keyframe. Now, a keyframe needs to be used inside of an animation if we want them to be infinitely looped with our animation iteration count. So to do that, I'm going to add a move left animation, and that animation is going to use our move left keyframe. It's going to do it over 1 second because we can change the duration later. It doesn't really matter. And we're going to say linear for our easing and infinite for our repeat. Infinite. There we go. And that should set up our animation. So let's try and go back to our tape.tsx and use that animation right here. So instead of my negative translate x 1/2, I'm going to try and say animate, and I'm going to say animate move left, save that, and it should be racing right now, of course, because our animation duration is not set to anything reasonable. Let's try an animation duration of 30 seconds to start out with and see if that looks like it's a lot more reasonable. And that is much more reasonable on our animation duration. Let's see if we see any hiccups or anything that would lead us to believe that this is not working well. It looks like it's silky smooth right now. I like this 30-second value, and everything looks like it's happening exactly as we want it to. So what we did was we created a custom animation, and then we just changed the animation duration dynamically with our animation duration rule. Let's see how it looks on the tablet view. We have the same thing going on here. We're seeing it appear on the right side of the screen, disappear on the left. That's exactly what we want to happen with our tape. And even on the mobile, as we scroll up, we can see that that tape still looks great there. So I really like how this tape effect is turning out. So with that, I think this is complete. Let's move on to the next section of the page. Now that our tape animation is all done, let's go to our testimonials, where we're going to be animating our testimonials in a very similar way. But we're going to be adding some additional effects because when we hover it, we want the animation to stop and the hover to rotate the card that we're hovering. So this is an additional kind of flourish here that we want to add to our testimonials. So let's come into our testimonials.tsx and let's figure out how we can create this particular effect. I'm going to close my sidebar to give my code a little more room, and I'm also going to open up and toggle my word wrap so we can see all the classes that are being added. So we have our flexed container that's flexing all of our cards, and then we have our mask image container that's essentially making sure that the images or the testimonial cards flow off the screen or look like they're disappearing when they get to the left side of the screen, and of course appearing on the right side of the screen. So we want to be underneath this is where we want to have those animations happen. First, let's go ahead and attack the rotation of the cards. Let's go ahead and see what happens when we add a hover animation here and we say negative rotate 3, and let's see what happens with our card when we hover those cards. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now it does do the hover, but there's a couple of things. Number one, we can make it smoother with a transition, but number two, we're seeing a little bit of cutoff on the top and bottom. We need to account for that as well. So let's go ahead and make it smoother with a transition class, and we'll say duration 300 to make it happen over 300 milliseconds instead of the default 150, and that will just make a nice smooth animation there. By the way, if we didn't have that duration set, here's what would happen. It'd just be a little bit faster, and I just don't feel like it's as smooth. So that's why I always kind of try and dial in that duration based on the animation that I'm working with so that we have a nice smooth effect. So yeah, it's just buttery smooth at that 300 milliseconds, but it doesn't take too long. Now that we have that done, we need to figure out how we can get the overflow not to be clipped off the way that we're seeing. We have overflow X clip up here, and of course that would normally work, but I think this mask image is actually the culprit for making our cards cut off on the top and bottom. So in order to account for this, what we can do is we can add a little bit of padding in the Y direction by saying py4, and that will hopefully push our cards to where we can see our full animation or our rotation, which it does, but that's not super helpful because it also adds extra spacing on the top and the bottom of this div. So to account for that, we can say negative my for to add negative margin to the top and bottom, which helps a little bit, but we already set some margin here, so it's not going to be overridden by this right here. So to account for that as well, I'm going to bring these down by 16 pixels each, and that should account for the extra spacing that we would have added with this padding top and bottom. So that should make our rotation be able to happen and be able to see the entire thing. Now we're going to take a very similar strategy to these testimonials as we took in our tape, and that is we're going to duplicate our testimonials so that when we translate these from right to left, we can get through the entire line of them and then restart back at the beginning. So I'm going to duplicate them by creating a new array with only 2 values. I'm going to fill that with just a dummy value, and then I'm just going to map over those 2 values and go ahead and get the index of that particular item. And I'm only getting the index to make React happy because React needs keys for these kinds of things. So I'm going to fill this in, and then for each of those mapped items, I'm going to say fragment key equals index, and then I'm going to wrap my fragment right here. So now instead of 1 set of testimonial cards, now we have 2 sets because we just mapped over an array with a length of 2. The index will be 0 and 1. And then for each one of those mapped items, we create a set of testimonials. So we have 2 sets instead of just 1. That's going to be really helpful for us when we want to translate left like we did with our tape. So let's go ahead and add that translation. I'm going to say animate move left, and we know that's going to happen way too quick if we don't set an animation duration. So I'm going to set an animation duration of 30 seconds to start, and let's just see how this looks. I'm going to go ahead and save this, and we're going to hopefully see this start to animate. So that's animating, but it's definitely too fast. I don't like that animation duration. So let me increase this to double. Let's take this to 60 seconds because we really want people to be able to read these, especially in the mobile view where it's going to be a lot harder. So I like the 60 seconds. In fact, if we even increase this to 90 seconds, it might make it just a little bit better because we're still getting that full animation of these cards, but now it's just a very slight effect where we're able to see the next testimonial come in from the right side. So let's go ahead and increase our screen size, our browser size, and just take a look at our entire responsive views and make sure that this looks good across every screen size. So I really like how this looks here. If we hover over one, we're seeing a little bit of rotation. The thing that we forgot to do though is make sure that if we hover over it, the animation actually pauses, which will be even more important in the smaller views because we'd like to be able for someone to pause this animation and be able to actually read what these testimonials are saying. So I'm going to pull this over and I'm going to talk about how we can do this. So animation, we're able to actually dynamically pause an animation with CSS as well. And we can do this with animation play state. So if we set animation play state and we say paused, and just set that rule, it should go ahead and pause our animation. Well, what if instead of doing it that way, what if when we hovered a card or hovered this row, that's when we changed our animation play state? Well, that's easy enough. We can just add a hover modifier here so that we can say, okay, when this is hovered, go ahead and set the animation play state to pause. And of course, the animation play state by default is unpaused or played. So now when we hover, not only do we get that great card rotation of these, but now when we're hovered over this, we get it paused so we can actually read what these testimonials are saying. And then when we unhover, then we get a play state again. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and pull our browser out again, and let's see what's going on with our different screen sizes to make sure that everything looks good here as well. So yes, we do see that when we hover, we can stop these testimonial animations. And of course, when we're not hovered, they are playing and they just look great. And then even on the mobile view, we're getting a great animation here where we're able to see these appear on the right and disappear on the left. So this is really dialed in right now. I really like the way that this looks, and this finishes up the animations for this section. Let's go ahead and move on to our next section. One of the things I noticed as we're looking at this mobile view is I saw a little bit of a jump in between when our animation ends and when our next animation begins. And if we know anything about that will know that that's because we have this gap 8 here, but no account for the ending padding to the right. So I'm going to say PR8, and that should keep our animation from jumping between when our new animation starts and when our old animation ends. That'll be the last part of the animation for this section. This is beautifully animated. It looks great in all screen sizes. I really like how this turned out. With that, let's go ahead and move on to the animation for the next section. Now that we've taken care of our testimonials animation, let's go ahead and move into our about section, where we're going to do 3 different effects in this section. The first effect is going to be the My Toolbox, where we're going to move these top toolbox items to the left. We're going to move the bottom ones to the right, and we're going to make sure that they look like they're infinitely scrolling one on top of the other. And to add an additional layer to that, we're also going to ensure that one of them is going to move faster than the other, so it just adds a nice little effect there. Down here with our emoji over the map, what we're going to do is we're going to ping that. We're going to make that look like the background is pinging over that map. And then beyond the code, we're going to use Framer Motion to add a nice drag effect. That's the only one so far that we won't be able to do with CSS Animations. So we're going to talk through how to implement that with Framer Motion. So opening up the about.tsx, let's take a look at what we have here. I'm seeing a couple of unused imports, so I'm going to go ahead and remove those real quick, just the ones that are a little bit lighter in color. Save that. And then coming down into our actual section, let's start with My Toolbox and talk about what we need to do here. These are encapsulated, and as I close my sidebar, these are encapsulated inside of our toolbox items right now. So let's go ahead and prep our toolbox items component to make this animation, and then we'll come back and actually create the animation itself. You can see that we have our items.map, and based on the other sections on this page, anytime we want to create any kind of animation where we need to show all of our items and make it look like it's an infinite scroll, we want to at least double the number of items that we have. So in order to do that, we're going to do the same thing we've done before. We're going to create a new array. So new array with 2 items. We're going to fill that with a dummy item, and then we're just going to map over that new array, and we're not going to care about what each element is. We just care about the index in order to go ahead and pass that to React to keep React happy. And we're going to create a fragment with a key of index, and inside that fragment is where we're going to move our items. So we're going to have our items.map. Those are going to go inside of our fragment, and this essentially doubles the number of items because we're essentially just going ahead for each array item. We're outputting 1 set of items. So if you have 2 array items, you have 2 sets of our items.map. So this is happening twice. Now that that's done, we can see over here that My Toolbox looks like we have our extra items here. Now we need to see how do we go ahead and animate these. And it's going to be by animating this flexed class right here. Thankfully, we already have a way within this component using our items wrapper class name. We can just drop an animation class in there, and that should go ahead and allow us to animate these items using this component as is. So let me go ahead and close out this toolbox items, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add the class names that are going to make this happen. We already have an animate move left class, so I'm going to use that. I'm going to say that we're going to use the items wrapper class name is going to be animate move left. And of course, it's going to happen over 1 second, so it's going to be way too fast. So let's go ahead and set an animation duration as well. Animation duration, and we'll just go ahead and set that to, let's just say 30 seconds to go ahead and slow that down. For the one below it, we're not going to use animate move left. We're actually want to use the reverse of it. We actually want it to move to the right. So in this case, we don't have a move right animation yet. Let's go ahead and open up our Tailwind config and create keyframes in an animation for moving items to the right. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my sidebar, come down to my Tailwind config, and our move left is essentially going to be, it's going to be opposite this. So I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to call this move right. And it's going to go from -50% to 0. And that's how we're going to move it to the right. So I'm going to save that. I'm also going to come up here to my animation and ensure that not only do we have the keyframes we need that uses the move right keyframe, but we also have the correct animation class that we can go ahead and use to do that linearly and infinitely. That's going to create our animation within our CSS. So after we save that config, it should be applied to our project. Let's come back into our about, and let's say instead of negative translate x1/2, let's just say animate move right, and that moves it to the right. And of course, we need to slow this down. We're going to say animation duration of 20 seconds. and that should make that move at a little bit different rate. In fact, let's go ahead and bring this down even a little bit more. Let's go ahead and make this 15 seconds to just get that moving a little bit faster. So that's a nice little effect there. I like that because we're taking the same toolbox items and we're displaying them with some different animations. That just looks really nice and definitely catches the eye and brings the eye to that section. So I really like how that turned out. Now that we have that part done, let's go ahead and move down to our card that contains our map. So that looks like it's going to be this one right here. Let me go ahead and toggle our word wrap so we can see all of the classes that are being applied to this item. What I'm noticing here is that since the background is actually applied to the item itself, we're going to need to break this out because essentially we want our background to sit on top of another element that we can animate. So we're going to have our emoji on top. We're going to have our background that we currently see, this gradient in the middle, and then we're going to have our background that we're going to animate all the way in the bottom. So let's go ahead and create a couple more divs here. So I'm going to say div class name equals absolute. Inset 0 will make it the same size as whatever absolute position element we have as the parent. We're also going to say rounded full to give it the same border radius. And we're just going to move our background gradient from the actual element itself to this absolute position element inside. It does sit on top of our smile right now. We can move that down just by saying negative Z10. That should move it below our smile. We want to duplicate this div because we want a div in the very bottom and we want this one to be the one that animates. So let's go ahead and move this down. Actually, I'm going to say negative Z20 to ensure that it comes below everything else. And then this is the one that we're going to want to animate. So we're going to add the animate ping class. This is actually default from Tailwind, has this animate ping class, but we're going to slow this down a little bit with our animation duration. So I'm going to say animation duration of 2 seconds, and that will slow it down to half speed, and it just gives it that nice feel of it pinging, but it not being super rushed with that animation. Just has a nice effect there. That was pretty much all there was to that card animation. Now let's see how we animate our Beyond the Code section. So let's find that card. That card has these hobbies. So for each one of these hobbies, what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to drag these. We can't do this with a CSS animation. CSS is not going to save the state that says where our items are being dragged to. It's certainly not going to give us the ability to set drag boundaries like we want to do. So for this, we're going to have to import Framer Motion to make this work. So I'm going to come to the very top of my file and I'm going to import Motion from Framer Motion, and that will allow us to use that motion.div that we need to put inside of our hobbies.map. So our wrapper div is going to, instead of a div, is going to become a motion.div, and we're going to end that down here with ending motion.div, and that will allow us to add the drag attribute. Now you can see that we're getting an error over here, and that's basically because anytime you bring in Framer Motion, you have to tell Next.js that this is a client component. So I need to come to the very top of my file and add the use client directive. That should get us out of that error and get us back to seeing our coded page. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and add the drag attribute. So I'm going to just say drag, and as simply as that, that allows us to actually start dragging these around the page. I don't like though that these can go over our title, so someone could do this and just put everything over our title. Not loving that. So let's go ahead and give some boundaries to where the user can actually drag these items. In order to do that, I'd like to make the constraints my relative container. So we're going to try and do that. And according to the Framer Motion docs, that means we need to give this a ref and then tell this that the drag constraints is equal to the ref that we give this div right here. So in order to give it a ref, we need to create a ref, and that happens at the top of our component. So I'm going to say const constraint ref is equal to use ref from React, and we'll give that a default value of null. And then we'll go ahead and apply this ref down here to our parent div. So I'm going to say ref equals, and that's going to be equal to our constraint ref right there. Now we can add drag constraints. So I'm going to say drag constraints, and that's going to be equal to our constraint ref. And as soon as we have that added, let's save that. It doesn't look like it changes anything right offhand, but let's go ahead and try and drag some stuff around and see what our constraints does. So anytime we try and drag something out of that constraint container, it just pops it right back in and doesn't allow that to happen, which is a great effect. They can still move things around, but it's kind of within the boundaries that are still going to make our page look great and work really well. This section, even though it was pretty short from the animation perspective, is really eye-catching and is a very impressive section. So I hope you're able to follow that, even though we didn't have to do too much because we've already done a lot of the groundwork. And of course, bringing in Framer Motion allows us to do this with very few lines of code as well. So all of that led to some very eye-catching effects without a lot of code, which I always love. Let's go ahead and pull the browser out and take a look at all of our responsive views for our entire page and make sure everything looks good. So up here in the title, we have our orbit, we have our animated dot. Moving down to our featured projects, we have this stacking card effect that we see happening on the desktop. We have our tape that flows from right to left with all of our words. We have our testimonials that pauses and has this like nice little rotation effect and comes from left to right. And then of course down here we have our three effects, both our drag effect, we have our ping effect, and we have this My Toolbox effect that we can see with a nice little animation. Moving over to our tablet, we can see the same things happen over here. It looks beautiful on tablet as well. You have some of the same things are able to happen over here. And then on the mobile view, you can see that everything looks great here as well. So let me go ahead and refresh my page to make sure that my testimonials are moving properly. It looks like they are. Of course, my tape is moving great. We have our stacking cards that are working well. And up here in the hero section, even though you can't see quite the same sparkles and stars, there are every once in a while you're going to see a star move past that gives that hint that there's something going on in some of the bigger views. So all in all, this looks really nice. I'm really happy with the way that this turned out, and I hope that you're able to customize this and use this to not only show off your skills, but hopefully be able to use this as a portfolio for yourself. I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm excited to do the next one with you as well. I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever wondered why your